Oh my God. Yeah, I hate this microphone, man. This thing, the mute button is at the what the yo. All right. Oh my God. Yeah, I hate this microphone, man. I was doing all that talking. Nobody heard one word I said. My God. Peace to everybody. I didn't shout out everybody in the chat, and my microphone wasn't even working. Wow. The mute button is at the bottom of it. So if you grab the microphone to like move it, and if you're not careful, you'll press the mute button. It's just just a dumb location for it. And you're muted. And you don't know because it's at the bottom. But peace to everybody. Peace to everybody. Okay. Amber, did you watch the Sonetta live?
Which one? You talking about with old girl?
No, the one that just went on. I didn't catch that one. Okay, first recap that one. I missed that one. I missed all of it, really.
Well, I just want to make sure it's sound because I jumped on because I ain't hear no sound. I don't know if you've been talking or if you just started
Yeah,
talking.
I was talking.
Yeah, so it ain't no sound. So let me see if anybody can hear now.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah,
I can
it's
hear
sound
you.
now.
It sound now?
Yeah, we good.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
muted. I muted myself by mistake.
Okay. The video with old girl, I ain't gonna hold you. I didn't watch the whole thing. I heard like the first few things out of her mouth and I just couldn't do it. So I logged out. And
Hey, was she in the hospital for real, or was that a green? That might be an Enki green screen.
and
Yeah,
that was
I don't believe that. I don't believe that
a
1
whole
second,
X-ray
bro.
tank. Fuck out of here. I was like, I don't know what sis talking about. X-ray tech and man, I couldn't do it. I was like, not today, not today.
Yo, something is really wrong with us, man. I mean, in all seriousness, man.
Yeah, nah, I'm telling you, that slavery did something to us, man. Like that thing really, yeah, ain't no coming back for real.
Hey, and I'm the pseudo president, bro. So that should tell you something right there, man.
That's crazy.
Like, some of the stuff, man, that people be coming up with is like just wild, man. Like,
Yo, it's no way that she was anywhere in the medical field at all because one black nurse who's really a nurse who was complaining that because she's a breast cancer survivor and she got put on a coronavirus patient who was positive and nobody let her know. You know, when you have a precondition, that's ill or compromised, you're not allowed to be around the virus because you are the right host that probably won't survive. So they didn't let her know. So when she found out what they were doing, she made a big fuss. Of course, they put her life on the line, and she ended up quitting. And she still never said like it was nothing to expose. She exposed her manager not handling her right, but that was it. But she's a real nurse. So and guess what? The way she was speaking, even that kind of like jeopardized her future as a nurse somewhere else. So just imagine, and she talked about some real events that how she was wrong, how she was done wrong. So just imagine somebody giving false news, fake news and shit about the coronavirus. You would have you'd be fired on the spot, you'd be jailed.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh girl need to be fined. First off, you wasting fucking equipment. First of all, you playing dress up and shit. It's cabinets behind her. You could tell she's sitting like at a desk. You're not in no motherfucking ER. You're not in no damn hospital room. You in somebody's doctor's office somewhere. Probably take blood, file the chart, and you are in there playing in shit and fucking the equipment, acting like you a goddamn doctor, playing dress up and shit.
Hair all over the place. Leave yaki just everywhere, boy. I'm like, God.
I ain't gonna lie. I was real mad because we just had that discussion last night where I was defending Sinetta, like, well, I know he wanted to but that shit is dangerous. She pretending to be a medical, that shit is dangerous.
Yeah.
It's a difference between average blow Joe trying to act like they got the knowledge. But bitch, when you put on the whole costume act like you really know what the fuck you talking about.
Yeah.
You don't make her show no credentials. You don't make her explain her background, what gives her the authority to speak on the matter. That shit pissed me off.
Yeah.
Not only that, but even even a qualified nurse, an RN who's been in the field. Like my mom is an RN. I mean, an RN still isn't really qualified to speak with any sort of authority on virology or epidemiology.
Right.
And she was speaking on things, even if she were an RN, the things that she was speaking on with the amount of forcefulness she was speaking with are things that would be beyond her pay grade anyway.
Yeah.
That's how you. I mean,
it is. You're right. You're right about that point.
Can I drop
it's I mean, man.
Wait, let me first introduce the panel. So we got Amber, we got Haskell, we got the Watcher, and we got my man Miller.
Right
okay, the Watcher, you could definitely go ahead.
Okay, I have to co-sign with Amber. All that charitability I was giving to the OG yesterday, god damn, he shot us all in the face.
It's gone. Yeah, it's gone.
That shit. He didn't shoot us in the foot. He shot us in the face, man. Now, with that being said, again, I try to not shit on people I don't know. However, I didn't hear not a word of any scientific, any type of terminology that I would expect to hear from somebody in that type of field. She sounded like a layman, like she was in there getting a checkup or something. She snatched on a robe. I don't know what the hell was going on, but it just didn't come across credible. She could be, but I wasn't sold on it. So, I mean, if you haven't seen it, you need to see it.
HIV, just talking reckless. Oh my, I just, ooh.
Like, did she say COVID? Like, I don't want to get into that much of a detail, but I just was not convinced at all. And then with the YG, I just don't understand how it can well, no, let me not go into all that.
Hell no.
I just didn't believe it. You got to peep it to get your own opinion on it. However, I wasn't convinced. And she didn't give her name, not her field, what type of background, none of that information. Just
dress up.
You know what I'm saying? She could be a damn secretary up front in the medical field, just setting up appointments. Does not qualify you.
Receptionist, yeah.
Did you watch the whole thing? Did you watch the whole thing? Her whole thing, watching? Because I could, like, after about 10 minutes, I was like, I couldn't do it, man.
I had to. I knew when Bias was going to call us on here, and I was not going to shit on her without making sure I saw 100% full bullshit. So I'm like, nah, she gets 2 thumbs down. What the OG say? That's a no for me, dog.
So what was some of the other stuff she was saying?
I'm sorry?
What was some of the other stuff she... Go ahead.
Like, break it down. Like, who y'all talking about? Like, when did that happen? Before Polite came on?
Yeah. Way earlier. So look, let me. So we got Miller. This is Miller's first time. We've been coordinating through text. This is his first time on the panel. I believe he's in the medical field. Is that true, Miller? Miller, are you there? Right, Miller, you're
on mute. You got to unmute, Miller.
You got to press unmute.
Maybe you can unmute him.
I can't. I tried.
You probably ran to the restroom or something.
Okay, well, so you can finish what you were saying. And Miller, when you come back, you just join us.
No, I wasn't saying nothing. I didn't know what y'all was talking about.
So the Watcher, give a recap, because I'm, to be honest, I was working, so I didn't see anything at all. And man, I didn't see anything. I didn't even see Unc and Garfield addressing Polite. I missed all that.
Oh, you'd have been highly upset.
Yeah, that was another one of those, like, we were all rooting for you. What are you doing?
Yo, hey, they got undressed. I mean, absolutely.
Not necessarily. He just
no.
Bro,
they got undressed, and we all know. Huh?
I want you to specifically phrase it, because there's a lot of pseudos who are going to really believe that he came on there in the beginning and he actually undressed them, except he asked them a trick question. And when you know somebody's setting you up for a specific answer, you're going to answer it generally, but you want to hear where they're going with it. Yeah. And that's what happened. He asked them what's a virus. And so they're kind of like, they gave like real quick layman terminologies, and you know he was going to set them up on his Polite bag. So since they couldn't give him exactly what he wanted,
wait a minute, what I missed? Because I missed that.
Hold on now, Amber. Hold on. Let pseudo president give you the correct synopsis, the correct post-fight breakdown. Okay?
Go ahead.
Polite hit him with a flash knockout.
Really?
You feel me? Yeah, it's like what we call buck ups or like accident. You know, it's an accidental knockout. But he knocked their ass out. He was like Neo, and they was Agent Smiths. It was like
Nah,
about five of them. Yeah, it's about
I
five of them
gotta play it
punching
now.
at him. Huh?
Bro, you saddle riding on this. You're not giving it a.
No. Listen,
drop it.
watch it. Listen.
I'm listening. I want it.
What is the litmus test that Garfield used to ask people when they come on the show? His famous litmus test.
You asking the wrong guy to quote.
Get the
somebody
breakdown.
Amber, do you remember the famous litmus test?
Haskell. I know you're talking
See,
about.
you doing the same thing Polite did.
No, hold on. Amber, you there?
I'm there. I'm
I
here.
got the same tactic. You want us
do
to
you remember-
answer it. Or you trying to lead us and walk us down a specific answer instead of just throwing it out there. And if we don't
Yeah,
answer it
hold on,
specifically
Watson, hold
and
on.
we don't answer it right, then you're gonna cut us off. Hold on, because I'm trying to get to a point, and then you're running with the narrative. However, your narrative isn't that black and white.
Yeah, let me wrap with Amber real quick though. Amber,
Go
do you
ahead.
remember the litmus test that Garfield used to always throw out? It was like a way to assess a person's basic level of intelligence. The whole 12 times 12 thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. And the basis of that is to say, if you don't know your basic timetable, which is a fundamental thing, then what standing do you have to be speaking with any type of authority on anything regarding information or intelligence? And when it comes to something as fundamental as what is a virus, that's not a trick question. If you've gone to a vaccine debate and you have been strenuously, right, debating these points for going on the better part of 4 or 5 months, is it unreasonable for somebody, and not only that, you're speaking with this tremendous amount of hubris and pompousness, right? You don't hesitate to call people pseudo, and you understand? Is it too much to ask that you know a basic fundamental like what is a virus? No, polite embarrassed them, bro.
Okay, now hold it. That's the only thing. Let me just say this real quick. Polite went down a panel asking everybody what's a virus, and they were given quick answers or layman answers instead of a specific answer. And if they gave anything within the top 3 searches of fucking Google, he was gonna say, I already know that, and say it better than them. Tell them where they got it from. He was trying to undress them. Anything other than that, you can't give him any credit as if he really did anything. And this all leads back to my original point when I was talking the other 2 nights in a row. It's like how our Brother Sanchez, we all know the correct information. What he's saying is pseudo and BS. However, if he's talking to somebody who may know some of the information, but they can't articulate it properly, or they can't answer specific questions, he's going to come off as if he won the debate. And we're like, what the fuck happened? We were all rooting for you, but he done got you in the trick bag. So to the laymen or people who are on his side or want to see side A get their ass beat, they're going to run with that narrative. Damn, he got destroyed. But we all know, based off the information, what's true and what's not true. But all he did is just put them in a trick bag. But that
Let me
doesn't
see- let me see if I-
fight.
So
Because
look,
what we're trying to say, because off of what Haskell, the narrative he's saying, otherwise, Polite is, if he didn't win, he's correct on his information that the 5G really can fuck. But you're going to say, no, I'm not saying all that, but he did undress him, he did knock him out. So what are we saying? We're just saying he won on the technicality. He didn't really win. All he did is he gave him a red herring. What homeboy used the perfect analogy. Corey said,
But
Corey answered the question like this, that because they asked Polite specifically, is there a direct correlation between 5G and the coronavirus? Now, he jumped over that by trying to say, well, you're not qualified to answer this question. What is the virus? Now, he went down a panel trying to undress them, but then Corey drove them. Let me finish. Corey drove him back and he said, that's a red herring. What is a red herring? It's a smelly fish. It's what they put down to throw the hound dog off the trail. You're not answering the question. You're just trying to dodge it. And Unc said it 2 or 3 times. Everybody trying to get Polite back to the original point, but he threw everybody off by trying to throw all that shit. We watched his weak ass presentation where he's saying there's correlations. I'm not saying this, I'm not saying that, but there's a direct relation, and we can say there's an initiation. He's saying something, but not saying. It was just some fuckery, bro. Point blank.
let me play the video.
Me and tell me anything different, but in a nutshell, that's what it was, or at least that's what I saw. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Now let me see if this is 2 hours, so this might be, I don't know what that means. Maybe it's just Polite's presentation. Let me see.
Just ask yourself who created the curriculums before you take it to the bank and feed it to your
Yeah,
people.
this might just be the-
That they're pseudo if they don't.
Yeah, Polite by
Okay,
itself
yeah.
is like at least 2 hours. Just Polite, because the question
Yeah,
Q&A was
this
10
is just
hours.
yeah. That's
Gotta
just
wait for it to finish downloading
okay.
or uploading.
Yeah, he might chop it up. So
But what
Oh,
I
so
did
y'all
want to
fucked.
say though is you make some good points, Watcher. And even without saying it, I can understand what you're saying. The only problem is in this community, nobody really gives a damn whether or not you bring accurate information, real information. When at the point you make somebody look stupid or like they don't know shit, you pretty much won.
And he
Like,
did that before. Yeah, that's my whole point. That's what I'm saying. Sanchez can get dubs, even though we know he's fucking wrong. We all know the shit is not flat. However, if he portrays himself as if he knows more information than you, like you can't explain what gravity
So
is.
what was the
That's
question?
9.8 meters per second, and somebody saying gravity is just what makes things fall to the ground.
Wait, hold
if
on.
what Isaac
he
Newton,
just
then
asked. He just asked the panel
Wait.
what was a
No,
virus.
no, I'm saying like what did wait, so who first asked Polite something? Was it Corey Garfield? Was it who first
It was
asked?
I mean, it was Lord
Unc.
Abba who asked
It was
him the
Unc.
same thing. It started with
Yeah,
Lord
Unc.
Abba, my guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
what did
Unc
he
asked
ask?
him. Unc asked him to clarify because he kept saying everybody's misrepresenting what he was saying. So Unc said, "Okay, Polite, clarify us. Tell us what you're saying as far as 5G in relationship to coronavirus. Go."
Right.
And then he went on like a long. Okay, back in 1918, you know, with the Flint Flame.
So what led him? So I'm trying to figure out if they asking him a question about 5G, what led him ask a question about what is a virus?
It was his red
all
herring. It was to smoke screen. It was a distraction to get him off the trail.
Yeah, he
to
said
try to
all these people
delegitimize them. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said all these people are asking me all these questions. So it's only fair that I should I'm able to ask each and one of them a question.
Okay, so who did he ask that question to in specific, or just was it to all of them?
He wanted to go down the list, and then just no matter what they said, they weren't going to be right, or he was going to overanalyze it.
Wait. I'm just trying to get to one point because Unc, you know that Unc and I we debate the virus vaccine thing. So Unc didn't have an answer either.
Unc was the first to go.
Unc said, "What did Unc say?" He said it's a protein.
Yeah, he said kind of use a protein answer that needs a host to reproduce. Replicate.
But that wasn't sufficient for him.
And then everybody else is kind of like, well, Unc kind of nailed it, and that's, you know what I'm saying? They didn't really get into it.
So now, what did he say was wrong with Unc's answer? I'm just trying to figure out, like, what did Polite say was wrong with Unc's answer?
He just wanted to say it was inadequate. His answer was instead of Unc's one sentence answer, his was going to be 5 sentences. He just did this. He just pulled the same ploy that Divine did. You're talking about science literacy, but your answer is inadequate. Type shit. He didn't. But again, some people saw him getting destroyed. It was a knockout. He just undressed them. It was like, fuck. If that's the type of logic you want to run with, for sure.
I mean, like the only thing Unc could have added to that, a micro organism.
Yeah, but
it wasn't a sufficient enough answer, bro.
It was very clear that they did not know what a virus was. What I would have done.
Unc knows what a virus is.
But my thing is, if you just say a protein, does that apply to other things? If you say it's a protein,
he said it's,
that needs a host.
No, he gave more than that. I just summed it up. So therefore, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's my whole point.
Hold on,
if you don't give something sufficient enough, now we're gonna try to nitpick it, and that's what Polite did.
Hold on, Watcher. Relax, man. I was speaking. Listen.
I didn't even hear you, bro.
Yeah, it was clear that they did not know what the definition of a virus is.
Okay.
Unc knows, Pascal. You can't say that.
He's talking, man. Stop doing that, guys. When someone is speaking, just hold off, let them complete what they're saying, and then you come in. Right? It was clear to me, in my opinion, that they did not know what a virus was. They did not know the definition. You could say perhaps they have an idea of what it was. Maybe they couldn't articulate it clearly, but from my vantage point, they didn't know what a virus was.
Okay.
Right? What I would have done in that instance is I would have said, well, you know what? Let's not hazard a guess at it. Let's all learn together. Let's go ahead and look up the definition, and that would have been that. When they try to scramble and buy time and dilly-dally, it made them look bad.
But real quick, Haskell, what Polite did, He said he already started 5 minutes into it saying like, I don't need a computer. I don't need Google. I'm going to sit right here. You guys can watch me. He set them all up. And so he said, I don't want you guys to hop on Google and stuff. But he was just trying to show their IQ and what they don't know. They just got put in a trick bag. Nothing they would have said would have been sufficient enough because you're talking to an audience of laymen who aren't specific scientific doctors or who are not credible, or I don't want to say credible, but it's like Ankh is speaking to a majority of people. We've all heard Ankh give a long definition and a short definition of what it is. And for you to say that he doesn't know, that just makes me question, have you ever listened to him or you truly believe he doesn't know? But Unbiased has more interactions with him than I believe in all of us, so he is not going to buy that shit. So hopefully he understands that, okay, there's some trickery involved in this.
Yeah, now,
but before they can even do what you're recommending, Haskell, he said, you guys don't, I want you guys to give me a quick answer. Don't Google it. Don't try to Google it and give me all this information. I know you can read off the computer. I just want to see if you guys have the IQ in your head because I can commit everything to memory. I know the first 3 definitions. He was setting them up. If you have any experience in debate, okay, even though I'm talking, you can cut me, and I'm gonna allow you to cut me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother.
Go ahead, bro.
What was I gonna say? At the end of the day, we all know Polite is a flim flammer. We all know.
After you go, Haskell, let Miller go, then Melvin go. Okay, you go ahead, Haskell.
Yeah, we all know Polite is a flim flammer. But when you're on the stage and those lights are bright, you have to be able to stand in front of a charlatan and maintain composure. Because even with you, the watcher, I can hear you getting, you're kind of exasperated. And understandably so, because it's almost like, you know, this guy is bullshit. Like, yo, he's bullshitting. Y'all can't see. This nigga's a fucking, you know, he's doing a 3-card Monty and shit. But that's the thing. You have to be able to compose yourself. And if you're someone like Ankh and the other gentlemen who have been discussing this thing at length for the last 3-4 months, you have to be able to give a concise definition of what I mean, come on.
Okay, freeze right there. See, come on. If you want to attribute me being exasperated, I'm going to say that's not necessarily accurate. I have to yell because I'm in my kitchen and my daughter's in the background, so I'm over her. And this is how I talk into my cell phone. When I go upstairs in my office, then I'm sitting on the couch. I don't really speak in those loud tones. But what is really frustrating me is because I notice, especially when I'm speaking to you, Haskell, you have a tendency, because I know your IQ and I know your experience, and it gets frustrating to me when you become over charitable to people that you may not find in good favor or good standing, and you rarely come across bias. And I feel like I'm skating uphill with someone that I should be talking shoulder to shoulder or eye to eye, because I feel like you're smart enough to know it. You can admit he's a charlatan, he's this and that. So now it's like you're gonna have to backpedal on him just getting completely knocked out. Polite destroyed them, and I was like, what the fuck? That was just it was like a 30-second interaction between each of them in a quick panel, and you're gonna attribute that to a win, and he destroyed them, and everything they say is no longer credible. Now that was why I was coming. If you want to say exasperated, then okay, you can say I'm exasperated because I know that you know better than that. And the fact that you just admitted that he's a charlatan and he's a flim flammer, then to me it's like, okay, now you're being disingenuous, and that's what frustrated me about with the Dagger Squad situation and other conversations we had. It's like, I know how smart you are, but to prove a point, sometimes I feel like you'll turn it down or hide your power level to get your point across. And I can understand your point across without the deceit or the negligence or even the less of being charitable. But again, you know how I feel about you. I have mad respect. I appreciate your character, but sometimes it just gets frustrating because I feel like I don't even use another analogy because I want to stray too far from the point. I know the brother Miller's on. So if you need to counter or respond to what I'm saying, you can, but I really want to hear what the brother has to say.
How about let him move around the room so everybody get a chance to say their piece.
Right on.
I'm doubled up.
For sure.
Who's next?
I'm going Miller.
Yeah, shalom. Peace. Shalom.
I ain't see the debate that you guys are referring to at all, to be honest with you. But so you guys can do like a quick little brief on the topic of it.
Yeah. Well, for one, watcher, the first lady was saying what? She was purported to be like a medical what?
It just said a woman in the medical profession, so it was super vague on the title. And
Okay, I've seen that video. I must seen that video. She said something that was insane. She said if a virus can spread that easy, then everyone will have HIV. She says something like that, right?
Oh man.
And all you need to do is eat fruits and vegetables, and you'll be fine.
What?
The medical system, they're lying to you. They're full of BS. I can't believe it.
Right. And think about the HIV thing,
a
right?
bleach smoothie, a strawberry and bleach smoothie.
HIV doesn't spread by contact. It's bodily fluid. So that already. Anytime somebody say I'm a medical professional and don't say their title, a lot of times it's bullshit, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah.
They just be doing patient registration for all we know, and so I'm a medical professional. So, because I think I watched like 2 or 3 minutes of that, and then I stopped because it was like, okay, I'm not making any sense right now. To be honest, I couldn't stomach all 12 minutes of it.
Yeah, to go further, she was using some crazy analogies, kind of like the brother said. Like she picked up, I think she had some earbuds in her ear, some what do you call them, AirPods or whatever.
Yeah.
And then she picked up the case and she said, "See, if this was AIDS and you just put it down, it would just die. I don't understand how you can say the COVID-19 will still be alive. If that was the case, then we just put this down right here and this was AIDS, everybody would have AIDS. I would have AIDS. The whole planet would have AIDS."
Why would she say that the COVID-19 be alive when viruses are not alive?
But her point, that great point. But what she was saying is people are stupid. Like it really, but I think that was her argument, saying like it's false because people say they can be alive on the surface for 5 days, and that's just BS. And
they say no. They don't say alive. They say infectious or contagious.
Well, that speaks more to her inaccuracies or her lack of credibility.
It was a stupid argument because HIV is bloodborne. So all viruses don't act the same or behave in the same way. So what she said,
meningitis, for example, attacks the brain, right? So it's just they do different things in the body depending on what it is.
Yeah, she was wild. It was hard. It was hard to watch, but I just wanted to wait for her to say what hospital she was at or what was her position. I was just waiting for that to drop.
That's the first thing she should have said. I knew she wasn't gonna say none of that.
I was waiting. I'm like, and I thought it was Saad talking to her. And now I feel like he was just playing a video. I thought it was like she called in.
Now I'm in the comment section because I want to know her credentials. I'm like, bitch, if you is a medical professional, you need to be fucking reported for this foolishness.
Yeah, I was waiting for I was waiting for Brother Sarnetta to start asking her questions to, verify her, but that never happened. So I just had to swallow. Like, okay.
Hey man, peace to the panel. I just wanted to say, let's go back to the debate. I guess you could say mini debate or somewhat. When Polite asked that question as far as to define or explain what a virus is, like that's a logical fallacy. Like they should have been able to pick up on that and address that from the beginning. But because they didn't, you probably heard keyboards clacking and whatnot, but they should have simply just said a virus is an agent. And that would have been correct. That would have been a proper way to assimilate it because technically viruses do not have much of an identity until they find the host. Once they find the host, that's when they mutate. That's when they can replicate. That's when, they're able to morph into other things. But without the host, like they're not able to do anything. So they're just simply an agent made up of RNA or DNA. Like they could have just simply said that. And if they wanted to answer.
Even when Unc answered it, though, it's like, okay, his Unc answer was really sufficient because he said what it does and what it needed. It needed a host, right? So after that point, it's really redundant to ask somebody else the same question. They could disagree with that because why would they come and then answer again?
But that's what I'm saying. Like that was a logical fallacy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
they should have picked up on the logical fallacy of it That's my issue. It's like they should have picked up on that fallacy and said, "Hey, look, you can't use that. Like, you need to
Corey
come up with
did.
a better question."
Yeah,
Corey
Yeah,
did.
but it was too late.
No, right?
Yeah, but the whole original point was that was just an example. If we're gonna use the box analogy, that was just Polite getting on his bike, running from answering the direct question, because they all asked him like, what is the direct link between the 5G and the corona? But then when he went down the line asking them questions, it kind of threw him off that. And then, like you just said, it was a logical fallacy. However,
that was nonsense. Like they could have stuck with that, saying, "Look, that's a logical fallacy," but you got to jump on that.
But Sarnetta was not going to let that slide because he was like, but Sarnetta was do it in his bag as well. Like, come on, just answer the question. Wow, y'all can't answer the question. He's asking y'all, so it was just putting them in a peculiar situation, and then they all just piggybacked off of what Unc said, because Unc's answer was sufficient enough. He mentioned the art. He answered everything, but Polite still, like I said, no matter what they were going to say, it was his tactic, and he was going to dress them down. And from there, they were automatically disqualified, and he was able to do his presentation. And like people, he already set it up. Now what they're going to do is people are going to make 15 to 30 different videos after this and this and that, but they couldn't dress me down. And then after he did his presentation, Saul was like, "Do you want them to come back on so he can answer questions?" Like, no, they couldn't even answer. This was about. So the fact that he was still going to run, that he didn't want his information scrutinized. And a lot of those slides were just Google searches. I'm up there looking.
But see, that's the thing. Right. But that's the thing. Like, when you identify logical fallacy, you got to stick on it. I don't care if Sarnetta said, "Hey, you got to answer it. You got to explain it, Sarnetta." Like, this is not logically follow the previous argument or statement.
Brother Melvin, the guy was clearly grandstanding, right? We can all see that. One thing about me, I don't have much in the way of emotions. The watcher, so that's probably why when you'll hear me kind of seem to be vacillating in like where I stand, it's really not that. I'm just looking at things just head on in a clinical way. I don't have any feelings. I don't have any allegiances to anybody at any time, right? So what Polite is driving, what he was trying to drive home is, if you do not know even the very basic fundamentals, right, of what a cell or a virus is, then my explanation as to how 5G technology can manifest itself in the symptoms that we are attributing to this current virus, you're not going to understand. If you don't even know what 2 + 2 is, how I'm going to tell you what a quadratic equation is? That's the point that he was making.
But that's a fallacy. And that right there is a fallacy. Because whether they know it or not, whether they know, go ahead, bro.
What does 2 + 2 have to do with that?
Right.
It's not sequitur. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
No, Melvin.
It has no place in the previous statement.
You have to know what 2 + 2 is.
Hey, ask
what the quadratic equation is. You can't go from
calm down, brother. Calm down.
Hey, Asco, Zen and Corey pulled up. Hey, Corey, peace.
What's up? Unbiased. Peace to the panel. Peace, everybody.
This was Corey that was in the debate, correct? He's the one that called out the red herring, correct?
Yeah.
He
was really non sequitur though. That whole thing was a red herring. Everything Polite was saying was a red herring, because first of all, I come on there and the first thing I say is I just wanted to address the whole 5G and the coronavirus that Polite was talking about. I said that not because I heard what he said before earlier in the show. I didn't hear nothing he said earlier in the show. I had watched his video that he did before. That presentation that he did today, I did that in the video before, like about a week ago, I think.
Yeah.
And I watched the whole thing. So I already knew where he stood. I didn't have to come on there and ask him, where did he stand on the 5G and the corona? First of all, you on here talking about 5G in the middle of a corona pandemic. I mean, so
irresponsible.
Yeah, and then he come with these big words. You know what I mean? He come with I don't know what the word was that he asked me, but I think it has something to do with like the neurological system or whatever. But everybody on the panel said they didn't know what it was. The you know, the point in us not knowing what that word meant,
right?
That was a red herring.
Yeah,
That was
we could all do that.
Get us into a semantic argument. You
Yeah,
know,
we could all do that.
Yeah. So I asked him. Then I asked him, did he know the difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation? He said, yeah, he does. Then he goes on, and then I asked him, so do we agree that it's a difference? He said, yes, it's a difference, but they the same. You know what I'm saying? I said, dude, so you said, then he said, well, the thing is, we live in the same zip code, but we don't live in the same block. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nah, bro, that ain't even close to what it is.
Non-sequitur.
Y'all
Doesn't mean anything.
On that y'all should have checked him on that Spanish flu starting in China. That was
my
horrible.
God.
Yeah, that whole conspiracy, the whole 5G thing goes back to the Spanish flu conspiracy and the fact that the Chinese was implementing radio technology or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole conspiracy thing. You know what I mean? You know, he got that from Dr. Leonard Hardell. His whole everything he did on that presentation came from 2002 from a doctor named Leonard Hardell. He like the Madame Blavatsky of that whole 5G conspiracy theory thing. You know what I mean? So, you know, he was on there sweating and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Man, boy.
He throwing red herring after red herring. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's just, you know, it's baffling to me that Sonetta would be as irresponsible to entertain that shit.
Corey, you baffled, bro?
We got people dying.
Are you really baffled?
Brother Jabari right down the street from Sonetta.
Yeah,
sick.
that's what hurt.
Corey, let me ask you this, bro. Do you think Clark Sonetta was either clearly lying when he said, I saw two doctors first and they looked at me and diagnosed me for AIDS without even checking me?
Man,
and I had to get a third opinion to find out. Come on, bro. You didn't hear that part?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, that was straight fake.
He was clearly lying just to put through misinformation.
Yeah.
Hey, let me say that.
I got misdiagnosed twice. They didn't even test me. They said I had AIDS. They just looked at me. Like, come on, bro.
They would have had to
come on now.
Yo, I deal with
no integrity, bro. No integrity, man.
I deal with transformers. I deal with transducers. I deal with quantum mechanics every day. You feel me? I deal with high voltages. I deal with batteries, a whole bunch of different shit. But basically, what I know about electromechanics and what I know about DC to DC converters and AC to DC converters, et cetera, is that there's no electronic product around you that is not emitting a frequency. And basically what a frequency is a frequency is a byproduct of energy. You see what I'm saying? So whenever energy is just a measurement of work, it's a unit of work, energy. And when you're measuring that energy, you have byproducts from creating that energy. You see what I'm saying? And then when it comes to like transformers and shit like that, you're pretty much taking one unit of energy, usually an alternate current, and then you're transferring that alternate current into a direct current, which then powers like your TV, or it powers your Xbox, or it powers your light, your lamp and shit like that. All of these things emit electromagnetic frequencies. You see what I'm saying? And none of these things are a problem to us. Now, when you talk about 5G is only utilizing a millimeter wave, and millimeter waves only operate between 30 and 300 gigahertz of frequency. So you have cosmic rays, you have sunlight, you have all these other different methods of radiation that we are receiving on a daily basis, 24 hours a day. Whereas though these things have zero effect on us, and they operate at a higher frequency than the things that we use, aka radio waves, to transmit information. You see what I'm saying? So the fact that people claim that these things have this ill effect on us, where we haven't had an ill effect from, let's use 4G as an example. Let's use the Wi-Fi in your house as an example. Let's use your 120 volt or 220 volt electrical system in your house. You see what I'm saying? Which 100.
Damn.
There you go.
He always teleport. He'll be back.
God damn it, Zine.
I was gonna have him say something else about that as far as the distancing. Hopefully when we get back, because like the reason why it's impossible for 5G to affect you is simply because it doesn't even have the distance to even go from phone to phone in a normal city.
Yeah, that's what.
Let alone from human being to human being. So that's the problem they're having. Is just that distancing alone is not directly affecting, and that's like that is an easy way to kill that argument when you understand how radio waves work. The faster, the more gigahertz they are, the shorter the distance they can travel.
Well, I mean, for example, right? So if we all listen to music, right? And you've heard your friends who has the bass in their cars, et cetera, et cetera. I'm one of those people who go extreme with the bass in their vehicles. But we all recognize from having a lower frequencies bass note, it's called bass because that lower tone, the wave of that tone carries out in a longer distance. Excuse me, not a longer distance, but a short distance that is through a longer wave. But these higher frequencies are short. You see what I'm saying? The higher and higher you get, the shorter and shorter it goes. You might be able to transfer energy quicker. You see what I'm saying? But it is not as efficient, should I say?
So guys, I wanted to ask because I didn't get to see the rest of Polite's demonstration. Could anybody give a brief synopsis of how he drew the nexus between the effects of 5G and how that related to the coronavirus? What was his argument as far as that?
There wasn't one.
Before you guys get to that, don't mean to cut in. I sent him unbiased a image of what Zen was talking about as far as the distancing between the radio waves. If you can kind of share that unbiased so that people can kind of understand, and then y'all can go back in on kind of explaining.
Yeah, see the 5G audio was shorter wavelengths, but they faster, shorter wavelengths.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
right.
What I wanted to kind of touch on what Zen was saying too. I couldn't get it in. I couldn't get back in because Sarnetta, you know how he do. He don't let you come back. Once you say something, then it's like But I wanted to ask him those light bulbs in his house. You know what I'm saying? And that microwave that he using, like, is that causing coronavirus? Because that microwave is putting out 700 watts, while the two cell phones that he got sitting next to him, they're only putting out not even a full watt. You know what I'm saying? Like, they working off of 1 watt, and his microwave working off of 700 watts. Like, I'm not really understanding.
So what
I know what you're asking, Haskell.
Yeah.
Haskell,
not only that though,
I'm sorry,
but the airports, if he been to he claimed he travel a lot, right?
Yeah.
So if he's been through any airport scanner in the last 5 years, they already been using 5G. You know what I'm saying? The military scanners, all them already been using 5G already. So like, I don't really understand like where he getting this from.
Bro,
yeah, what he was trying to say, I know what he was going on. Somebody can probably clarify it, but are you there, Haskell?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, where it seems like he was trying to go but not go, because if you'd have went there directly, then people would have hammered him down on it. But he was really vaguely trying to skip around, saying something about the 5G emits some type of things, and also there's a correlation with some sort of a shaking of a molecule in your body, like some molecule falls out of your body, which weakens your immune system, that makes you susceptible, and your immune system drops, and therefore that's what's happening. But I'm not saying that's the reason why it's happening, but that's just a correlation. And then I'm gonna use these 3 different dates and time and link them with radio
and these certain sicknesses in the 1918 and in the 60s, and then what's happening now. And he was trying to make a link, but I'm not saying that's the link, but I'm just saying these things just happen to happen at the same time, and we need to look at the correlation. He was just really ice skating.
And,
Yeah, the
and then I
audio was
came
bad.
in, I asked the brother, because he talked about the electron falling off. You know what I'm saying? And see, that is now ionizing radiation will do that. You know what I'm saying? And when I asked him that, he said, well, no, I didn't say that. You know, and then I rewind the tape and he clearly said that. Like, I'm not used to somebody like being that like blatantly dishonest. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of threw me off a little bit.
Get
Like,
used to it, but
What perhaps all right, so if he were an honest type of person, his argument would have been somewhere along the lines of this ionizing radiation that's being emitted from, I guess, these cell phone towers is passing through our bodies, causing us to, I guess, lose an electron. And on a cellular level, that would change
your
the
DNA.
That's what's manifesting into disease. Like, would that be the argument?
But the thing is the cell phone. He couldn't say that because the cell phone radiation is non-ionizing. What he's talking about is like a gamma ray. You know what I'm saying? Or UVA exposure to the sun, and you know what I'm saying? Or some type of star going supernova. You know what I'm saying? We get those type of rays like that, or a pulsar. You know what I'm saying? They got these stars, you know, these pulsars in the cosmos. They emit those gamma rays too. So those are ionized. You know what I mean?
The way his slides were set up, though, you couldn't even see his sources. Like, it was barely
wasn't sources; those was blogs.
Yeah, that's what
I
saw like one. I was like, USHill.com. I'm like, what the fuck is that? You know
it was ridiculous.
Right? Check this out, though, right? People ride around every day with transducers in their cars, and they don't even know it.
Yeah.
One source was Observer.com. The other source was USNews.com.
Y'all know what a transducer
News.com. I knew it was something like that.
Y'all know what transducers is?
I don't. So I guess you're about to body me.
Go.
It's speakers. You ride around with speakers in your car all day.
I mean, that whole thing is just not non-cypher for me. Like, once I realize something is bullshit, I don't even try to really understand the argument. Like, I just be like, I'm not even going down that.
Well, you got to, because see, the thing is, if you don't understand it, just like the other day, Unbiased came on, and Unbiased did a show, and he had the sister Amber on, and they talked about how, like Divine Prospect, he was so clear on what he was saying. So the audience will. The audience will take that as he's spitting science. He's spitting some real information. He's very credible. And this is the same thing that Polite would do. And this is why he kept asking us, did we know what this word is? Or did we know what a virus is? And this or that, so that he can take us on an explanation. So he can, if I say, well, I don't know what that means, then he explained it to me. You know what I'm saying? Now the audience,
he looks like he's schooling.
It looks like he's schooling me, and he is getting away from the argument at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Like, viruses is a fair game, like it's a more even ground. But when you start talking about 5G and the frequencies, like, to me, it's so far out there, and there's nobody credible even trying to even represent something like that. Like, you know, Divine, he thought he might be pseudo. At least he has a natural argument that he's trying to make based on natural remedies. You know what I mean? But I just can't do the 5G thing. I can't even.
But true. I mean, that's not what the issue was. The issue was y'all brought up vaccines, and vaccines wasn't the topic of discussion. Y'all moved the goalpost as soon as he came on.
No. Sarnetta was asking us questions. We was answering the questions. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't know. It was supposed to be. The thing is, like, what most people don't understand is this was supposed to be a casual conversation. He was just interviewing me and Brother That's all it was. It was just a casual conversation with Sarnetta. Nobody had a PowerPoint presentation or nothing like that. We was just going on so Sarnetta could ask us a few questions about the pseudo killers and what we doing. You know what I'm saying? That's all he wanted to do. But you know how Sarnetta do it, just like he did today. Now, Polite, the thing was, Polite was supposed to go on and do his presentation, but Sarnetta called Brother Unk and told Brother Unk, you know, can you come in and shake it up a little bit? So he sent us the link, and he told us a time to call in, and we called in, we shook it up a little bit. So this is basically what he did with the whole Divine Prospect thing. So it's like a behind the scenes, you know, a lot of the time it'd be a behind the scenes thing going on, you know what I mean? And Sarnetta, you know, he got his motherfucking Don King shit going on. You know?
Yeah, he was. Calm down, you got a whole
It's like the wrestling shit where a little midget come from underneath the ring with a chair.
Man, and it's okay. Like, I don't have a problem with it because, you know, Sarnetta has a channel and he has to have a certain entertainment value to it so that he can you know, keep his listeners, you know, attention. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have a problem with that. I wasn't mad about you know, the whole Divine thing. It was fun. I had fun. It was a good time. Even today, like when we came on today, I had a good time, even though he kicked us off, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it was all, I had fun, man. You know what I mean?
Let me say this real fast to Watcher. I want to give True Story his props because he's the one that, where's my shirt? He's the one that, he was kind of joking when he gave this right here. You dig? He was kind of joking when he said that. And I said, you know what? That's a hell of a good idea. So I had, I put it on the shirt, so I'm gonna give him his props. So he's the one that gave me that idea right there. So
yeah, he's the troll king, bro.
Yeah, so that's the story. But now, Corey, I do have a problem with Sarnetta doing that because we had talked about him the other day, and we were saying like he has a brand name now. So let me give an example. During the Super Bowl, when Pepsi, Verizon, whoever's on there, they're not selling their product anymore. They are just establishing a brand. Because you're going to buy their brand because you trust them. So they're just selling you trust. They're not selling you their product anymore at that point. So Sarnetta already has a brand. So he can invite all of us right now on the platform. I guarantee he's going to have 800 viewers. Live, I guarantee you. So he doesn't have to compromise the platform to put certain people on there. Like Melchizedek, right? He's the only one that did numbers like Polite. And like, who would have guessed that? And then Professor Larry put up big numbers also. Who would have guessed that? So you got to look at the numbers. But he had other people who did way less than them two that you would thought would do more than them. So if you look at his numbers, you would, business-wise, you would say, okay, let me put these people on the platform more often since this is what the people want. They want to see this.
Yeah.
The numbers are speaking, and we're not listening.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
Yeah,
but you know, like I said,
likes the controversy though. Like even with Garfield, when Garfield came on, and he was like, "Come on, Garfield." He's like, "Go, come on, get at him." You see what I'm saying? he was like trying to, come on, baby, like because Garfield came in talking to Polite. It was just a regular conversation. He wasn't feeling that. He was like nigga, like go at it, like get him.
He get bored. You know,
not while the cameras are running.
He get bored.
Not while the cameras are running.
And if you spitting like some real, like, let's say we go on there and we like actually come on and do a presentation, you know what I'm saying? PowerPoint presentation, we pull up our sites, we share our screen, all that. Us, like me, that would be boring to him because we wouldn't do nothing spectacular about it. You know, it would just be plain science, and ain't nobody entertained by science. You know what I'm saying?
He's waiting for the Q&A.
Like people in the community don't, adhere to those types of disciplines. We don't have a lot of Black anthropologists or biologists, or you know what I'm saying. At least the African Americans, you know what I'm saying.
Americans, yeah.
We don't have a lot of Black archaeologists, you know what I'm saying. A lot of Black geologists and stuff. These disciplines take a lot of attention. You gotta kind of understand the terminology and all of that, so it gets boring. You know, it gets that's why they talk about Asar Imhotep. You know, nobody want to listen to him because they say he boring. Same thing with Wujawu. You know what I'm saying? They say he boring. You know what I mean? He gonna put you to sleep. But the thing is, you know, it's just not as entertaining as that pseudo shit. You know what I'm saying?
I watch white boys like Noam Chomsky. If that nigga
Yeah.
the most boring nigga in the world, but I will watch that shit. I swear to God, if it
Yeah,
ain't
that doesn't bother me at all, bro. I could watch some boring. I mean, Dr.
it
Claude
ain't
Anderson
boring,
is not fun to watch. Dr. Claude, he's not a fun guy to watch, and I can listen to all that Paranormals like 20 times over. I'm like built for that type of
Same
stuff.
thing with Amos Wilson.
Right.
Amos Wilson will put you to sleep if you ain't really interested in.
Yeah, he sounds just like a Sarge. Now you mention him.
But for real, it's a fact. It's a fact. Unbiased, you sharing your screen right now. If you ain't, when you learn, it puts you. It makes you sleepy.
Right, that's a fact.
And find it. So if you
gotta
ain't,
have,
bro,
you gotta have love for it too, though. Like you can't just science is something like you gotta have a developed passion for it. It's not something you're just gonna hear and just take to it just naturally.
You got to see the purpose of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You understand?
You gotta have some type of interest. You gotta have some type of interest.
Some type of interest. Yeah, you got to.
When you understand the purpose of it, though, it gives your life purpose and what you do purpose. You see what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure everybody right here on this panel, we can figure out.
We different. We different though. We got a certain type of like look over the field, yeah. We got a certain type of love, like unbiased.
Nah, when I'm
neurology, I like neuroscience. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Quantum physics and
What
shit.
am I saying that's disagreeing with that?
No, I'm just saying like we all have a love for it versus let's go get a nigga off the street right now and make him listen to this shit. He gonna be like,
right. I'm speaking to the nigga on the street right now that might be listening. You feel me? Let him hear my opinion right quick. Because I think that there needs to be a need for the shit just because you get a sense of purpose in this world. Like I be seeing people on social media, I be seeing people in my life and et cetera, who really think that there's no purpose for living outside of just going to work and all this other shit. But to me, I really see like my work and what I do and what I contribute to the world is actually contributing.
I think we're all saying the same thing, but we have to recognize that first of all, you have to have a palate or a taste for it. You have to have an interest in it, but the sad thing that's frustrating is if you were to look at that presentation, once it's fully up there by tomorrow, I promise you like over 60-70% of them people are going to come away like polite bodied everybody on that panel. Like I think somebody called in and he probably was anti everybody on that panel because they probably beat him up at one time, whether it was Garfield, Onk, or majority of these guys, they get frustrated. So this is their opportunity to see these guys take an L. So outside of them taking an L, the audience is what's scary because if they start believing a lot of this pseudoism and they think that it's just a joke, it's just a game, when people are actually out here dying, people are actually sick, people are actually struggling with this, and now he's just giving more credibility to the bullshit. And that's what's frustrating because it's like, shit, this can be all entertaining and all, but not at this time. And I don't know if it was Corey or somebody got on there and was like, it's one thing to talk about it, but look at the time we're talking about. Like a real epidemic is going on. You know what I'm saying? It would just, I can't even say distasteful. It's just dangerous. The shit is dangerous, bro.
And that's what I want to speak to, bro. Like even when Garfield said, Jabari suffered from downright, he's sick. You know what I'm saying? And so that was like, shit, you could just everybody staying at home and healing from the shit. And he said, if you have trouble breathing, fam, that's when you want to go to the hospital. Shit, Jabari had trouble breathing. He fine.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that.
Come on, my dude.
Has Jabari been officially
I think that's going to turn into a problem later on
with coronavirus?
So what'd you say?
Yeah, he been diagnosed. We was on the freeway.
Diagnosed by who? By the hospital? Because according to Sanetta, he wasn't admitted. So who diagnosed?
You're not
going that's a good point. Like, I found that Sanetta, he did something messed up there. Because how do you say he got the virus? And like he pretty much said he got the virus. He stamped him. And now all of a sudden he didn't go to the hospital. It's like, bro, what are you doing right now, bro?
I think
no, they're not gonna let you.
But they're pretty much telling you to assume you have the virus if you have all of those symptoms and they persist and like the shortness of breath.
That's a fact.
That's unscientific. Like those
Plus, they
symptoms.
recommend you don't go to the hospital. If
But
you
that's what I'm saying. But that's what
the hospital is the last resort.
So he hasn't been tested then. He didn't take a PCR test.
He's
No,
been
that's
tested.
bullshit,
He's
bro.
been tested.
Yo, Trump just said it
He's
live
been
today,
tested.
bro.
He's
I
just
heard.
not at the hospital.
Hey,
He's
listen,
been tested.
and that's what I wanted to say. Even if you're tested and you have it, there's pretty much nothing they can do. Now, if your lungs are sitting there filling with fluid and you need a respirator and you can't breathe on your own, then shit, you have to be at the hospital. But
Right.
other than that, they're gonna send your ass home.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
but
only going.
Amber is right. Let me speak on Amber real fast. She's right. What they're going to do is you call them, you tell them what happened. Now, if you're throwing up blood, that's a major symptom. If you lost your taste and your smell, that's a major symptom. So things like that, that's not a coincidence. So they're going to say, yeah, you got it. Stay in the house, self-medicate, get some rest, drink a lot of liquids. That's it. That's all you can do with a virus anyway. So it's like the watcher said, they only can help you when you're about to die. So you can't breathe.
Look,
Come down.
Jabari wife in the isn't she like in some type of lab or something like that?
Yeah, but Sanetta's message is so discombobulated that we don't know if he's been diagnosed by they actually tested him or he just got a phone interview and they told him he got it. But
I know I've seen Jabari's actual Facebook page where he made the announcement.
And Rob understand that there's different types of testing going on.
I think they didn't admit him.
They're not trying to bring people who are questioning their infection into the fucking hospital. You feel me? Where they know there's infection. So they have people like the National Guard set up test sites where though they don't even have to get out the cars.
Right, drive through.
I'm saying he could have been tested because there are some scenarios. Like I said, my friend wife had it. She actually got tested at the hospital and diagnosed at the hospital. They didn't take her in because they told her to come back only if you had trouble breathing. And they was, like I said, she'd been with her husband and they didn't give her husband the test because they said, well, if she got it, assume you got it. So all y'all just quarantined. So Jabari could have got tested and just didn't get admitted because he wouldn't get admitted.
Okay, now that makes sense. Now, if he got tested and diagnosed and he just never got admitted, okay, that's the only thing I want to know.
Right.
He get
That's
tested.
what they do. That's what they doing, bro. They only admitting people who want to get tested.
They won't admit you. They will not admit you unless you. Yeah.
Yeah. You're not going in unless you need a respiratory. That's it.
Yeah, but forget about the admitting part. Forget about the admitting part. My only question was he officially diagnosed with corona?
Yeah, he put it on his Facebook page. It's been corroborated by a number of people though. Rob Warren talked to him and everything. So
I still need to hear him say he got tested. And
either way, Haskell, he's still.
I mean, so you don't believe he's sick?
He in bad shape.
On his Facebook page, though, he did write it.
I don't do the belief thing like you guys say. I want to know has he been tested?
No. I mean, this
I
ain't
mean,
even.
if
I
a
mean,
man put on his
own
I mean,
I'm gonna take his word for it. I don't need to see the test.
I don't want to.
No, I think Haskell is getting that only people who are tested for coronavirus can say that they actually have coronavirus. But the problem is they're not testing everybody because they're short on tests. So
so that's not there. So that's that rule don't apply because there's a lot of people diagnosed with the coronavirus just off symptoms because they don't have the test.
Well,
and there's also
but they
a
in New
factor
York
that
though. They got the test in New York though.
Nah, but listen,
they got
listen.
the drive-up test in New York.
Listen, hey guys, you don't throw up blood on a regular basis. You don't lose your sense of smell and taste. That's not normal. And no flu does that. You dig? Like these are respiratory issues. Like these are you're right. These are COVID-19 exclusively for that disease. You dig? So they don't need to test you if you're going through those complications. They know it's that. And look at the widespread. Like that's not a coincidence. They know it's that.
The main fallacy that's going along. I'm sorry, I don't know if you finished or not.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, what I wanted to address is like the main fallacy is that Sonetta was running the narrative that going to the hospital is why you're dying. And correct.
Yeah, that was some crazy.
That's what he was saying. And to me, it's like there's a lot of people who are getting diagnosed. They're going to the hospital, but they're getting released and they're getting sent home. And then his logic, at least for the listeners or the layman, then it's like, well, shit, I have a better chance of surviving at home. And if any chance, shit, don't even go to the hospital. And that can be true to a degree. But if you can't breathe and your lungs are filling up with fluids,
you will be in the hospital, bro. Trust me. When you can't breathe, you go to the hospital.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when it gets that damn serious, you're gonna end up dying in the hospital
Right.
because machines can't help you.
Exactly.
So
That's a great point.
they're
Like
They're gonna
presenting.
take that clear lungs that
You-
that
Oh,
boy put up
shit.
on the thing.
No, they gotta get that mucus out. Remember,
'Cause he was
just gotta
bringing
remove
that
the
strong
mucus.
information, and then he
Them
put
by
that clear
sports got the
lungs
doctor
on
coat on.
Shit.
yeah, that
Shit.
but by the way, Divine's coming on he's coming on the platform Friday, and we're gonna discuss a lot of that type of stuff.
Oh shit.
They're gonna discuss the clear lungs.
Yeah, you have to.
I'm gonna read up.
Clear it all
I'm
up.
gonna
Yo,
read
by
up for the
Friday
next
he's
3
gonna have
days.
totally new information. Watch.
He always do.
Hey, but
He
not
got
to
the
change
tap
the
down
subject
shoes in his
though,
backpack, boy.
Hey, I'm gonna
but
just
did
say if I'm on
anybody
the
hear
panel,
that sister? Did
that
anybody
nigga
hear
ain't
the
asking
sister?
me
Because I
shit.
didn't hear her.
What's the nurse sister?
Yeah, I
I didn't hear it.
you
I
know,
didn't hear it either.
I didn't hear none of that she said.
Then you're
Apparently,
blessed.
I'm glad. Apparently,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So
she was
she
like,
wasn't talking no
As
real
soon as she
information.
started
She was
talking, bro, and she picked up that little piece on the table and she tried to put it down like, yeah, that's the virus. I clicked off that shit.
Yeah. She never said
I'm
her
like,
title. Though.
man.
She just said medical professional.
I'm like, yo, this bitch
See, that's
claims she's
irresponsible
professional.
that Sinetta do that kind of stuff.
man,
That's real
Corey.
Hey, but you know what, though?
Amber, how you feel now? Like, what I was telling you, like, what you like? Have you
Hey,
come
but
around
About what?
but he's
about Sinetta and his motives?
Oh, I said it earlier, probably before you came on the panel. Yeah, I'm a little bothered by her being on the panel.
you know what though? You can't be mad at a person being sincere, and I feel Sonetta sincerely.
No, well, here's my problem.
Sinetta
I
got
just feel like Sonetta is one of them old school niggas who just
not working
don't
shouldn't be
care
doing
for
that.
hospitals.
Here's my
That-
issue though. My issue is not.
I'm sorry, man. Am I too loud? Oh, my bad.
Nuh-uh. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my issue. Like I said, people come on the platform all the time, spew their little stuff. Okay. But I can't give him the benefit of doubt of not knowing what he's doing at this point because he titled it medical professional. You know, he put that in there as if she was a reputable source for this information. And
Actually, remember, I'm sorry to cut you off. He actually titled it medical profession.
Right.
No, that's even worse, bro. That's even worse. That's even worse.
Hold on. Because I could have sworn I seen medical professional speaks
No,
on.
she could have been a damn pharmacist.
Yeah, you got general nurses.
having that
You got
bad,
general nurses
bad
out
grammar
here
on
who
this,
try to act like medical.
But
up front scheduling appointments.
I consider that intentionally misleading.
Yeah, it was.
Working at the front desk.
was.
To tell you what to do with the coronavirus.
Y'all got me in
He
trouble.
probably titled it that way. That's what she called herself. She didn't give herself a title.
But that's what I'm saying. She wasn't forced to show no credentials, you know, like,
Right.
and that's where I start to get pissed off because this is no longer Blojo coming on the platform talking his shit. Everybody know that he's someone that is kind of self-taught. He's not proclaiming to be a professional. You know what I'm saying? But when you kind of
that was a volunteer.
huh?
Word. Hell yeah.
That was a volunteer.
Yeah, but my thing is this though, man. If we're talking about religion or some of that matter, that's fine. But when you start talking about health issues and you may influence somebody to risk their life or possibly die or their children's lives, like you gotta dial it back. You can't go down that path, bro. Because somebody's listening who may have a child and hear Sonetta and believe him and say, "Oh no, he's fine. I'm not gonna take him to the hospital. You know, we gonna take him to the hospital. They killing people." You see what I'm saying? And then that person ends up losing the child. You may never hear about it. You see what I'm saying? But you got to draw the line. I think that's.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
right there.
Capadonna old girl died. They said from corona.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's cold.
That's one thing that I did want to say, and not to stir the pot, but I think once Jabari gets better, that the things that Sonetta is doing now and statements he's making is going to become an issue.
Right. It should. It's very
I
disrespectful.
think it's gonna cause some
Actually, it'll be the
conflict.
opposite. It's gonna be the opposite because he's gonna co-sign it. Like, see, he didn't go to the hospital. He stayed home and got well.
No, I'm talking about between him and Jabari. I think
Divine or Jabari?
I think Jabari may feel some type of
Jabari.
way about that because he was very adamant about the community being safe prior to this happening. And you know, pretty much telling them, you know, listen to your medical professional, you know, take it, you know, watch your diet, take your vitamins, you know, really just trying to kind of curb it. And for that to be one of the hardest hit areas, and you kind of going against all of the protective measures, telling people that kill everything and hide this and this man-made, like it was just a mess, and it was very very irresponsible.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that wasn't cool at all.
Damn.
Hey, but I like that what you was sharing on the screen, Bias.
I'll put it back.
So if the government wanted to, if the government doing population control or whatever, I don't know what the reason is why they would put the coronavirus out through the 5G. I'm guessing this.
This is stupid shit.
I'm guessing this. Control, you know what I'm saying? I'm guessing that.
This is what I can't understand. I can't
if
understand.
you notice, look at the tanning bed. Look at where the tanning bed is at.
Yeah.
So if they doing population control on anybody, it's white folks in that tanning bed. Because look at the position that the tanning bed is in on that picture. When you share that, share your
Just
screen.
had a chick at work come up to me today, like,
you can see it, right?
Lighter, and I'm like, "What you talking about?" And she's like, "Because I usually go to the tanning bed, and I can't go right now, so I've been spray tanning myself." And I'm like, "But you look regular."
Wow.
Got my face.
Yeah. So look at the tanning bed.
Yeah.
It's damn near right there where the gamma rays is at. It's rubbing up against
Oh, yeah.
gamma rays.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? So like gamma rays is some of the most dangerous radiation you can get in the universe.
That's a great point, bro.
Universe.
That's
Gamma
crazy.
rays is too. That's why you
It's
got
like-
a certain amount of time that you can stay in the X-ray.
Yeah, they put a plate on your ass and then
Yeah,
they go out the room. These
you
niggas
get
leave
to
you
see-
in the room. They
Yeah,
go out the
yeah.
room.
Shit dangerous.
They put a whole jacket on you. They put a whole
Yeah.
suit on you.
Right. And
You know,
then
when
And
you go
leave
to
the room.
dentist,
That's what got
when
me
you go to
fucked
the
up.
dentist and they want to take pictures of your teeth.
Yeah.
What type of
Yeah.
It's
radiation
crazy,
are
man.
what type of radiation are chemotherapy patients exposed to?
They getting the ionizing radiation. They getting the shit that will kind of fuck you up. You
Yeah,
know?
that's why their hair be falling
That's
out.
ionizing radiation.
Yeah, that
see
shit
the
destroys
effects of
you. It fucks up your skin. My brother got that shit.
Hey Amber, if you look at that mouse in the middle of the picture, that's probably where the chemo is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see it good. It's small on my screen, and I don't got.
No, because the
It's
light
right on the-
bulb. I would say chemo would be probably a little farther than that, because look at that light bulb. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the sun after that.
Wait,
So
maybe,
like,
maybe,
chemo.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking chemo is somewhere between X-rays and gamma rays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's I mean, because what it's doing is poisoning like your body to the point where I don't really know much about chemo,
Yeah,
but I know
chemo is
they try to
powerful.
poison you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that it poisons that cancer up out of you. You know what I'm saying?
And
Or
it
whatever.
destroys your skin cells as
You know.
well. My brother looked like he was just rotisserie. He looked fucked up. That shit destroyed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, chemo is terrible for you. It's
Yeah.
bad on you, man.
Yeah.
It's bad on you.
You got to go to chemo. It's all bad. It's all
Yeah. That's like we
Yeah.
don't know what to do.
I
so
mean,
we
that's
gonna
the
zap
last
your ass.
That's the last stop.
Yeah.
that's the last
It
stop.
is.
Yeah,
It is.
that's it. That's what it is. That's what it is.
The
You know what
last-
I mean? That's the last resort.
Yeah, it's all we
Yeah.
got. You know what I mean?
It's like this gonna kill you, but you might die anyway. So fuck it.
Well, you can live
It
longer.
works, though.
Yeah, you can live longer.
In the case by
Yeah.
case. Yeah, it
Yeah.
works.
Yeah,
Like
my brother
mom,
had
You know what I mean?
aplastic
But sometimes
anemia.
it'll kill you.
My
Yeah.
mom did it. Sometimes you'll
Mhm.
bounce back for a little while, even for a little while before.
Yeah,
like,
that's what happened.
comes back.
He bounced.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? My mom bounced back, hold on for a little while, and then eventually.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yo, why ain't nobody complaining about microwaves though, bro?
The pseudos do.
That's
I
what
had to argue
that's
before.
what I
Oh,
tried to,
pseudos do.
I
I
done had
tried
to
to
argue,
argue
before,
that.
Yeah,
So,
they do. At a point in time, I wouldn't microwave anything.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I still
but I
don't.
ain't
I got a
no-
microwave. I
ain't
never
no
touched it one day.
But it's non-ionizing, so you don't
You
have to worry
spooky, bro.
about it. Though.
Yo, Michael,
I ain't gonna lie, I am.
You
Bias, tell
spooky.
him why you don't microwave, man.
Hey,
I
look at
ain't
your
gonna
light
lie.
bulbs.
I ain't gonna lie.
Let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, you're right. I got a microwave. I've been here for like 2.5 years. I never touched it, never plugged it up, nothing. But yeah, I'm straight pseudo, and I'm a beast pseudo right there. I ain't plugging that thing up.
Hey, everybody got their own little pseudo shit, though. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but look at where your light bulbs is at on the picture, and look at where your microwave is at. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
So,
listen.
you know,
True story.
If a microwave was that dangerous, right?
Yeah, that's a heat lamp, though. That's a heat lamp.
Let's say if
That's a
a
little different.
microwave was that dangerous, don't you think a terrorist would just get a
you're
whole
right about
bunch
that.
of microwave ovens and rig that shit up to do a big type of gamma radiation shit?
I
You know
mean,
what I'm saying?
Hey, Melvin,
If you
there's
want
much
to do
difference
poppy,
between a heat
you
lamp
know
and
how many kids microwave they macaroni and cheese when they get off of school. If you wanted to
Man.
do population control, that would be the way to do it.
Yeah. Hey, you guys on the
Not in
serious
the
note?
South. We don't do
Run a
that.
cell,
We don't
run
do
a
that in the
cell on
South.
macaroni and cheese. Run a cell on macaroni and cheese.
We
Hey, guys.
don't
Go ahead.
microwave mac and cheese in the South.
Well,
Hey,
they got
True
the kids.
Story just put
I'm
up
talking
a
about the kids microwave. They got the microwavable packs.
And they
and
love
shit,
that nasty shit too.
man, y'all
Yeah, they do. The
murdering the
kids love it.
microwave
The
shit.
kids love it.
Hey, real quick, True Story, and he put up this which is another issue that I was having. What y'all think about it? Like they think that being Black Power is not going to the white man's hospital. Like, and I didn't like the
Who said that?
narrative. No, that's what was pretty much going on that panel when
Really?
people were calling in towards the end of it, and he was beating up on Sonnet was beating up on somebody, like, or maybe it was before it, but he was like, "You really trust
yeah,
the
he
white
did.
man at the hospital?
Yeah.
You really gonna do?" And I'm like, that's horrible. As if all people who work in the hospitals are all
Yeah,
white,
Scott
or
Sonetta
all
went full
medicine is
pseudo right
white.
there, bro. He went full pseudo.
Right, but I mean, like, I think there's an audience because when I first started watching Sonetta, I would have been super naive and gullible to that type of shit, like most people are. You
Right.
understand? And that's the
Right.
part that's frustrating because I know there's a certain percentage out there who's actually believing that shit.
They still got the NOI. You see George Macon. Man, how you go from the white man to the devil? That's the NOI. It's still in them, bro.
Yeah. Hey, George Macon is as pseudo as he comes.
Oh my
That's
God,
already
bro.
know,
Who
bro.
is he?
You already
Who is
know.
And yeah, he be with
Everybody.
he got his own channel, and he's with Soleimani. I heard them talk about the Illuminati, the Trilateral Commission. Like they was doing the most pseudo conspiracy theories I have. 9/11. They went and they connecting dots. 9/11.
He hit your shit.
JFK. They was going to the Area 51. They was connecting all the dots, and I'm like, God damn, Bigfoot, all that shit, bro.
He dropped your population control shit on there. Something about like 1965 to 300, the population, something. I'm like,
Oh my
shit.
God. Yeah, I would love to put him on the show, man.
He'll come on. Like, I mean, George is a cool dude. Like, he'll come on.
Yeah, I met him at the debate. Yeah, I met him.
Get in contact with him. You need to actually have that conversation.
Yeah. I definitely got to get this. Yeah, this population. I don't think I can lose that debate, man. I'm just sorry.
But he threw up some new information though. I ain't never heard. He was talking about Roosevelt studies and
that's
but
cool.
then again, I
Gotta
saw
throw
the
us
holes
up.
in it. I saw the holes in it, but he was still he threw something else.
Did y'all watch that Noam Chomsky
Hey,
shit
but
I sent
Bias,
y'all?
I want you to pull up a scientist for me, man.
Okay.
His name is Dr. Leonard Hardell.
Hold on one second.
I know what that is.
Hardell with 2 L's at the end.
The Loch Ness Monster gets no love.
All the information circling back.
Man, y'all niggas is
Because I want everybody to see that we're polite is getting his information.
Y'all
from, you know
playing
what I'm saying?
games, man. Y'all playing games.
Uh-oh,
Yo,
peace,
why
dog.
Rob Bourne get on with the best mic every time, yo?
Y'all niggas
Rob
is
Bourne
playing
catching
games.
bodies, bro.
Playing games.
Rob Bourne's catching bodies.
Y'all niggas is
How you spell it?
Oh, that's Rob
I don't
Bourne.
understand why this nigga ain't get killed.
Hold on, let me.
I don't understand.
Is he on the panel? Hey, he done crept on the panel.
Y'all niggas ain't kill polite. You niggas let
It's
this nigga run the Brooklyn
LENNART. Dr. Leonard.
One second.
You hear me? I'm biased.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, that was false advertisement.
Yo, tell your man Sada start answering the phone, yo, when niggas call, yo.
Why didn't Rob get on? That shit had me.
That nigga
He
don't
only answer for certain people.
Yeah,
man.
he do. He already got number saved in his phone.
That's false advertisement. I saw Raw Born's name on it. I thought this was gonna be it, bro.
Rob Bourne was on Devon's side, yo.
Say it again. Nah, Rob Bourne gave a.
Nah, it was not.
Sure.
Nah, it was not.
I'm fucking with my man.
Corey, what is it, Corey?
It's Lennart, and then it's Hardell, Hardell.
It's right there.
Which one? Right there.
I can't see. I'm looking at my TV.
First name, bro.
First
You
name.
do the first one. Do the
Lennart
first one.
Hardell.
You do the first one.
It probably is the first one.
Man,
The
I can
iPhone
show it
store
to you right
got
now, man.
closed
They got
and
it
my
all in
phone
the,
cracked.
they got all of this on the article right here with the updated joint, 2020 guidelines. They got the WHO all on one site telling you where this shit came from. It came from online dummies. They tell you everything.
I gotta get rid of some of these tabs. These tabs. I gotta get rid of these tabs.
I'm telling you, man.
Global Media. What's that? Globalmedia.com, Rob Bourne?
Who's that?
Is that?
That shit crazy, bro.
Where you get that information? Where you get that from, bro?
I'll show it to you now. You know me. I'll show it to you. I
No,
don't want to talk. I just want to
No
show
sources, please.
I'm saying is that globalmedia.com?
Who's that? That's that Bashar dude. I don't talk to that dude. He an Arab. I don't fuck with that nigga.
That's some pseudo shit somebody posted earlier. They had like the whole.
They had like this fake article up on the World Health Organization and shit. And I went and back checked the website, and the website was a Canadian propaganda website and shit. I'm like, man, these niggas gotta check these sources, bro.
Look, man, that nigga Sarnetta told me today niggas don't go to the hospital. They gonna kill you.
Yeah, bro.
How many times did all of y'all see Sarnetta go to the hospital? Raise your fucking hand. Y'all niggas seen it, yo. I'm sick. I'm going to the. Oh, they wasn't gonna kill you there, but they gonna kill that.
Sarnetta went to the hospital after Dr. Sabi poisoned his ass.
Yeah.
Dr. Sabi
damn near killed.
Hey, Dr. Sabi expedited that.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Nah, that nigga said it. He said it out his mouth. He said it out his mouth. He said that nigga.
Oh, he did?
Said that nigga FedExed him a poison, and he took it. He had to go to the hospital.
Now, what did he take it for?
I think it was for his lupus or some shit like that.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Josh is gonna clean his mucus out.
I don't know, bro. Yeah, I ain't trying to be lying to y'all.
See, if I'm on that call, I'm like Sarnetta. So if your son gets sick, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? You making all these damn recommendations and sharing your opinions, and then you want to play middle fence, and I just want to let the people decide. And then there's some people actually gonna be buying that shit. Now, when it's him, then I feel like I don't know him like that, so let me not speak too hard. But that's just upsetting that some people are actually gonna fuck around and believe this shit.
Well, Sarnetta did claim he'd rather just die in his home than go to the hospital. He said that.
No, he ain't gonna do that. He's not gonna do
that.
What's that breakfast? We'll see.
About the chat. I'm trying to get that money about the chat before he go, yo.
Man, so if you can't breathe, Sarnetta, you're not gonna go to the hospital. Your lungs are filling up with fluid. You ain't gonna go to the hospital.
Nope.
If your daughter's lungs are filling up with fluid, you ain't gonna let your daughter go to the hospital. You ain't
He
gonna let
gonna be
your
on
son
that
go to the
live
hospital?
stream with the camera in front of her face, like, "Oh, my baby got corona. Send me $20."
Word.
What's his wife, Cynthia? I don't mean to speak her name, but what's his wife gonna say on that shit?
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that because I remember he was telling us about he had tried some of Sabi's remedies and he, you know, something happened to him, like he fell out, and he said he ran right to the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Let me make this point too.
The truth about them,
everything.
Well, the truth about that shit though, them guys, like, even if they did go to the hospital or get vaccinated because they had to, they ain't gonna tell nobody, bro. And that's just real, bro. They gonna do what they gotta do to get right.
Let me say this though about Polite before I forget though, because he says he was trying to play everybody on the joint. But listen, memorizing something does not make you a fucking scholar, bro.
Right.
Hey, listen, everybody out there listening to me right now, man. Memorizing shit does not mean nothing, yo.
Right. You didn't learn it.
Mean nothing. But yeah, y'all can keep talking.
Yeah,
But he bodied everybody on the panel because of his memory, impeccable memory.
He seemed like he did. He seemed like it.
Yeah,
Not to me.
He's still talking about some bullshit though.
Yeah.
I want to share something with y'all real quick.
If you listen to Polite, though,
every time he asked how 5G corresponded with fucking the virus, he couldn't answer that shit.
Yeah, the
somebody
man
got that
told me
YouTube.
he didn't say that.
Somebody
I
got
got
mute
on
that
the panel.
YouTube, bro. Somebody
That's
got
me.
mute that YouTube.
Because my laptop froze, so I got to reset.
Oh, okay. But yeah, when I got on the panel, he straight up said, well, you getting on here and you didn't even ask me what my argument was, and I disagree with the fact that 5G causes coronavirus. I disagree with that. But then he get up and do a whole PowerPoint presentation on the shit that I said he saying.
Yeah, that was
you know
slick.
what I'm saying? See, like, I'm not used to people. I'm not used to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm at least.
You must not know Polite, Corey.
You know?
Yeah, get used to it, bro.
You must
What about them condominiums though?
Yo, I'm tired of the finesse and bullshit, bro. That's all Polite be doing, man. Them fake ass Ed Hardys he got on his feet, man. Nobody.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Don't say it too loud.
Hey, y'all
But
can
the
hear?
fix was in. The fix was in
Hey,
because
but
I've
then-
never seen True Story and get blocked or his comments get retracted. That's when I knew that. Oh wow,
What
He's
happened?
working
Where
the
that
judges.
happened? Where that happened?
Rob Bourne, what's
during
that?
during the conversation.
Wow.
Yeah, the OG's comments were being retracted.
Hey, can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. I had got a text from a friend today. She was claiming, she sent me some video, some religious fundamentalist was saying that Bill Gates was planning on like microchipping people, and that's how they were gonna be able to tell in the future who took a vaccine and who didn't. And of course this would be tied to whether you'd be able to access certain public utilities like drive-in and be able to work, etc. So on here, Reuters has a article here, I guess, kind of debunking that. Just wanted to go over that real quick with you guys here. So it says here, false claim Bill Gates planning to use microchip implants to fight coronavirus. A viral claim on social media claims Bill Gates is planning to use microchip implants to fight the coronavirus. Most of the posts say Gates will launch human implantable capsules that have digital certificates, which can show who has been tested for the coronavirus and who has been vaccinated against it. The claim has been shared at least 1,000 times on Facebook, 3,600 times on Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. Most of the iterations of this claim link to or take their information from a post on March 19th. Now, I wanted to skip to something here because I wanted to get everybody on the panel's opinion here. This is an actual verbatim quote of what Bill Gates actually said. And here it is. It says, when asked about the claim, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation told Reuters the reference to digital certificates relates to efforts to create an open source digital platform with the goal of expanding access to safe home-based testing. IBM describes a digital certificate as an electronic document used to identify an individual and associate the identity with a public key, like a driver's license or a passport. It provides proof of a person's identity. Hold on, there's another part I wanted to read. There's no plans to use it. Didn't mention about that. Did not mention. Okay, here we go. So Bill Gates says the question of which businesses should keep going is tricky. Certainly food supply and the health system. We still need water, electricity, and the internet. Supply chains for critical things need to be maintained. Countries are still figuring out what to keep running. Eventually, we will have some digital certificates to show who has recovered or been tested recently, or when we have a vaccine, who has received it.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah, I don't even feed into
that's
none of that
technology.
shit.
That's the future. I mean, you know, should we stay in the Stone Age or what?
Hey, somebody sent me a text just now talking about mandatory vaccinations. I'm like, yo, when did they ever do that? Like, yo, y'all don't understand what a vaccination even is. Like, there'll be no purpose for that. You know,
Yeah,
a mandatory vaccination.
You can't legally do that.
Yeah, but they never would, because that won't make any sense. Like, if anything, they would educate the public what it actually is. They would educate the public correctly what it actually is and what it does. As a matter of fact, right now with this scare, I don't think anybody, the majority of the population, would not be that hesitant to go get it. So there's only a small minority, and that's not enough to affect the herd immunity in this country. This country is pro vaccines.
They don't understand herd immunity.
One thing I realized about this country doing all this, bro, is that a lot of people don't understand how government and legislation and local politics run, yo.
Right.
Because you can't like the government just can't like the federal government can't just enact martial law. Like, you feel like they can't do that.
Like checks and balances. You know?
Bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. So people just think that Donald Trump is just making all these decisions, and it's like, yo, he has advisors.
Right.
He has checks and balances he has to go through. Like, what are y'all talking about?
Every day I come
Congress,
across
he got the Senate, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's got to sign off, everybody's got to approve on it. You know what I mean? You just can't implement something.
Yeah,
you know,
I just ran into a dude today on the streets. He was like, yeah, man, I got to go ahead and load up, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's 30-day quarantine coming up, you know what I'm saying? I'm just worried about the martial law. I'm like, 30-day quarantine? I'm like, when they say that? You know what I'm saying? But I was like, you know what? I'm not even going down that road. I just walked away. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's just what you got to do, man. Like, shit. You know what I mean? I ain't even gonna argue.
They continue in the you know, the kind of the shutdown. You know what I mean? The social distancing, the you know, shutting down certain businesses, you know, not being able to congregate more than 10 people. They implement that for 30 more days. But as far as like martial law, and I mean, what do they? I don't understand. Like, what they gonna do with martial law? You know what I mean? We got a virus out here. You know what I mean?
Like,
I live in Indiana, so what they do here in Indiana is everybody go buy guns and ammunition. You know what I'm saying?
Already.
I'm like, man, what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna shoot the coronavirus or what? You know?
Like, yo, on the live today, right? On the live today, Trump was asked a question. Florida, the chick asked him, well, Florida quarantine all of their residents this week or whatever, or today or something, right? So she was like, why can't you just quarantine the entire country? And he's like, because states don't work like that.
Yeah.
You feel me? States don't work
question.
like that. And next question. Like, what are you talking about?
Right.
States are sovereign on a certain level. You feel what I'm saying?
States got more power than, you know, states have. That's why like in Michigan, you know, the marijuana can be legal but as a federal law it's illegal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so that's it's a demonstration of the powers of state by state. You know what I mean?
But bro, that show you how
teleported.
I think he was gonna say fucked up because he's
about to come back and talk.
Yeah, he come back out of the vortex, jump out the vortex like bam. And that's why I don't even fuck with niggas like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Corey.
Damn, I fell up.
Hey, Corey, you can hear me, Corey?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, every time I show this right here, I'm not lying. I get kicked out.
Show what?
I got. It's a delay. It's a delay on YouTube. I'm looking at YouTube.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
Hey, just close Chrome altogether. Just close it all
Yeah,
together.
no, I restarted my whole laptop.
Really?
Every
trying to shut
time I
hard
open
down,
Chrome,
dude.
bro, I start breaking up.
It froze.
They don't want you to know. That's see, they don't want you to know about
Do
Hardale.
you want to try to use Safari?
I hate Safari, man.
I hate
I
Safari
know,
too.
but try it.
Nah, I got it up
It
too.
might run smoother on the program though, bro.
See, yeah, that cell phone radiation, cancer, and all that science. This is who this dude is. You know what I'm saying? This is where they getting all this shit from. Like he the czar of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
He the pseudoologist.
Yeah. I think Garfield mentioned somebody else too earlier. I can't remember who he mentioned, but
I can't remember who it was either.
He was talking about somebody from like 2005, but this dude, he been on this bullshit since like 2002. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, they get all, you know what I'm saying, and then they just continue on. Basically, this is a continuation of this information right here, because I know everybody on the panel remember when everybody was talking about, you know, cell phones can cause brain tumors and shit like that. So this is a continuation of that pseudoscience right here.
You know, like every time a new technology comes out, there's always a group of people panicking, like, "Oh my god!" You know what I'm saying? Like every time, bro.
Change is scary, though. You know what I'm saying? Change is scary to some people, and you know, and then ignorance is too. Like, so if you don't understand shit, something, you know, people automatically get scared. You know what I'm saying?
But even when you look at viruses, right, and they be talking about all the conspiracy plots, right? They only start at a certain point. Okay, so why would you go back to the BC time and explain to me who started what was the purpose of the Justinian plague? Who did that? Because you see viruses, you see a long history of viruses happening.
Look at the bubonic plague. What was the technology when the bubonic plague jumped off?
Exactly, and that supposedly came out of China, right? China was rats.
Let me say this though, right? Let me say this though. I was just watching a Noam Chomsky video before I got on the live with y'all. You see what I'm saying? And man,
that's my guy, Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, I got a lot of his books.
Yeah, Noam Chomsky, man, that guy, man, he's very credited, and he's been around through a lot of different history, bro. He's been around since Hitler was out. But man, bro, what he was saying today kind of would make you want to put your tinfoil hat on a little bit, just a little bit. But what he was saying basically was like, you know, the virus is a very real thing. But the fact that we had information and data years ago saying that these family of viruses could become a pandemic, which is what Bill Gates.
Yeah, Bill. He was gonna say
he's going pseudo. He's going pseudo.
But Bill Gates. Let me say this though. To build on what Zen was just saying though.
Hey, he might want to put that tinfoil hat on.
Hell yeah, my man going straight
But to build on what he was saying, back in 2016, Bill Gates had a meeting with Donald Trump, letting him know where they was at on the pandemic thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, we not prepared. And one thing about human life and life on this planet anyway, viruses and shit like that, bacteria is out to get us 24/7, 365 days a week. You know what I'm saying? Since the dawn of time. They've been here before us, they're gonna be here after us. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So my bad.
Go ahead.
Listen, where I stop? Where did I cut off at?
Now you were done.
Bill Gates.
Yeah, the Bill Gates.
I tried to pick up for you, but go ahead, brother.
All right, so yeah, my bad, Corey. My bad.
No, you good. You good.
Thank you for that. But basically, what he was saying, you know what I mean? I sent the video to Unbiased and a couple of us. But what he was saying was that, you know, corporations have gotten so greedy nowadays, like they have taken funding out of necessary areas of research, whereas though we see problems and future needs for this, but they don't see current needs for it. And then you got these vaccine companies who find more money in making body creams for various ailments like arthritis and shit than they do for vaccines and viral research. And now we see how late our government can respond to these type of things because of that type of thing. Basically, is what he was saying. And what he was saying was like, basically, we're taking advantage of the fact that this happened. So now you're going to see corporations trying to, like Trump said today on the live, bro. He said today on the live, like he was like movie theaters and restaurants. He was like, you guys should let us buy y'all out. Basically, corporations buy it from the people. And y'all not going to be able to survive this
economic crisis.
Yeah, this economic crisis. So we'll buy y'all out. So basically, what he's saying is we trying to own all, you know.
Nah.
I think we're taking that. Might be taking that.
No, but Trump be thinking on that level, though. Believe me, like that dude thinks on that.
I think he's playing chess. He playing chess because something happened, and he using that thing as an advantage. You feel me?
Yeah, I ain't even a big Trump supporter, but go ahead, Unbiased. I'll come.
First of all, when it comes to vaccines, dude, the government pays these companies to produce vaccines because there's no money in that at all. There's a lot of liabilities. That's why they have the VICP there to take over the lawsuits. The money and you know, this is a capitalist country, right? And you had a business, you ain't gonna want to do vaccines either because your company can have a bad name if a batch go wrong, and nobody want to mess with your company. So it's like a huge risk for these companies to produce vaccines because you can have a bad batch, and that goes back in 1918 with the polio when a couple manufacturers had rushed out there to the public. They didn't have the GMP, they didn't have the FDA at that time, I don't believe, and a lot of people actually got the polio virus because they had compromised batches. There was nobody to regulate their batches. And as a result,
it was no federal regulation.
Right, on exactly. And as a result, they were sued. And then, of course, their company had a bad name and probably went out of business. So it's a lot of liability in that. And right now, no pharmaceutical company want to deal with that. So the government pays them and say, okay, we'll take on all the liabilities. They'll take us to court, not you. We'll keep it clean. So that's why they don't want to be involved in that type of stuff.
Yeah. But what Zen is talking about is the incentive to make money. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
the incentive to make money is more important than saving lives.
Yeah. Everything you
what lives are you saving?
Right.
There's no pandemic.
No, there's no pandemic until one happens.
Yeah, what he's saying is capitalism is killing us. They're not putting money into the areas that they should be.
Like the first thing Trump did when he got into office was cut funding to science and virology. Yo, you watched the Joe Rogan video where the virologist was telling you that funding was cut to the CDC and we could not respond as fast as we needed to. He fucking told you that, nigga.
And not only that,
CDC cut.
That CDC campaigned on rolling back regulations. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you
That
got
was
you got a family of coronaviruses that was discovered 5 to 7 years ago that they weren't able to get any funding on the test. So you mean to tell me they could have possibly recognized this shit earlier and they could have done tests?
Those families with coronaviruses, dude. Those are minor, like the rhinovirus. They're like common colds. Like they didn't have no real.
My nigga, Norm Chomsky is telling me this shit. I sent you the video somewhat. So when I brought it up on this video, you can't be like, oh no, nigga. Norm Chomsky is a credible ass nigga, and he
about one of the most credible people out there.
How he look at United States politics. That's an outside person viewing United States politics, bro.
Zen, those CDC cuts you're talking about, it was proposed by Trump. It didn't actually go through. They got blocked.
No. He actually the people who did.
I can send you the video. I can send you the video on it. Like they actually got extra money in it. Both, I think he proposed it twice.
How could a biologist tell the public that he doesn't have funding in his area?
I'm gonna send you I'll just send you a link on it and you can watch and break it. And you just watch and break it down because I don't want to argue.
No. You're not so much funding. It was the staff members that he cut. He cut a lot of the staff members out.
No, you get the staff members
getting paid.
the staff members. I got to look at the staff member. A lot of people are saying that he did propose like a big cut for the CDC, money wise, budget wise.
Yeah, but he fired half of the staff though.
All that I'm saying is politics is not science, bro. Politics has an agenda. You feel me? And I ain't about to jump out the window on no conspiracy, but I know when Noam Chomsky out here questioning shit, you just gotta take heed, bro. You just gotta take heed.
But science can't be funded without politics.
You said what?
It's not like they create a particular product that they could sell for for that type of income. So they have to delve into politics in order to have funding for their research.
Yeah.
Not exactly.
It would be different if they had a product. It would be
not
different
exactly.
if they had a product that they could produce.
Not exactly because scientists work with companies.
Capital, but they don't have a product to produce to gain capital.
No. But scientists work with companies who try to get funding. We try to get public. We try to get public and private funding through companies.
Right, but I'm saying like
in universities, they fund they get a lot of
the bulk of the funds come from the government.
Yeah, so the scientists ask the question, and then the government or the private company says, "Oh, I care about that question you just asked. Let me put some money towards it."
Right.
Yeah,
right.
funding.
Just like NASA,
when you're dealing with like
they try to fund NASA and all of that. You know what I'm saying? This is why you have Neil deGrasse Tyson out doing all these interviews and this and that and the other, because this is how he gets the funding. You know what I'm saying? This is how he gets the funding to NASA.
Right. But then we have to think about it like this, though. Neil deGrasse Tyson, his type of science is cheap compared to creating a particle accelerator.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So certain types of questions of science gets answered before other types of questions of science because of that cost factor. And when it comes to vaccines and possible pandemics that may or may not happen in the next 100 years, some governments may or may not feel a need to invest in those things right now or later. You see what I'm saying? And that's exactly what the vaccine just happened. And that's why we were late to everything.
Out of sight, out of mind. You know what I'm saying? Basically. Mm-hmm. And that's just, that's what happens when you have somebody in leadership that's not fully savvy on how to lead. Usually the United States is like, 20 years ahead of the game. You know what I'm saying? That's why
but like you gotta look at it like this though. But the way it came, even like that's what I said. I'm not really a big Trump supporter, but I'm not shitting on every move he make. Like every move was just
right
because even though he has to be for the citizen, the people, he also has a responsibility to deal with big business and corporations. So sometimes the argument is that on the other end, on the poor end who don't have the money, corporations like, man, fuck them. They should just why you worry about them big businesses? Well, he have to, bro. And sometimes we feel a way about it because we don't understand, like, he got to deal with everybody. He got to give everybody a little something.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's all
no doubt.
I was saying earlier.
Yeah, no doubt. He got a country.
That's why he's
responsible for the whole country, though.
But
Melvin, you breaking up, bro.
But that's why he's so focused on this bailout, is to help. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, seven. Okay. I was saying that's why he's so focused on his bailout at this time, because he's looking out for those companies that are looking for help, and that's what they're relying on is their bailout.
Because the closest example he got to it is Obama run. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying, he's probably looking like, well, shit, it should have worked for Obama. You know what I'm saying? They kind of pull the country out. That's a more recent example he got of trying to, you know what I mean? And this is going to be shit. This might be triple worse than that what Obama went through when it's all said and done. Like, I'm curious to see what the snapback will look like, because we ain't never experienced a real depression, bro. Like, I don't even want to know what that shit feel like. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
I mean that recession was pretty real to me. You know what I'm saying? I was paying over $5 a gallon for gasoline.
I'm saying the
Hell yeah.
depression, the Great Depression. Yeah, I remember that. Lord.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Great Depression. I'm talking about the old back in the day.
What about it?
Yeah. Like I said, we ain't experienced something like that, like the Great Depression. You know what I'm saying?
Soup kitchens, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm curious to see how the economy bounce back.
Redskin fan, Unboss?
Say that again?
You a Redskin fan, bro?
Nah, I'm a black quarterback fan. So if they got a black quarterback, that's my team.
Word.
Where your Cowboys hat there, man?
Oh, no, I got my Cowboy jersey over here.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
But nah. Y'all need to check that video out, though. I sent that to you, King Sosa, The Watcher, and Unbiased.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it too.
It's probably like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I probably already seen it already because I be watching a lot of Noam Chomsky, man, all the time, man.
Now that shit just came out like today.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I watch so many different books. Cause I watched the dude today. I forgot the name right now. I slipped my mind from Joe Rogan. What he was saying, like, listen, he said, don't quote what I'm saying right now because shit might change tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, information is steadily coming in. Yeah, information is steadily coming in, bro. Like, what I say today might be null and void tomorrow. Goddamn, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was what's his name?
I can't remember now. Hey, Corey, you said you had that big gangster mask though. Everybody was making fun of Corey. You remember that shit? Everybody like, Corey got that big old $700 mask and shit.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
When that shit hit, I was like,
everybody want one now.
I know, but I was like, I wish that one of them shit.
His name was Peter Holtz.
Yeah, you can't even get the flimsy joint, bro. You can't even get the flimsy joint right here.
You know what? I think Brother Unc had him on the panel one time.
Cool.
Peter Holtz. Yeah.
Hell no.
I think he did. He was. This was this was a while ago. This was some years ago. Yeah.
Get him on there.
Oh, I need to see that, bro.
Yeah.
He had Kittles on the platform too.
Yeah, I remember Kittles. Kittles was
good. He had Peter Holtz on the panel before. Yeah.
Look at that Cowboys right there.
Yeah. You know his channel got took down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Real Black Atheist, his channel got took down.
I remember Corey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been up on him already. You know, actually, he sent me that video that you're talking about when he was on Joe Rogan. He actually sent
that
me
was last year though. The one he sent.
Who? Kittles?
Nah.
No.
Peter Holtz was on there 2019, and then he just.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw the recent one.
He was on there talking about the virus or whatever.
Yeah. But he just went on today, Corey.
Unc sent me that today. He just sent me that today.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Niggas get around that Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I be up on that Joe Rogan, man.
People up on there.
He be having all my guys, all my main guys on there. Richard Dawkins, you know what I'm saying? He be having everybody.
The thing I like about Joe, man, is he like Sa Neter, but he don't feed into none of that conspiracy theory shit.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He'll let a pseudo come on there, but he gonna ask some tough questions.
Yeah, he gonna
let you get away.
Questions.
Yeah, and he got the intellect to understand and digest that shit. Some of that shit is extremely complicated, bro.
Yeah.
And he read the book and he'll be like, yo, I have questions about this.
He does his homework.
Yeah, he knows his material, bro.
Did y'all see the episode where he had the dude who was a vegan on and the dude who wasn't a vegan on, but they both was on their scientific shit?
The one that did a Netflix show, and then the other dude was trying to rebut it.
The one that did the Netflix show, and the other dude that debunked it.
Yeah.
Like, no bullshit. At the end of their debate, like, look, he let the one guy come on, then he let the other guy come on, and then he let them both come on together. And at the end of their debate, they came to one conclusion, and the one conclusion is that all of their data was unconclusive in saying either side was either, you know what I mean? As long as you eat the right supplements for this side, you straight. As long as you eat a balanced diet for this side, you straight. You feel me? So what the fuck is you talking about? And then that's when it came down to some real shit at the end of the day. You feel me?
Yeah, basically, you need a little bit of both. You need to balance it out. Yeah,
exactly. Balance your shit out.
Yeah, well, the thing about that vegan shit is, you know, humans developed to be omnivores. You know, we opportunists. So whatever is good at the time when the location we at, that's what's good for us. You know what I'm saying? We just get to the point where we got technology now. We got oil, we got cars, airplanes, TVs, internet. So it's kind of luxury. It's luxurious that we got a bridge that we can send a food truck over to feed you that motherfucking zucchini bread or whatever the hell you want.
But check it out though, right?
Because you wasn't eating that. You wasn't eating no zucchini bread, motherfucking or no avocado toast.
I got something for y'all. I got something for y'all that's going around the Facebook stuff. So if y'all can hear it.
Okay.
I do comparative pathology research. We deal with biohazardous materials and radiation particles. We inject animals like rhesus monkeys, rats, and mice with diseases and radioactivity. 2 weeks ago, when I went to work, I noticed the security guards were in Tyvek hazmat suits and they were armed, which is not normal. I didn't pay that.
Wow.
Go upstairs to work, I clock in. My boss is like, yo, listen, you're not needed, but we need you to surrender your Geiger counter. My Geiger counter was attached to my ID because we deal with radiation emissions in my department on the 7th floor, which is the only department that deals with radiation. But they wanted me to surrender my Geiger counter.
Yep.
When I left work, the only people that were left in my building's facility were the scientists, the professors, the researchers, and security guards that were armed. It's not the virus that's getting people sick. It's 5G network radiation.
Who is that?
So if I'm in proximity,
This is a guy who claims he works there somewhere.
that's what's getting people sick. That's what's getting people.
You know, some people just in it for the likes. They don't give a damn about.
Yeah.
They want to, you know what I mean?
I mean, like, you know, these guys, well, I tell everybody, I say, if your message don't have a www dot on it, I say, you know, that's the first red flag. You know, because where that come from? But these guys with this old, like with this spook stuff, this fear monger, like, I don't know how they live their life every day, believing any day now the government's gonna come down and, you know, seize us. Like, how do you live your life like that, man?
Yeah, I you know, a lot of them people, like, it's a lot of regular people that do believe that, but like people that make videos and do those lectures like that, I don't think they believe that shit for one day.
Yeah, I said the same thing. Curtis Cost,
like Polite don't believe none of that shit he said. None of it. He don't believe an ounce of that shit he said. You know what I'm saying?
100% don't believe that shit. It's all
Okay. I'll put it up. Oh, he's
probably tell by how hard that nigga was laughing that he didn't believe none of that shit.
All right, so here we go. We can finally hear it.
Huh?
We can finally hear you. You see the screen?
Yeah.
All right. Let me
put that on there.
Yeah.
All that 5G that you talking must mean you're crazy.
So, Corey, did you come on before this or after this?
I came on right after that.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you why you're crazy.
Oh, that's on. Okay, let me back up. I didn't know that was on.
Yeah. Always bringing in people with him, man. I'll be scared to death. So, all right. That's what I'm saying, son. Everybody talk that crazy talk. Right. But when I come and I step on the platform, I'm like this. I got my hands like I'm here. I'm still on the line.
So wait, did the conversation start from there, or did we miss something?
No, you pretty much go from there.
Okay.
He just
from there
talking shit.
We were trying to get on Unc. His phone kept fucking up. You know how Unc's phone is.
Oh my god.
I ain't got no Google in front of me. If cats wanted to just spar and bang out, I was here to spar and bang out. Now our clock is going down from just, I haven't heard nothing from nobody. Lord, I haven't got a chance. You know. Sometimes he teach. You know who I am, though. Hey, you know, brother. Let's go. You know me. I'm God killer. So I'm gonna start you off with the journal. I'm gonna start you off with the journal of science, my nigga. Go ahead. Coronavirus 6. So we already know the origin of it, brother. We understand the genetics of it. So all that 5G that you're talking must mean you're crazy. Now let me tell you why you're crazy. Because if you understood biological evolution, you would understand how this pathogen works. But since you're not, if you are a quote-unquote creationist, you can say all that you think. You can't trick a scientist, bro. Slick talk is slick, but you know what it is. So let's start addressing some of your 5G issues. And so what we do in science is we bring people that specialize in certain areas. So that slick talk ain't gonna work, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna deal with evolution. Right? If I'm dealing with 5G, I'm gonna bring somebody to deal with 5G. That ain't got nothing to do with W. That's because of nothing.
That happened.
So I had to put him on mute for a second, but we could hear him because we on three-way and shit.
Okay.
But Sinetta accidentally put him on mute.
And you know, but hold on, but on this subject, on this particular subject, bro, it's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? We got people like Jabari, Dick, bro. You know what I'm saying? We need real information. We need to lead to experts. Concrete Corey. And we believe about the 5G. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. So, everybody on the panel. Peace to everybody. My name is Dr. Corey. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the radiation. You know what I'm saying? And I heard Polite talk about how the radiation can knock a electron off the atom or whatever. But listen,
I didn't say that, but I'm listening. I didn't say that. I'm listening though.
Well, what did you say? Well, we ain't gonna worry about what you say about the electron. Well, you made a statement about electrons or whatever. But this is a common statement that these 5G conspiracy theorists make. So one thing about this cell phone radiation, 5G is this 5th generation cell phone. You know what I mean? And so one thing about this cell phone radiation is it's a difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation.
Exactly what I said earlier. I just wanted to add that. Go ahead, brother.
Right. And so what the ionizing radiation is radiation that comes from like gamma rays and like exposure, direct exposure to the sunlight. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. Now, and X-rays and stuff like that. Now, this 5G technology is using non-ionizing radiation, which does not even penetrate the skin. You know what I mean? And mind you that your microwave you use, it uses the same kind of radiation, but the microwave uses 700 watts of this radiation. When your cell phone don't even, it uses like 0.8%. It uses like 0.8 watts. It don't even use a whole full watt of radiation. So the whole point of him saying that this is causing, I don't even understand like where you would get this coming from. It's causing the coronavirus or nothing like that. I just don't really understand where you would get that. But I read up on it. So it's a doctor. This doctor, his name is Leonard Cardick. You know what I mean? And he is the one. He is this conspiracy theorist. He is that 1% that Garfield was talking about. The 1% of the scientists, or not even 1% of the scientists that would agree with some of the bullshit you say. But most science, all science don't agree to that. And not only that, there's no information proving that 5G is causing some type of sickness or giving you some type of bad radiation that's bad for you or something like that. So I just wanted to make that point. But if we look at they got an article that just came out last week in the Medical News Today, you know, and it's giving you all the information you need on this 5G conspiracy. This has been debunked they talked about cell phone radiation back in 2002. We've been using cell phones for a long time now. You know what I mean? It's been 18 years since 2002, and it wasn't causing no type of diseases, brain cancer, tumors, or whatever these conspiracy theorists come up with. You know, because it was brain tumors at first, but now it's the coronavirus.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow everybody to come in once more, and then we're going to let Polite go ahead and
But I wanted to ask one question to Polite, though.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know if you knew the difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation.
Okay, cool. Thank you, my brother. Yes, actually, I have a whole slide dedicated to that in my presentation. You'll actually see the slide right there. And you were absolutely right. Microwave.
So there is a difference, though, right?
Cell phones. But, Brother Sarnetta.
There is a difference, though, right? Do you agree to that?
Yeah, there is a difference, but they're still in that same spectrum. So, Brother Sarnetta.
Difference, but it ain't no difference. That's what you said.
Go ahead, my brother.
Ow.
Difference, but it ain't no difference. Because you said it's still on the same spectrum. It's a difference, but it's still on the same spectrum. So what you're saying is a difference, but it ain't no difference.
I wouldn't say it's a difference, but it ain't no difference. I would say there's a similitude.
That's kind of what I got.
Okay, cool. If we live in the same zip code, we don't live in the same block. So now I'll move forward.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur right there.
I don't even know what
I'm saying, y'all should have called them on that.
If all I'm going to do is reference other people that's in the field doing the research, this man is telling us we got to believe what he's saying because there's articles out there about it. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I know all you guys didn't come on to agree with each other. I'm just showing you how plain the logic is. Secondly, for scientists, the first thing the scientist to do before he jumps out the window and says, and boy, he accuses me of saying that the coronavirus comes about because of 5G. I never said that, and I disagree with that. So I don't understand how a scientist would jump out the window, build an argument around something without even asking, is this what you stand on? No. So when goes into a tangent, he just takes whatever says, expounds on it, accuse me of it, and then now, after all of that time wasted, all I got to do is say, I don't agree with that. And I got a presentation right here that's going to show you I don't agree with that. And I got presentations already done that shows you I don't agree with that. So somewhere along the line, I don't understand. I know when he built the scientific method, the first thing I was supposed, first thing I know, it's been told this man, the first thing that I would do is freaking ask what the argument is. But making one up for the opponent and then building on the one that you made up, that's a waste of my time and everyone else's. So no, I'll say it again to make it clear. I don't believe 5G created the coronavirus or is responsible.
I didn't say that.
We can always play the video back. Because I take
yeah, wait a second, quick. Now,
what did he say?
Wait a second.
Tell me what he said.
What I said is this 5G is causing the symptoms. It causes the corona symptoms or whatever.
Yo, when we play the video go back, everybody, realize I thought Apple doing this.
So what did you say though? Can we just get it straight? Let's just get it straight. Just put it in.
Make up shit when it comes to me. You don't try to get it right. You make it official.
But pause it though, I'm biased real quick. Am I wrong though? Ain't his whole argument is that the 5G is somehow correlated to the fucking coronavirus?
Right. Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm not used to that kind of stuff.
Well, I gotta mute out, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Somebody watching their car.
Oh, my bad. That's my fan.
Man, that motherfucker's strong. What you got, a wind buster or something?
That thing was on low.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying.
It's a wing buster 2000.
You know what I'm saying? When somebody you hear him say a whole presentation, right? and then he come in and say, "Well, I don't agree with that." It's like, man, what is you tripping? Like, I thought I was tripping for a minute. That's why I was like stunned a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not used to that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But go
So
ahead.
quick question. I just have a question because I actually haven't seen it, so I don't know exactly. But is he saying that it causes it or correlates with it, or is he saying that potentially the exposure to radiation weakens your immune system and makes you more susceptible to the virus?
All three.
All of the above. When you listen
All
to his
three.
presentation, he's saying all of the above.
All three.
Yeah, I'd
And
have to
then
watch his
he
presentation.
even got slides. You know what I'm saying? Like his slides come from the dude that I just talked about, the doctor
Ardell.
I'd have to
You know
see
what I'm
what he's talking about because right there, you know, he double speak a lot, but right there he was unequivocal in saying that, you know, he was unequivocal there that he's not correlating it, but you know,
You gotta watch it. You gotta watch a
And-
lecture, bro. Like
and
what he
one
said
question.
right there, and then the presentation is totally different.
Yeah,
And-
yeah.
and
That's
quick-
why I'm
quick
like,
question.
man, I was off guard right there, man.
And quick
But go
question:
ahead.
What constitutes as radiation?
What constitutes us radiation? Any
Yeah.
energy emitting. See, radiation is my man just explained it earlier. Radiation is a byproduct. So like you getting energy that transfers. You have a source and then it transfers energy in the form of radiation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So even heat
So
is like a radiation. You know what I'm saying?
So the
But
radiation
you know,
is the byproduct of the energy.
Right.
yes.
So because what I heard him say, and maybe I misunderstood you all earlier, but I heard you say someone said it earlier that he said that they were the same, but they weren't the same, and he was very clear that he was not saying that, and I understood it to be
He
they're
said
the
it's on the same spectrum.
yeah, they're on the same
The
spectrum.
ionizing, what we were talking about is ionizing radiation, non-ionizing radiation. Those are not on the same spectrum. You know what I mean?
Chemotherapy versus your cell phone.
Right. If you look at some of
But the thing is, my point is they're both radiation though. So whether or not
Yeah,
they're
but they're
the
not on the
exact same,
same spectrum though. We talking about radiation, but we're talking about two different radiations.
but they're in the
That's why
same
I
class
asked
though.
No, they're not.
when
Those
I asked them, Sister Amber, not to interrupt
not
her,
on the same
but I
spectrum.
asked him, I said, is there a difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation? He said, yes. And then I said, okay, so we agree that it's a difference, right? He said, yeah, but they're on the same spectrum, which that was a false statement, right?
I think he said same sector, but I could have
he said
misunderstood.
He
that.
said
spectrum. He said spectrum.
So listen, who had that chart that they put up there earlier?
That was his chart.
I gave it to Unbiased.
But go ahead,
Yeah,
put it
Unbiased.
up.
Put that chart up there earlier.
I guess
Well, all three.
I guess he could make the argument that it's on a spectrum in the same way that, you know, -10 is on the same line as +1 million, you know?
I mean, man.
But what you gotta recognize is
really
if
curved
he's
this
real quick.
I give him that.
But what he's doing is he knows damn well that -10 is nothing wrong with it, but if you're talking acidic level 10 is drinking bleach and opposed to alkaline water type shit, he's completely knowing, but he's gonna play along that line because the majority of the audience doesn't know. And that's what he's doing. And he's gonna keep doing it. But we can sit here and try to be charitable and try to give a benefit of the doubt. But if he's playing all three sides of the argument, meaning I'm in the middle and I'm clearly on this side, but I'm also on this side, that's the same shit that Divine was doing. I'm an anti-vaxxer, but I understand vaccines are important. And I wouldn't tell anybody not to do it, but I'm not going to do it. You can't play all three sides.
That's intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, and it's intellectual dishonesty. And that's why it was so important when Corey asked that question to see if he can differentiate between it. And once he explains he knows the difference, now I can't take him out of the gray area. I can't be charitable anymore because he's being intellectually dishonest. However, if Corey would have never asked that, then he would have just played to the audience and no one would have been able to pick up on it. Yeah. And he could have backtracked later on.
The reason why I asked him that is because I knew that he knew the difference of it. I just wanted him to agree with me. You know what I'm saying? I wanted everybody to hear that he's agreeing that it's a difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. It's a very big difference.
You
know what I mean? A gamma ray is a lot different than, you know, your cell phone. You know
and he was
saying?
saying that his whole argument was that it is strong enough to penetrate the skin.
Yeah,
and
I
shake
clearly
molecules and shit.
That's the difference between non-ionizing and ionizing is that it penetrates the skin.
Yeah.
But see, he knows the difference, but he knows the audience doesn't know, so he can play on that.
Exactly.
Before Corey got on, that's my main point. Like before you got on, Corey, I was saying shit. Before you got on, I was trying to explain that the questions you asked actually set it all up, which exposed that what he was doing was faulty. And then when you called him out with the red herring and the fish, I thought that shit was brilliant because you didn't let him escape with the running from the direct questions. Because you guys keep watching. Everyone's going to specifically get their chance to ask him, and watch how he hops on that bike and ride all the way around.
But
Go ahead.
Here's my point. I don't mind him asking a question, and I completely understand why he asked the question. But y'all don't understand how y'all play into polite, into his strategy. Because when you misinterpret something that he says clearly, you make yourself appear less credible or dishonest or disingenuous. So when he goes on the rant about how I said this, but then they said I said this, but y'all heard me say that I said this, and I keep saying, you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is y'all have to quit feeding him. Y'all have to quit rushing to try to say, oh, well, so you mean this? When he clearly states he doesn't say that. Because now to the audience that does not know the purpose of you asking these things, now you're losing credibility in your argument.
But look, when he played the slide though, he clearly
he gonna kill himself in a minute though, Amber. Down the line, he gonna kill himself.
When you watch the
platform, paying attention to what she said though. Sometimes y'all be like when you hunting wabbit, right? You got to be patient with that wabbit. Now you know he's slipping. Sometimes sometimes you so eager to get him. You know what I'm saying? He done wiggled up out of there. You gotta let him. You feel me?
You're right. Go ahead,
when
Tim.
they asked him that question, right? He clearly lied. So when he said, that's why when Unc went back to him, when he paused and said, okay, you tell us. He knew he was caught. So he went into a long, back in 1900s, and he way back.
He got on that bike and rode away.
Hey, but that further proved where he got his information from, because if you go if you look at what my man's Dr. Hardale, he writes all about that. This is part of the whole 5G conspiracy. This is part of the whole fucking cell phones called tumors. This is all of they whole, this they whole rant. You know what I'm saying? They got their whole argument put together like that, and they always trace it back to, they started using radio waves in China, and then the Spanish flu jumped off, and you know what I'm saying? This is how they try to reel you in. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're absolutely right. However, I gotta be honest that Haskell and Amber, they have a valid point. So if we're using a boxing analogy, you guys were punching him up, but when he does that tactic or y'all don't nail him down, that counts as a jab or a body blow for him. However, it's not a knockout. He doesn't win the round with it, and he doesn't win the fight with it. It's just one point that he didn't get nailed down on. So
but you know what? To be fair though,
platform, he definitely won. Like he definitely won on Starnetta's platform, 100%.
Right. Because you were just like watching. But listen, everybody knows that Conor McGregor lost that fight, but the fact that he caught Mayweather with one punch, everyone's gonna run off saying that he won because of that one fucking punch. And then try to justify it.
So listen though. So listen, Watcher. We all on this panel knowing that. So I can't sit up here and talk to you in the same perspective as I would be talking to a Starnetter nigga.
But my whole point is like, but what Haskell and Amber, they're walking their way through the whole fight. My guy, let me finish, my guy. I'm gonna let you get it, but let me just finish this point. To what they're saying, and I think like no one's really giving the credit. Like we all know he's crafty at what he's doing, but the fact he didn't get nailed down thus far, I've seen the whole thing, so I know how it's gonna end.
We did know.
Okay,
but
my question is this though.
What they're saying is.
We all showing.
Can we watch it too? We didn't see it.
Listen, we all agreeing with Pascal.
We didn't see it.
No, go ahead.
It's like I'm dying to watch this. Yeah,
let's keep watching.
Footage, my guy.
Listen. Before you even go there, I agree with Haskell and Amber, and being as though I agree with them, it is blindly saying, you know what I mean, that we don't need to acknowledge the fact that I agree with those points anymore. I'm talking about the shit that we need to address. You feel me?
Yeah, but you already know that, and there's 23 people watching. So again, I'm trying to commentate for them because there are some people in there who don't know the information. Majority of the time when I'm speaking, I'm not speaking to you guys. You guys are part of the choir. I know you get it. I'm trying to help those people who didn't see that punch or didn't see that blow or trying to say Amber's tripping, Haskell's tripping. They don't know what they're talking about. So I'm trying to let them understand that these points is what some people bite on. However, we're going to still watch the fight. That's all I'm doing, my guy. I think Amber and Haskell, they kind of understand what I'm doing.
You know what's
They
funny?
making a good
We all doing the same shit. That's what's funny.
Okay, for sure. For sure.
Unbiased.
Right on.
Never did that. No, I'm saying you never did that. Don't let me
To your face, unbiased.
on Polo.
All we see is you, nigga. All I see is you.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah, I see that.
Nah, I see.
It's on now. Yeah, it's on now.
I'm about to say.
Instagram page was about
Got it lower though. It was louder last time though. Unbiased.
You said turn it up?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yo, I see his unbiased face.
When I clicked on him, he was talking about 5G. My claim is that the coronavirus had all 5G had no connection to the coronavirus at all. At all. If Polite is here to give a demonstration on 5G, you're right. We are wasting our time. I'm supposed to be going live at 8 o'clock to talk about something important. Period. So you're right. We don't need a phone. Yeah. Come on, Polite, yo. You did the victory right there. So you just mastered with the people that can work for, but that don't work for people like me at all. Hey, can I
Polite. You gotta go hard.
on that was on the phone. Polite. This is what it's all I did ask you what your view is. I did ask you what your view is.
Yeah, Garfield did say that.
Garfield came in and he made sure that he very clear. Even though I know shots was thrown elsewhere, he made sure when it's time for us to be here on the same stage at the same time, he won't do that to himself. He gonna do his rebuttal tomorrow after I do it. He ain't gonna have a debate with me today. He gonna do it after I do what I do.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, one minute Lord Albert's saying people are dying from what I'm saying. Now the next minute is whatever I'm saying isn't really that important. He got a show at 6 p.m. This don't even make no sense. So no. Don't speak for me. Let me speak for myself, brother. Let me speak for myself. Still speaking, my brother. He's tricking us right now. He's tricking us right now. Hold on, guys. This guy is third. He's tricking us. This guy needs. I'll hear it. He's talk about Jabari lying. Nah, don't block him. Don't tire him out. Block him. How you gonna disrespect Jabari and talk about he's lying about having the
Who said that?
Garfield, third-degree burn. I'm kicking him out. You can't do that. That's crazy. Garfield, keep your focus on Polite. Hey, do not take your time. Right now, Polite is funny. We want to know what the hell is 5G and coronavirus have to do with each other?
Yo, I need everybody to time out. When I call on you, then you can speak. Because right now I can't block you. I don't see you. So I need everybody to time out because it sounds crazy right now. Let's hear Brother Unc. Go ahead, Unc.
Donetta, one thing. I want to hear. No, one thing I'm talking. Come on, man. Listen, I clearly want to hear your thing because I know you like somewhere in the middle on vaccine, which will put you on the wrong side of history. I want to know what the hell does coronavirus and 5G got to do with each other in a goddamn pandemic? Like, why are you making videos about 5G in the middle of a goddamn pandemic as intelligent as you are? You're trying to trick us right now.
All right, let him answer you, Unc. Let him answer
I know you're trying to trick.
All I need is Polite to talk.
Question.
That's it. Go ahead, Polite. Don't interrupt him. He didn't interrupt you. Go ahead, go.
Okay. When asked a direct direct question, like I did before with Jabari. I mean, not Jabari, pardon me, with the brother Garfield. You saw me go straight at it. I'll give you something else out of the slides that I had. Okay, but after this, Sonetta, I would like to play a game myself because I sit here and I let several people ask me questions. I'm saying, can I ask these guys some questions?
Yes.
No, I'm not answering.
I just said, brother. Hey, brother, you gotta relax, man. Please, let him finish, and then he ain't talk when you talk. Come on. Yeah, polite.
All I had to do is say, let me ask these guys some questions. And I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm out. Yo, you see how he gets? You ain't gonna be able to call you.
He's like, he stands so much away from that question though.
And he's setting them up.
I don't know. So I can't wait for you to question me. But if I don't know, I'll just simply do not know. So what I'm doing is that talking about 5G in the middle of a coronavirus outbreak as if the two are interrelated in any way is super pseudo with a cape on. So I'm waiting for your demonstration. Go ahead, Alex.
Before we go on, hold on, polite. I want to get all of them on, and then we're gonna go into your joint. Brother Garfield is on you.
Answer that question. No, we didn't answer that question yet.
I haven't been attention to it.
All right, brother Garfield.
Answer that question. Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
Head down. He didn't answer it.
Answer the question. Hold on. No, let polite answer the question. I was going to answer. Go ahead, polite.
And again, I just want to remind you, Brother Sonetta, I sat here. I've been doing what? It's been an hour now.
He's on that bike.
On that bike.
I've been doing it, and all I'm saying is, I would like to deal with these guys, and I can ask them, since these guys are experts at telling people who don't know what they're talking about, then let me, a person who doesn't know what I'm talking about, pseudo with a cape on, super pseudo, let me then ask them some questions. Because Lord Abbott said himself, on any time, he's going to debate me. I could debate him at any time on any subject, and he's going to win. And then now he says, I love questions because my favorite answer is I don't know. Now, so hold on. I'm going to show you how silly this shit gets. So one man says, I'm getting the hell out of here if he's going to start asking questions. And another man says, my favorite answer is I don't know, because we setting the stage to make sure that no one catches them out there acting like they know all that it is to know about who doesn't know what we should know about. You see, I'm going to show y'all where it is. So to Brother Unk, let me admit my argument or something. To my brother Unk. To my brother Unk. Come on, Unk. Don't do that to your brother. I love him. Okay? I'm still love you after this. I don't know if you're going to love me after this. So, let's go to 1916 with the let's go to 1916. Okay, 1916.
Bam.
Yeah, where'd you get 1916 from?
The Spanish food. Thank you for the
It
correction.
helps his argument. It
Yo,
helps his argument.
yo, hold on, man. Do we see the false flagging in this video? Why the fuck is my name on that goddamn video?
Yeah, that's why I was watching it so long. I was waiting for the body bag. That was my point.
I just forgot you wasn't on the video.
Yeah, but you know why he did that? Because me and True Stormy was blowing that fucking polite up with his bullshit. That's why he did that. But let me show one thing before you play that. I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna show you why he mad at me. I'm gonna show you why this motherfucker why he be mad. I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna show you why he be mad. I want y'all to pay attention to this right here. He know what it is. He know. It's okay. Bitch ass nigga.
Come on, guys.
My screen showing?
Yeah.
Nah.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It still ain't showing?
Nope.
Hold on.
Man, that's a delay for some reason. I don't know. It's been delaying like a motherfucker.
That 5G.
Ever since the quarantine, everybody's been at home using the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, word. Hell yeah.
My screen showing now, right?
Nope.
Still not showing?
So it's been because everybody's using up all the internet. All the providers have been lowering the bandwidth to handle the load.
I
That's why my gaming. That's why my gaming ain't been right, man. I've been getting killed on Call of Duty, man.
even check this out. Even Netflix. I don't know if y'all noticed, but if you watch Netflix on 4K, it's no longer 4K.
What about right now?
Nah, you ain't sharing your screen. You ain't sharing it or something.
Yeah, I am.
I can see your picture when you talk.
You sharing it all.
Yeah, it ain't even doing the little squares in the square and the square shit.
Yeah.
Word.
But just to recap, you see how
I'm gonna do this. Yo, I'm biased. Look at your go to your message. I don't know why it's not sharing my screen. That's weird. There you go. Put that on the screen real quick. Let me show you why he mad, because I keep doing this. Every time he try that bullshit, I pull this on his ass.
Yeah, True Story going super hard. I was like, I was like, damn.
They kicked True Story out the chat.
True Story going hard, bro. I was like,
yeah. I kept seeing Cargominium, and all of a
Oh
sudden,
yeah, that was funny as hell.
Yeah, all of a sudden he was block.
He said something else.
Oh, they was just blocking. Oh, now you sharing, Rob Warren. You good?
I see something.
Oh,
that's me sharing, Rob Warren.
Oh, that's somebody. Okay.
Damn, I gotta remember what True Story said. He said something. I was like, oh shit! Like he
True Story and that dude crazy.
Oh wow!
Between him and Jehudi Ma'at, dude, they're my favorite dudes in the chat room, dude. They be having me cracking up.
You see that right there, Shepard?
Yeah.
See that? I was supposed to debate this dude. We on the phone talking. He talking that crazy. I'm the king of consciousness bullshit. I said, nigga, listen, nigga. I got slides. I'm ready to go. I don't even need to do nothing. We can do it right now. I'm ready. He said, okay. The day come, the nigga cancel. Next day, yo, Sanetta, yo, where your man at? Yo, what's up? Yo, son, he ain't coming. Nigga ran from me. I said, hold up. I thought that was the king of the debates, the king of consciousness, the king of all this other stuff. I don't be wanting to talk to this. You're gonna have to now. I don't want to talk about no information. You're gonna have to explain condominiums.
Right.
You're gonna have to explain to me how you was a Crip superior on the island. I was on the island. There was no Crips there. And there's the big homies that's on the motherfucking live. I was there with some of them. I can get the verification. There was no superior Crips on there. How the hell you catch a body and come home and they drop it to an attempt murder and you come home in 30 days? And how the hell you get your books? And we got your books, dog. We got your books. We got the little bullshit $150 bottle you sell talking about to get niggas' memories back. Yeah, we got that.
Oh my God.
That's why you don't want to talk to me, because I'm not playing with you, son. I'm straight trying to finish you. I don't want to talk.
Yeah, fatality.
Crazy.
3 bodies in a week.
Yo, but how this dude got my name in the title when I wasn't there, son?
Yeah, you weren't even on the panel. Nah, you what? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Story that said, "Who holding the camera? Your daughter or your wife? Like daughter/wife."
Oh,
yeah, you went like
that was below the belt.
You went all the way there. Like truth is hot.
This guy is heartless. I saw him get timed out like 5 times.
That's why he got blocked.
And then they're
you can probably play it. This video is bullshit, son, because he ain't want nobody to come talk to him after he do his presentation. He think he's slick.
Yeah.
All right, let me play.
Everybody trying to see him in that rental.
Because I didn't see this. So let's go.
What we find is radio waves were first being worked on. And when they decided to envelope the planet with radio waves, right? And
the whole planet
is where it happens to be in China. And
I think he used envelope in the wrong context, though.
Yeah. Oh, you want to use that now? I got you. You ain't use that, dude. Yeah. Don't try to teach that, because I got you saying epidemic or apple. I got you saying that. So don't try to be grammatically correct now. All right, but he's outbreak, pandemic, endemic, epidemic. Go ahead, bro. Now look, we don't respect this. Like Brother Reggie called this ambush scholarship. You just say stuff hoping somebody doesn't know it, bro. Stop it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then a pandemic. What warrants one or the other? What qualifies one? Okay, what makes a distinction amongst them? So when I use the word pandemic, it's being used.
Weird metaphors.
He's on that bike.
Hey, he's still answering the question from Ankh, right?
Trying to. Yeah, he not, but he is. But yeah.
Yeah, because he don't want to say.
He's responding but not answering the question.
It's on the same spectrum. Question.
Yeah, same zip code, different block. I got it.
Then what happened? We had the Spanish flu. And when does the Spanish flu have its inception? In China. And then when they decided to create radar waves, okay, in the 1960s. And by the time they began to commercialize it, okay, when they started initiating in 1964 and worked their way into 1968, the Doppler, okay, and militarizing. This is what it's really about, the militarization of the technology, not the technology that the laity has access to, but the militarization, okay, the quantizing of this type of technology is what we really need to talk about. Because that's a different type of impact, okay, that's going to transcend your non-ionizing fields. That microwaves and radio waves are all on. So in 1968, you see what?
Goes from ionizing to non-ionizing.
You see that? Pause it real quick. For clarification. So the first thing he did, he said 1918.
It goes from ionizing to non-ionizing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But the point is, is he trying to equate, like, what sickness was he trying to equate in 1918?
Spanish flu.
So Spanish flu in 1918, and then 1960, and what's the sickness there?
No, he mixed those up, Watcher. He's talking about the same thing. He was
wrong on that 1916 date. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, he's trying to equate from radio waves, weakened. But his point is, because I'm trying to explain his point, especially to the chat. He's trying to equate that the first date he gave was, and the radio waves had to do something with that sickness, and then from radar, and then the second sickness, and again, that's what caused it. And now he's trying to make that correlation from the 5G towers and then the coronavirus. So this is what he's trying to explain, that those three.
Did he say that the waves go from ionizing to non-ionizing, or to ionizing to non-ionizing? Did he say that?
But the whole point is, this is the math after the math. If he says both, you're going to hear what you want to hear. That's what I'm saying. He's saying all of it. So people can say, no, he said non-ion, or he said ionizing. He's saying both, so you're going to hear what you want to hear. You understand that? And then people can say, well, I clearly heard him distinguish. He said this.
All right, let me play it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, play it.
As an engineer, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Man, that I was just gonna say, the Watcher, you explained a lot to me right there. I didn't, because I couldn't understand none of that shit. Really.
But I was following him because last year it would have made sense to me. I would have felt like won this shit. It's my point.
Me go. Yeah, me too. Last year I'd be like, hell yeah, Polite, that's right.
Right? And the place where it was also the most or initiated, we find, is where? Happened to be China. And what pandemic? Because first there's an outbreak. I should ask you guys, what's the difference between an outbreak, an epidemic, and a pandemic? Pardon me, I should say an epidemic, because A.M. before the E, right? Filed it. So I should have said an epidemic and then a pandemic. What warrants one or the other? What qualifies one? Okay, what makes a distinction amongst them? So when I use the word pandemic, it's being used properly. Okay? Because having a pandemic on planet Earth is nothing new. And I'm giving you 3 examples.
The fuck is he talking about, bro?
Let me stop because
what is he talking about, bro?
Yeah, I don't know, but I do know this.
Oh, let him finish it.
Oh man, straight psychopath.
Yeah, he gonna go on for like 5 minutes or something.
This is just from one question.
He's country,
and he ain't gonna say, he ain't gonna answer no parts of what asked.
Yeah, he just asked. He asked some of the different, like 5G coronavirus. This nigga like
you know why? You know why he ain't gonna answer the question? Because he already told me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about because I'm assuming what he thinking already. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's play it.
Well, envelope across this planet. And then what happened? We had the Spanish flu. And when does the Spanish flu have its inception? In China. And then they decided to create radar wave.
Radar wave.
Okay? In the 1960s. And by the time
That's the correlation.
Okay?
The 1950 was the coronavirus over in America. So I think he's going in there. The first case of coronavirus in America was like around 1950s. Okay.
1964, but they went to 1968, the Doppler.
Okay. No, he's talking about the different technologies that they introducing at the different times. You know what I'm saying?
That's causing the sicknesses in the same correlation.
Yeah.
Militarization of it. Okay? The quantizing of this type of technology is what we really need to talk about. Because that's a different type of impact. Okay?
Is quantizing a word? I thought it was quantitate, but I could be wrong. I just wanted to check if anybody knew that. I'm not sure if quantizing is even a word, but I could be wrong.
Look it up.
He's conjugating it, so possibly.
Do all type of shit like that. Just like he said, the envelope. He meant envelope.
Like I said.
Yeah.
But he always do shit like that. But if you ain't, you know what I'm saying, if you ain't paying attention, it shit slip by.
A pandemic, because the Hong Kong flu was a pandemic. Okay, and before Hong Kong succeeded China, it was considered to be part of China, but geographically they're part of China. At that time, they were considered part of China before they seceded. Okay, and I believe that was 1995 when they seceded. So now we're gonna go.
False. They were owned by Britain, but continue.
Wait, so what was it? Was the virus in China a pandemic or an endemic?
That was an epidemic.
So it wasn't an endemic.
No.
You know.
Damn, boy, this guy's petty. I know you're gonna chop this shit up.
Nah, because he's being very specific, and he didn't say the word endemic at all. He said outbreak, pandemic, and epidemic. So why not? Where's endemic? That's all. I'm reading this book right here, and we're dealing with an endemic in this book.
Yeah, but this is so sad on so many different levels. You know why this is so sad? Everybody got 4G technology or 5G technology. You have it in your Wi-Fi. It's going to be in your phone. So if you're saying these things, now you got to tell the people what to do to protect themselves. You can't tell nobody nothing because there is no concrete evidence that none of that radiation goes beyond the subatomic level. They do studies to make sure the radiation that comes from the towers that goes to those phones, B. These dudes is crazy, man.
And plus, how am I gonna make money off of you if you're dying from off the radiation?
Right.
Hold on. Failed to understand.
You breaking up, Melvin. You breaking up, Melvin. Sound like a robot.
In the U.S., it has to be cleared by the FCC for health standards. Period.
Yeah. It's checks and balances and everything.
Hello?
Dude. It's checks and balances.
We hear you.
Yeah.
No, I was saying that it has any tech products that get released have to be cleared by the FCC to make sure that there's no health issues or any physical issues that could occur when using the product. So the FCC has to regulate that, but before we even get it.
Absolutely, checks and balances. Yeah,
that's real.
All right,
roll that shit.
Let him continue.
I got more in between. I'm setting traps for you guys. So we go to the coronavirus.
Traps.
And what is the first place in the world that had 5G throughout its masses? And let me say this. What's the place in the world that has the highest internet population? And let me say this.
Where's the place in the world got the highest wet market with endangered species, wildlife? Well, I carry you shit, bro. Stop it.
Wuhan.
Yeah.
Because I can tell y'all don't know what 5G is because you don't travel. Because if you travel,
Oh shit.
You see that?
Yeah. Oh shit. You don't got a Rolls Royce. You don't got a mansion. You don't got a sneakers on. Okay.
You don't travel, so you don't know shit.
So we can't read shit from people who travel. We got you.
Hey, but he traveling, but he don't understand that the airport scanners is using 5G. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They already
Yo,
using that.
yo, but here go the ultimate question before you play it again. Here go the ultimate question. Yo, is 5G only affecting black people or does it affect white people?
Right.
Fuck out of here.
Was you on when Unbiased had that picture up and it showed where the tanning bed was at on the scale? The tanning bed is rubbing next up to the gamma rays. So like if they trying to kill anybody, it's white people.
Right.
Damn.
Technology and digital.
Oh boy.
That been said 5G on it. 5G wasn't operational. And now we in America, and we're talking like, okay, it's just coming to America. But then there's another group of us that's like, no, we've been had 5G. We ain't had 5G. We don't understand.
I gotta stop. Hey, yo, look at his facial expressions. Like he's so serious and angry. Like, yeah, my man got this shit down pat.
And the audience is eating it up.
Word.
They eat it, boy.
So yeah, you can tell he be watching himself before he do it. He records himself, watch it. Nah, he'll do it again like a real fucking actor and shit.
I'm finna kill it with this face, son.
The largest internet population in the world that was not only using 5G, but have already been experimenting with 7G.
Look, he's disgusted.
And what happened?
Hold up, he said they're
Pandemic.
What happened?
experimenting with 7G.
He said that?
Yeah. He said they got 9G.
He said they're experimenting with 7G.
Yeah, he went up. Yeah, he said he went to
He went off the
9G,
deep
bro.
end on me,
Yeah,
man.
he went to 9G.
He went to 9G, bro.
Yeah.
You see the Spanish flu and radio waves running concurrent. We see the Hong Kong flu in China again, and radar waves running concurrent. And now we see a community that already established their 5G. Right now, y'all gonna think it's been around because we have social distancing and we're in our households, so no one sees all the damn systems being connected and all the satellite compliant technology.
Spooky.
I wanted to beat him up on that so bad right there. I wanted to come in right there, man. So we in the house. They caused a shutdown, put us in the house, to quarantine us in the house, so that they can build a whole infrastructure, a worldwide infrastructure behind our backs
in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
like that's crazy, dude. That's
and
crazy.
we can't look out the windows to see.
Right. And he don't know that the 5G antennas they're gonna be right on your power lines. It's a smaller antenna. It's not a big antenna like the cell phone towers now. It's a small one. It fits
But
right
why
on
would they even need to do behind our back?
Right.
But no one's asking the question because they just waiting for the setup.
I said, what would be the purpose of them having to do any of this shit behind our back? Like,
Right. They're so powerful.
Are we going to stop them? Are we going to take arms up against them?
Like they don't got an AC 130.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been talking about 5G since 2016, 2017. Like this shit is not old or new.
Like I said, the airports and them been geared for that. That's how they do their scanners and the bomb sniffing.
I mean,
you know,
if
they
you
got the
walk
bomb
through an
sniffers.
X-ray at the airport, you've done 5G before. Like,
Plus you already know whatever the public get is the hand me down.
Hell yeah, that's like
I mean, South Korea is
Well, Melvin,
you went out
2008.
Oh, Melvin learned how to teleport too. I see you now.
Let me play
But the whole thing is like if radar affected Hong Kong, how come
Bro,
radar
he's
didn't
still
affect the rest of the world?
still answering the question.
5G corona. He's on that bike.
I'm not gonna stop it anymore.
Can y'all
go ahead?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Play.
To create a better technology that's more appealing to the iron neighborhoods, all of that is non-cypher now because everyone has to stay in the house. And while we're in the house, they're building those 5G networks up so it can be all over the place. You wouldn't know because there's curfews and it's social distancing and everyone can't really go outside at a time and no one can really be around each other. So no one's going to clubs, no one's going to restaurants. So what I'm saying, this is a fact. This is not conspiracy theory. They're setting it up and you're not privy to see the major setup. connect with a conspiracy theory at this moment, do one thought at a time. That's what I'm asking you to do. Right now, it's setting up the 5G network everywhere. Okay? The order has been put in from the White House to officially set it up. It's actually a 5G order to set it up. Don't attach the conspiracy to it. It's very hard to keep people's attention when they always talk about something's a conspiracy. Understand they are actually setting it up, no conspiracy attached. So what I'm telling you is every time we bring
Wow, did you hear that trickery though?
What did he say?
He said it's hard to keep people's attention when you think everything's a conspiracy. Wow. Wow.
Such as coronavirus, okay, China, and considering the fact that they have the largest internet populace that was already set up on 5G well before us. When I go into more of the nuances of the technology, you will see how I have the right to scratch.
All right, let's get ready to go into this. Let me open up the phone lines.
So I let her have to cut him off because he was getting bored.
Enough of this.
Go in. Go. Right. One at a time, y'all. Let's go. Let's go.
Hold on, Lord. Hold on, that. So I got time and hit. Hold on, real quick.
Hold on. What's up, Polite?
No disrespect to you, my brother. I'm open to hear what you guys say right after this. When do I get a chance to build with all these people who know everything is wrong, even without knowing my conversation? When do I get a chance to talk to them and ask them something before I do my presentation?
That is true. So before y'all
That is true.
That is true. Y'all been asking questions all the time. I want to give it back to Polite and let
I only heard two.
So you ready, Polite? You're going to ask all of them the same question, and all of them respond.
I would like to see this.
All right.
Respond.
Hold on. Please, brother. I would like for Polite to ask y'all. I would like for Polite to ask y'all the question, and then y'all can respond.
Ask me first. Ask me first. Get me out the way. I'll ask you all. Ask me first. Okay, what the hell is a Golgi apparatus or endoplasmic reticulum? Anybody can. I have no fucking idea. Because you have no fucking idea, bro. No, I said I have. I'm not an expert. I always send the people.
That was a dumbass.
Watch my answer though.
All right, you done? Anybody else would like to answer?
I don't know. Right now, fire it. No Google. I don't know, but I do have my questions that I wanted to ask.
No. Nobody asked no questions yet until you answer. Garfield, do you have the answer, Garfield?
I have no idea what that is, but before I even respond to it.
All right, hold on. Brother Corey, do you have the answer, brother?
Start it up. Hold on a second. This is Brother Garfield. Just because we don't know don't make it right or wrong. This is the semantics of the game that's going to be played. We're going to hear a word that's stronger than all of our names put together by Polite tonight. I guarantee that. But the matter is, I don't know.
All right, let's go to Corey. Brother Corey, what's up, Corey?
What that is, I'm gonna tell you what that is, my man. What that is a red herring.
Boom.
A red herring is a
Word.
fish
That's what it was.
That throws the dog's fin off. You know what I'm saying? So the dog is on his ass right now because he's sitting. He's getting out didn't say. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I just asked him. I said, so
See that smile?
Yeah.
5G has to do with the coronavirus.
That's that disingenuous smile right there.
You caught me lying.
Yeah. Look at the laugh. Look.
Hold on. Y'all gotta listen. Brothers, y'all gotta listen because y'all missing.
He even threw the hat on for the bullshit today.
Hey, he was on this motherfucking Nuwapi and shit.
And then I would like to explain why I asked what I asked, because these guys have the right to tell people they don't have the right to talk about what they talk about.
Oh my God! Ask the damn question.
They don't have the right to
Oh my God! This guy.
about what I'm talking about, they don't know what I'm talking about.
There you
They don't even remember the question, yo.
That's all part of the move, though. That's all strategic.
Yeah.
Ask your question.
Let me ask one more question. And please, before Google gets fired, before you fire off on Google and start doing
See how he disarms everybody.
Yeah.
keyboard karate, give me the answer quick. This is
Give me the answer quick. It's in his mind.
stuff I asked, and I'll explain it later. What's the virus?
Oh shit. Let's go.
See, he uses speed as his strategy on Side Net platform, but when he come to platform and other platforms, he don't do that.
Saul lets him get away.
Come on, bro. And it's not living, and it's dead, and it needs a hope. A virus
That's it.
to reproduce itself.
Yeah. That's it.
Hold on, let me finish, brother. And that's why we know you just made all that shit up, right? They found the protein in the damn virus in 2009 that shows where the 1918 came from. So they had nothing to do with radio waves, bro. But I'm gonna keep it moving.
All right.
Yeah, that's dead.
See how he muted him? So he answered the question and he tried to call out his bullshit. So he tried to check those wrong facts. But to the audience, it's like he didn't know what he was talking about. So it was easy to give Polite that win.
Brother Lord Abba. Oh, you done, please. Lord Abba, what's the virus? Lord Abba, what's the virus?
Gave us the answer. Shout out to all.
Yeah, it was pointless. The answer's already been given. Like, what are you gonna do? Keep rearrange it, re-say it?
He gave an explanation of it.
Okay, all right. Everybody that answers is done. Brother Garfield is on you, Garfield.
Can I be heard one time, Sonetta?
No, who is this?
Way away from what the original question was.
Corey, please.
Way away.
No, Corey. No.
There we go. Shot at a
Kick
shuffle.
me off.
What is your answer?
Shot at a shuffle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what he kicked you off?
You can find all of that
In a
out.
little bit, in about a couple minutes.
And I explained what I explained about Dr. Leonard Hardell and all his conspiracy theories, and where you can read all about that, the Spanish flu and all that.
All right, Corey, we're not talking about that right now. We asking Garfield, what is a virus, Garfield?
I just want to look at the comments.
Look, that's Side Netta regulating shit right there, yo.
Yeah.
We
We ain't talking about 5G radiation no more. We want to ask Garfield a question now. It's like, dude, come on, man.
Bro,
He said more than a protein. He said a lot more than just a protein.
He's a funny guy, yo. No. Well, remember this, though. He asked what's the virus. Hold on, Sonetta. He asked what's the virus regarding what?
Right.
Regarding what situation? It could be a computer virus. It could be other. What virus are you referring to?
Garfield went off the chain with that one. Like,
Yeah, he fucked it up. Garfield fucked it up.
What did Garfield say? I didn't hear him.
You know, what kind of virus?
He said a computer virus.
Is it a computer virus? What kind of virus? What kind of virus?
Yeah, okay. The chat definitely gonna be like, the chat definitely gonna start rolling Polite on that right there.
You see how that happened?
Yeah, so replay.
Once the question's answered, though, it's a wrap. It's already been answered.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's not going to acknowledge Unk's, and Unk got cut off in the middle of it too when he started, because Unk was answering the question, but he also wanted to use that time to start fact checking a lot of his BS.
Mm-hmm.
So people didn't really hear Unk's question or answer. They were hearing Unk talk about some other radar shit, which they didn't even catch, and the Spanish flu, which they didn't even catch. So they were catching the tail end of his response, and they missed it.
Yeah.
So it's RNA, DNA, it's a microscopic infectious agent that is I'm reading it from but you know said what's the virus? No problem, my brother. Hold on. So I can do the Google shit right now. A virus is a submicroscopic agent that escapes from the genes of a larger entity. That's what it says on Google. I can do that because I read that before. I told you I'm a fucking beast. So I even know what you're reading and where you read it from. It's the concept of fucking Google.
Yeah. But Unk came off the top of the head with that. He didn't read that off. He on his phone driving. You know what I'm saying?
And you know
he on his phone driving.
And you notice he never gave his definition of what a virus is.
He doesn't have to. That's not his objective. His objective is to
saying?
be on that bike and not respond to
I'm
the
saying?
question, put
'Cause
everybody
if
on
Unc-
defense.
If
He
Unc
was
was
on defense.
inaccurate, then he's supposed to give his definition
Right.
off the dome and show that Unc is wrong.
Right.
Or there's more to it than what
That's
Unc said.
that's where the moderator is supposed to properly moderate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But keep going.
Okay. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Will I do the presentation after this? Is my question.
Yes.
So why didn't you drop the mic after the presentation? Be dropping the mic.
Okay, so I came in right about this time.
Why didn't you bring this on after the presentation?
All right, so I heard the rest. Anybody hear the
Hey,
rest from
but
this?
yeah, but you see right there, it's like, that's what everybody missed when he dipped out. He already told y'all right there. That's a drop the mic presentation. He had already planned to do that presentation and dip out before he can be questioned and scrutinized.
Right.
He said it right there. Oh, that's a drop the mic presentation.
And what he also did is he undercut everyone's post debate analysis earlier by saying like nobody's going to respond to me right now in real time because I'm that fucking smart. What they're going to do is going to make 30 different videos responding to me afterwards. That's what they always do. That's what they always do.
That's why Sonetta and Polite spoke about this. Still, if you think Sonetta ain't got Polite on board and they talk to each other like, because who does that? Who had the Q&A before the presentation?
Right.
That shit don't make no goddamn sense, bro. That shit ass backwards. You know what I'm saying? But he knew like, he set it up like, yo, we're gonna have our questions first. I'm gonna do my shit, and then I'm gonna dip out. You know what I'm saying?
And see, that'd be polite giving Sonetta them conditions. Like I'm only gonna do it if this and this and this. You know what I'm saying? It ain't Sonetta doing that. It's polite saying like, I'm not gonna come on unless it's like this. You know what I mean?
And Sonetta even put him out there publicly. Like, if it was me, I would want to know people gonna be talking about me after I'm doing my presentation.
Sonetta just saying that shit.
It's
black. He also, but yeah, we know that. But I'm just what I'm trying to explain is that Sonetta was trying to, I don't want to say guilt trip, but he was trying to blast him publicly like you running. I'm not gonna say you running. However, if it was me, I want to be there and I want to be able to respond to anybody's gonna talk about it afterwards. So he was trying to do it in a passive aggressive way, like people be working for Trump and they're not going to directly counter his shit, but they're going to try to subliminally throw it in there so anybody in the audience can catch it. Like, well, I may not completely agree with it. However, that is some whole shit.
Yeah,
I didn't know Polite left because he kicked us off. You know what I'm saying? Sonetta kicked us out of there. I didn't know Polite left the thing though. So he left.
That was just
he was still there at the end. He was still there at the end. I guess he came back then.
He left and he called back in by phone.
Okay.
Nobody could get in, ask a question with he called in, said what he had to say and then dip back out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But also with that towards the end of this, when he's asking everybody their information, and he really just says like, see, they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm on a panel with 3 motherfuckers, blah, 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 and they don't even know what the fuck a virus is, as if nobody responded or Unc didn't even respond. So, I mean, he was controlling the narrative. Sonetta's giggling and chuckling, he-heing. So it was just all, and everyone's writing in the chat. I'm just like, is this shit really happening? I'm sitting back watching it all, and I'm like, I cannot be the only one seeing this. And so
the only time Sonetta moderates is when you say his name. Other than that, he don't moderate for nothing.
He always give the pseudos a handicap, dude.
Yeah, always.
It's like he know who pseudo already, so he gonna give them the handicap off the gate. You know what I'm saying?
But the whole disingenuous part is there's like ignorant people in the chat really like, I didn't know what a virus was. And his response was like 4 or 5 different sentences, and he also explained specifically when they found the protein. He was
that's 98% of the chat though.
Yeah. That's why you can't really most of the community is.
But there's some people in this chat because I'm reading that we're talking, but I'm also looking at our chat. I'm looking at Aviza's chat, and there's still some. Maybe they're trolling, but there's really some people who have no clue. And I'm praying that they're trolling.
Them niggas ain't gonna hop on the panel though.
Yeah, I just sift through the people that in the chat. You see certain individuals that really about it, got some sense through the arguments. And you really just deal with those people. Some people just way off the deep end, bro. Right. Like you can't even really get into that deal.
And when I first came on here, I thought I gave a pretty good synopsis of what happened because I'm talking with people in the house and my homies, and they was like, damn, it was different. Like, y'all, my niggas, y'all missed it. We sat there and all watched it, but y'all just missed it. Y'all just completely missed it. They just really believe Polite bodied them just off that shit right there. And that's
some of
all
those
the
people
interaction was.
Some of the people in the chat are like Polite followers, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So those people that are like, yeah, they gonna say Polite killed him anyway. He could just be like da 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 da. Oh, he bodied you, son. Nigga Polite. It don't even matter what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had people saying, yo, Polite, you dropping fire, bro. Damn.
Hey, but after I got to the crib, right? So I was driving the whole time we was on the phone and shit, right? So I got to the crib to turn it on YouTube. He like, yeah, they must have forgot just because I drive a Bentley and I live in Beverly Hills and they think I don't do this no more. I really do this. Like, come on, man. Get out of here, man.
This nigga showed these cheap ass sneakers. Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, the first 30 minutes the first 30 minutes of the presentation was a rant about how good I am.
He said, I think better than you. I write better than you. I
Oh
talk
my
better
God.
than you. I got 24 million views on one of my videos. I'm like, all right, my nigga. So where's the 5G Corona
it was
connection?
Right.
Yeah, it was a polite motivational video. I turned off. I was like, I can't.
Hey, pipe and motivation.
I told the watcher earlier, bro. He was like, "Yo, you watching that Polite shit?" I'm like, "Nah, man."
Yo, I'm biased, man. Bring that info out, man. Fuck this. Bring the info out. Kill this nigga. Get him out of here. That nigga out of here.
Now,
get him out.
Look,
you know hey Rob Bourne, you know the pseudo killer's gonna do a whole little show. We're gonna give him a couple days, then we're gonna come back and kill it.
Yeah, man. I mean, bro, before you even got here, we was bringing up a bunch of shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Every electronic around you is emitting electromagnetic frequencies. So I mean, what is these niggas?
Look, the thing about me is that I don't argue new arguments. I argue old arguments, shit like this.
Also in their adolescence, but it's so many years that have gone by, many of us will not accredit the mishaps or the
Oh, he threw the same hat on.
That's that short order cook.
Listen.
The inoculations that were forcibly imposed upon them in order for them to go to school, to be poorly
You already said vaccines forced upon you. Okay, that's one mistake.
educated about themselves.
You ain't got to get a vaccine, nigga.
Right.
On the vaccine exemption.
To go to school, you do.
No, stop.
You ain't got to get one.
No, they give you a choice. Take the vaccine, you stay here. You don't take it, do your own shit. They don't force it on you.
No, they didn't say force you, but in order to get into that school.
Yeah, right. Because that's right.
Said shit about school, nigga.
They like, you ain't gotta go home, but you
gotta get the fuck out of here.
But this is a good point. My man didn't say school just now. He said they force it on you. That's all he said. So that's
he said they force it on you. He ain't
right.
say
Right.
That's a different implication.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. So I know that. So I'm saying like his audience will believe that's some Illuminati shit. They gonna force it on you. You know, that's how they gonna receive that.
The audience, see, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
The way that y'all taking it right now is what he's selling it.
Right.
So you can't take it how he's selling it. You got to look at the logic at it.
Right.
Because he ain't say nothing about school
at all.
Public schools, bro. He's talking about they are forcing you. They are
Come on,
forcing
you.
Yeah, I got it.
So all 6 or 10 of us, however many of us on the panel it is right now, can take it 10 different ways, and we all gonna come up with our own conspiracy, and we gonna put it on YouTube, and now we got fucking followers and shit.
Now look at this shit.
Man, like that's not what the fuck he's saying.
Look,
Because that's one of your main avenues of vaccine exemption. To homeschool your children. We're talking about how to raise a vegan child.
Oh shit.
We got so much subject matter here. But I have to focus today on the homeschool and the vaccine exemption to give the brothers and sisters strategy. We have to give you brothers and sisters strategy.
now I can skip anywhere.
You tell them, and honestly, like our children be like, "Oh no, thank you, I don't eat that."
Man.
They're like,
Man, I can't listen to this shit.
Yeah,
man.
I
I'm
can't
outta
listen to
here,
him.
I just want to see some information sliding. Fuck this shit.
Yeah. He's a hustler, man. He plays his field.
Yeah. I ain't fucking with this nigga. Turn this nigga off, bro.
He plays his joints. You know what I mean? Like
he got the same hat on twice. I ain't fucking with this.
Yeah, like he analyzes where the money at, where the views at, and gets it where he fits in. You know what I mean? Like,
everyone is great.
He got a small cap on now.
All right, here we go right here.
Sovereign homes, because
Hold on.
there's no duty on the state of easy children past their sicknesses to be going through, like Denzel Washington and Foreman. So
I ain't gonna front. Nah, I ain't gonna say.
After all, these people spend thousands of dollars for their education. .info.
All right, this shit right here. What's inside the vaccine? All right. Listen to this nigga.
The unbiased vaccine science and everything. They're pretty credible sites.
Now you heard him, right? Now fact check this site. This is some bullshit from a high school dropout. Vac facts. Yeah, he sourced a dude. This is straight quack. I can't even say quack. The dude had no credentials. He's like a high school graduate or dropout. That's it. And my man said you could. This is a credible site.
Reproduce effects, allergic reactions.
Where's the site?
From mild.
Nah, this is some bullshit put together.
Monosodium glutamate.
Now, there's nothing wrong with MSG, by the way. You won't find anything negative about that. I have fact checked that.
Nah, I'm looking at data excerpted from the following.
Yeah. So now this is a regular guy. Just
I've never heard of it.
High school graduate, high school diploma, but that's it. He's not an expert at all. This guy right here.
Sounds like it. All right.
That right in the cabinet that they pour into the food, MSG.
Oh shit!
Look at all.
I want to go back here though.
Because aluminum is put into your vaccines.
Look at this shit. He said aluminum, Parkinson's disease, dental cavity. This dude just made up some shit in her head. I was like, where is he getting this shit from? So
associated with aluminum?
Yeah, so I'm not gonna let him get past this. When I talk to him, like how Rob Bourne say he not getting past that old other shit. He ain't getting past this.
So the things that they're putting into your vaccines.
Hey, I'm biased. I appreciate you inviting me on, man. I gotta go to work in a little couple hours, man. Give me some rest, man. Peace to the panel.
I appreciate your work, man.
Peace, Core. Peace, Core.
Everybody.
So my whole point was this story. So my whole point to showing that was like how Rob Bourne said he gonna hold him to that cargo miniums. Well, I'm gonna hold him to that presentation right there. Because my man just went crazy. Dead baby fetuses, formaldehyde, like he was going crazy with the fear mongering with vaccines.
Now I had my Facebook page that hit me with the same screenshot of that same full thing right there, man. That shit crazy.
I got kicked off. My phone died on my app.
Okay.
But, so I never got to give my little synopsis of his answer or whatever the hell that was.
His presentation on the 5G thing?
Yeah. First off, he never even the first question that he asked him, like, what is Goju something?
Yeah.
He never explained what that was and what relevance it had to the subject matter.
Right.
And, you know, he goes on to when he was asked the question, he went all around the mulberry bush, never answered it. But I paid particular attention because, like I said, I've watched Polite videos before. And when he actually feels like he has a point, a strong point, even when Sonetta cuts him off, he begs and pleads for his point to be finished and heard. Because Sonetta cut him off. He wasn't like done. So the fact that he didn't really buck or argue with Sonetta about not being able to complete his point was telling. So then when Sonetta kind of like, oh, well, he want, you know, I could tell he noticed that Ankh-Nam was trying to get back in to kind of redirect and say, hey, he ain't answered the question. So then he like, but I want to ask the question since they asking me, you know, and then Sonetta like, yeah, let him ask the question or whatever. So, I mean, I don't know what his presentation went on to show, but yeah, It was a lot of dancing around the mulberry bush.
Yeah, I ain't.
Whole lot.
Once Unc and them got kicked off, yo, I turned the show off.
Yeah.
I don't like Polite, bro.
Yeah, when does the presenter, the guy that does the presentation, when does he ask the question? Like, bro, we asked you the questions.
Yeah.
Right. But it was just a tactic to discredit.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm sorry. Well, I've said it before, but all that was a tactic to discredit them, to say that they're not qualified, because he took offense to everyone saying that he's not qualified, he's not certified, he doesn't have the credentials to say anything. So his counterpoint, once he was backed up against the wall and his bicycle traveling didn't work, it was like, well, let me just discredit them right out the gate.
Yeah, but
answer this.
But you know what? That they say, extraordinary claims, requires extraordinary proof. So he had he made some crazy claims, and people have the right to question him on those crazy claims. Like nothing he said was.
Hey, bro, you know what it is, though? You know what it is? You know what it is? Remember on the last live Unc had, right? Remember how he was talking about certain niggas got gift the gab?
Yeah.
You know, Unc is always trying to sell. How can we get our message across to people and make it more entertaining? And how can we get more views and shit?
Right.
That's really what Unc is trying to do. You feel me?
Yeah.
And it's not on no malicious type shit. But I'm just saying. But the fact that Sa-Neter get that shit so easily, you know what I mean? When Polite come over there and he come with the bullshit, Polite try to use the fact that he know Unc ain't got nobody like him over there that could just gift the gab it.
Right.
Like granted, Unc do got like Ngozi or somebody like that he could call up real quick. But Ngozi ain't going, like, Unc ain't got right in the pocket. You know what I mean? Damn, I'm breaking up.
A little bit.
Nah, my bad. But Unc ain't got somebody like Ngozi in the pocket, whereas though he can just call him up at any moment and be like, yo, we got this situation going on. Like, Unc gotta set up some time with Ngozi, whoopie whoop, and then set that up, and then he come in. But other than that, like, as far as a fast talker like Polite, he ain't got nobody like that, bro.
But my question is, so let's just say hypothetically, everything that he's saying is true and it checks out. What are we supposed to do with this information? Well, what's the point? Are we...
I think somebody asked that after his presentation, and he gave no response.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to figure out what the point would be, what the purpose would be, because like you say, we have all this technology around, and it's kind of crazy to me that in order to make these arguments, you need technology. The same technology that if they put 5G in it, you're still going to continue to use it. So I don't really understand.
Oh, this whole 5G ideology that's going on right now, like that shit is going to get quiet real quick.
Yeah.
Because what's going on is that people is going to realize that they've had 5G around them for longer than they thought, and then they're just going to adapt more 5G to their area, and then they're going to realize that, oh, there's no side effect from this, and then they're just going to stop talking about it.
Man, if I was to get over there in Harlem and listen, I will advise Sa-Neter properly how to use his platform, because he's not using it right, and he will have a lot of views. Like, I will tell him who to restrain from, and like, for example, like so I heard that people said Asar to some people is boring. So what I would do is I would have Asar go in and have it down, break it down in parts. So the first part I'll say, okay, now have George Macon, okay, go. Like for the entertainment part, like the parody part, okay. So Asar, go, don't talk too long because they don't appreciate information, they want entertainment. So get the message across, and then we'll stop, and then we'll let George Macon, okay, how you feel about that? And let him just go in and this little crazy shit, and then have Asar go again, and just have him like a commercial, have him go in between Asar every time, so the message can get through, but they also got the entertainment.
But
what you're saying is absolutely. Go ahead, Amber.
I was just gonna say, I need to know what the goal is. Is the goal quality content, or is the goal quantity.
It's all over the place. It's all over the place right now. Because he says quality sometimes, and it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
That's what I'm saying. He gotta find a lane because you can't be appealing to everybody. So if you're gonna have a quantity where you just got large numbers, you have to know that you're gonna get the clowns, the fools, the people, because the people that's looking for quality aren't gonna stick around too long. They're not gonna
Melvin still here? Melvin still here?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Amber. Go ahead.
He's on there.
Melvin, you still in here?
He probably on mute or he fell asleep. I've been doing that shit lately. Real quick.
I mean,
let me get this please. What I was trying to say was, or going to say was, I think in the beginning, Sonetta started out with the quality. However, when he saw with Polite and Farrell that quantity pays the bills. So he can sit here and be quality with his little bitty views and no recognition, but there ain't no Gators and ain't no Benz or Mercedes coming with all, or BMWs, whatever his vehicle is coming with that. So once he recognized he had to change his strategy up, he started getting majority of people. And then I think he recognized like, shit, well, if I just bring on these people, they're not quote unquote selling. So he had to kind of like just play to or cater to his audience. Like these news people, they're pretty much just, they talk about the topics that's going to bring them in. Like Skip Bayless, if he's not talking shit about LeBron and someone bigging up LeBron, his views are down. You look at his videos, especially since the season is not popping right now. Yeah. Whenever they talk about Brady, or what team he's going to, you'll see so many views. But he can talk about LeBron today or tomorrow, watch that shit jump back up because people who hate LeBron gonna watch it and people who like LeBron gonna watch it. But the other point to what you were saying, Unbiased, the sad part about it is a lot of CEOs don't know how to listen to advice. They have to either have somebody who works for them to handle the marketing, and then that shit will pop off. But a lot of these people want to be like Jerry Jones and run everything. So you'll see Sonetta, he's the CEO, so he's not necessarily taking advice. Donald Trump, CEO, he's not taking advice. If you look at Omar Johnson, there's so many people who can step in there and help him really run that school. Yeah. I'm sure everybody on this panel can give him advice, and this shit will really fly. The example I told you about the plumbers and all that, people, solar panels, and people who know how to do X, Y, Z, they can help them. But when they on top of their shit and they in charge, it's for some reason, I don't know if it's human nature or egos or whatnot, but certain people don't want to take advice. They want to do everything. They don't want to relinquish that control. And that's just a human flaw. I can't even say it's particular to Sonetta or particular to Umar Johnson. It's real hard.
Love to talk. Those types of people love to talk about the flaws in Black people and not trusting each other, but then everything on their own. They don't
damn
trust
right.
Black
damn right.
Involved or assist or, you know what I'm saying? So, and that's why it's always comical to me, because it'd be the lone wolf talking about Black people don't trust other Black people.
Yeah. I would charge slots if I was Sonetta, like maybe an hour and a half slot or 2 hour, $120. I guarantee people will, because people got messages, but they just like nobody wants to hear them. So
let me say this real quick. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. What I wanted to say is, like, right now, I promise you, if you cut like these videos and these conversations and dialogues and these bills that we're having right now, if you decided to, I know you're busy and shit, but if you was just to edit them and break them down to like 30 minutes and 15 minutes, I promise you your views will be in the thousands. Because when Roz making his points, you're making your points, Amber, Haskell, all of us, even me at sometimes, when we're giving our dialogue, even Corey coming in or anyone's hopping on, there's a lot of content for people to actually sift through when they see 7 hours. Like, man, fuck that shit. Unless you're actually doing laundry or you cooking and you just play that shit, then you'll really get it. And this is some shit my wife said.
That's monetizing.
How long are these videos?
That's monetizing. If you look into SEO, the science of SEO, like that's how they do that shit. Like you can make that's how my man got into scamming. You feel? But I mean, you can like pretty much make catchy titles that people would naturally try to type into their search bar, and your videos would be one of the ones that pop up easily on the search bar, and we can just chop those down into little clips, like how people be chopping Joe Rogan clips down.
That's just what I was gonna say. What I was gonna say. Joe Rogan has his full videos, but then he has that Joe Rogan clips or Joe Rogan whatever.
That's not his, bro. He was on the podcast talking about how he had to stop. What he say? He had to stop recording live or some shit. He said he had to stop doing, so they could stop chopping up his clips, because they made a separate joint and he named it Joe Rogan Clips, that same joint, JRC. And he was like, that's not him, that's somebody else making money off of his clips. Wow. Making legitimate money off his clips. But yeah, that's what they're doing. They just taking clips and then titling the clips like as a little video. You feel me?
And I see the same thing happening to what's that guy? Skip Bayless, what is it, Undisputed or whatever it is. There's like 4 or 5 different channels playing the same damn shit. They're just cutting it. So if they're with the little blue check mark, their official clip is like 13 minutes, then someone will copy that shit and put a little bit before, a little bit after, and then title it the same damn thing. Yep. So to me, it's not even worth subscribing to, because sometimes I'm subscribing to the wrong damn one.
Yeah, it's a bunch of them out there. Yeah,
but that's just something like you can do. But then again, you got to really hire people to do that, or you got to really have the allotted time.
Nah, I mean, he can edit his own videos and just chop them up. Like he don't have to put the whole video online. He could just chop them up into little pieces. Like, you know how sometimes we be on like for 8 hours or something, and then he might play 20 minutes of a video, and then the video will get flagged. He ain't gotta upload the whole video. He could just chop the video up and edit out the YouTube part of it, and whoever watched the live would have seen the YouTube or whatever, but whoever don't, it's just like whatever, nigga. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Hey, check this out. So when they be talking this government conspiracy stuff, and Polite name a bunch of silly ass viruses that got like a 2% kill. Check this out. Marianne cried out, "I'm drowning, I'm drowning." The Sin Nombre hantavirus gives rise to a mixture of cardiac and pulmonary failure, hence the syndrome's cardiopulmonary syndrome, and it causes the lungs to fill up with fluid so that the afflicted patients literally drown in their own pulmonary secretions. Now, this was something that was like nipped in the bud real fast. There's so many viruses we never heard of that got damn near 80% kill. They like hardcore kills, but they're gonna release coronavirus. Everybody survives. Like it just like they don't understand. Like you got the norovirus out there. I think Africa that's killing Ebola. Yeah, now Ebola, that's a 90% kill. Also, the smallpox variola major was 90% kill. So yeah, so like they got stuff that can. And this right here, this one I just read, like this, they said they got lucky how this one didn't evolve, because a lot of Americans, because this is on some old look. This had a 2-week, this incubation period was like damn near a month, bruh.
Damn.
2 weeks to get symptoms, and then like another week or 2 for your lungs to get, to drown your own goddamn lungs. So Polite is like just picking little viruses here and there, but there's a lot of viruses that's in all these countries that we never heard of, because they get nipped in the bud like real fast.
Yeah, that's the fucked up part about a conspiracy, because if they did a little bit of research, they actually can find something that'll really fly with it. Just, you know what I mean? If they did a little bit of research,
but bro,
then they'd be able to fly.
The funniest thing though, like usually when I take a conspiracy and I type in like if I'm scrolling down my timeline and I type in keywords within the conspiracy that I see, and the first thing that come up on Google is usually a site either debunking it or a credible site telling you what's really going on. Right. So I really be sitting there thinking like, damn, like where these niggas be going? Like, do they really be going to like the 5th, 6th, 7th page?
Right. Google? How do you avoid? Like, yeah, that's a good point. How do you avoid the truth?
Yeah, like where you be finding this stuff?
That's funny.
They be having they be playing.
I think Polite is smart enough to know though that those, even if there was a correlation, you can't prove that. Like, people were around too. So is that to say that people, have something to do? Like, you have to be able to find a way to drill it down, and there's so many things that correlate with radiation, viruses, and time periods that there's no way you could really narrow it down to this is definitely this.
Listen, the thing about Polite and Devon is that they're smart enough to know what things that they can say without getting triggered by the smart people, unless they go back and look at what they say. Like, for example, before internet was really, really popping, right? And I used to have to write book reports and all types of crazy shit. And if I was rushing, my mom's had a whole collection of encyclopedias, but I knew if I at least read the topic of what was in the encyclopedia, if I didn't verbatim repeat what they were talking about in their words, if I at least interpreted it in my words, that I could pass without getting that copyright bullshit, right? You know what do they call that?
Plagiarism.
The plagiarism.
Piracy?
Exactly. The plagiarism. No, they called it plagiarism and they called it copying shit.
Yeah.
Not copying shit because you interpreting the information in your own way. So
you're paraphrasing.
Yeah, you're paraphrasing. Exactly. But if you paraphrase well enough, you're good with plagiarism. Pretty much.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
pretty much
it's the same type of way. These niggas are pretty much plagiarizing scientific information with their own agenda.
Yeah, and now we gotta be careful of saying Polite smart, because Double X convinced me to believe the opposite. Because when you learn something, right, especially in school, they give you a competency test, so you can, you have the ability to communicate back what you learned from it, like how much you gathered, right? So when Polite read this stuff, and when he talks, he's not spewing what he gathered. So how is that smart? Smart is to be able to come across some information, some education, and then when you're talking, you're building upon what you learned. And
it's smart. It's smart because it's still psychology, bro. Because he still understands how to.
Yeah, but a psychotic, like a serial killer, isn't smart. Like the BTK guy, that's not smart. Like that's considered insane or crazy.
That's not a level.
No, they still consider most psychopaths highly intelligent.
Yeah, that's a level of intelligence. You can manipulate people.
Do any of us? Okay,
ingenious.
Smart people.
Wait. Let's stop capping. Do any of us consider these guys? Okay, when we hear the BTK, Jeffrey Dahmer or whoever mass murder, do we say, "Oh, that guy's smart"? Jason Voorhees and shit like that. Come on.
We talking about
the amount of planning that goes into some of the crimes, the time length that they go without being detected. Yeah, they a lot of them are intelligent. Yes.
That's why I say criminal genius or criminal mind. It takes a skill to be able. There's a lot of idiots who get caught, you know what I mean? Like and I don't mean to bring it up, but like Tasha from Power, that was some dumb shit.
Now I'm asking the panel. I'm not saying what they call smart. I'm saying, do you guys, when you see a crazy motherfucker that's good at scamming, you say, "Yo, that nigga smart"?
No, I don't say that. But I know what you mean, especially with the analogy that point that you brought up with Double X. And we ain't seen a Puerto Rican in a while. I don't know why he don't hop on the panel no more. I just want him to show his face, and then I'll just get off his ass. You know what I mean? Because I kind of like the dude. But back to the point, I know what you mean, because it's one thing to be able to have good memory and just regurgitate shit. It's another thing, because again, I do the tutoring shit, but it's another thing to give someone an assignment and then they can read it, but they can also, like Lynn was saying, you can reinterpret it or you can paraphrase it to just convey that you grasped the concept instead of just repeating the concept. Those are two different things. It's competency, and I completely understand.
And I'm the type of person you may have heard me say it before. I consider those types of people to be so smart they stupid. You know, they've reached a certain level of intelligence where they think they're smarter than everybody else. so therefore they can do anything. So I like, oh, you so
Right.
smart, you stupid.
Nah, I don't know about that. But
You got artistic people out here who write AI programs and
no, but they actually know. But that's scientifically proven that they're smart. That their creativity is another level. So science proved they're actually smart. So
but I mean, at the end of the day, science is just an observation, whereas though you establish facts. So I mean, you observe.
They have the. No, but you just said it. They got the reason why that's proven because they got the ability to do stuff we can't do with their brains. So when it comes to polite, man, like that's not smart. Like that's to me that's just
not me. But
I can't see that.
People want to throw on Ed Hardy and you know all this other crazy shit like polite. But, I mean, he obviously is so-called smart, bro. He's using his marketing like even Trump is
Bro,
smart.
that nigga getting wait, he's appealing to a dumbass crowd. How's that? Okay, give some niggas and get no, that's not smart. What I'm trying to say is this.
Going back to the autistic example, they're intelligent in a lot of ways, but then they struggle in different areas, right?
Right.
So you can be.
I'm agreeing with that.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. Look, okay, about polite. What I'm saying is this. Okay, the people who have autism, like they are smart. That okay, they're smart. The smart people say they're smart, right?
You said polite more. He less smart than niggas.
Let me go in. One second. I'm trying to go somewhere with it. You're not smart when you convince dumb people. You're smart when you convince smart people. I'm trying to say that.
Hey, he with the celebrities, right?
No, bruh. We don't know.
Celebrityism doesn't mean intellectual.
Right.
I didn't say it did, but to unbiased, he's showing it every day. Like these niggas is doing it. So
No, you missed my point. I was talking about dress codes only. That's what I was talking about. I was saying about how they dress versus polite. That's my whole analogy on that. I had nothing to do with they doing it because I actually don't agree with that type of shit.
Well, I will say this. I think a smart individual would be smart enough to not define their intelligence by the next person's standard. So at the end, to say, oh, well, a smart person wouldn't try to get over on dumb people. Well, he might actually say, well, you're trying to impress other smart people. You know, does that make you smart? Or you know, like at the end of the day, you could say that, but that does not necessarily make it true. The fact like he can't be smart because he's preying on dumb people.
Listen,
he may be feeling like he's working smarter and not harder.
A wise person once said, right? You can't judge an elephant's ability, or you can't judge an elephant's intelligence by its ability to climb a tree.
Man, Ali Muhammad said that shit, bro. Stop it.
Ali Muhammad got that from somebody else, nigga. Don't fucking play.
Yeah, but see, he said it right. He said it, but that doesn't mean he created or invented it.
No, nigga, I ain't getting
or originated.
Ali Muhammad.
This nigga don't want no parts of Ali Muhammad.
A wise man once said, "Nah, nigga, that ain't the wise man."
A wise man said it, and the idiot nigga picked up and carried it.
Nah, I play with you.
Ain't giving him no props.
Nah, I play with you. Nah, I definitely get on your
CS degree and sit down in the corner.
Nah,
I don't disagree though. I'm just saying, bro.
No, I definitely understand what everybody's saying. Everybody's actually. You're right. Like I like how I see smart. You said it best about the elephant analogy. How I see smart, my standard is different from polite and different from everybody on the panel. So you know what I mean. And that's just it.
No, I agree. It's like the difference between how polite's doing things and how we would choose to live our life. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like us on this panel, if we was talking about our personal life, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be discussing it in manners of polite. You feel me?
Right.
We not on that type of time. But as far as this nigga, I mean, the way he carrying shit is definitely on some con artist shit, which is a level of psychology, bro. That is.
I'll say sociopath because
I would say too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would say it's more of a sociopath because you can say he's like it takes a certain amount of intellect to do that, but then it takes a lot of foresight and self-evaluation and reflecting and be like, okay, if I get caught, where am I at then?
Right.
Fuck that. I'm not gonna play myself. That
Right.
takes a whole a different train of thought. You know what I'm saying? But a sociopath or a psychopath or even a narcissist, they're not gonna even have that thought process. And that was some of my critiques on some of the people in the community. Some of these dudes are narcissists because they're not even listening to the way they come across. They're not even aware of themselves. Nope. A lot of them don't even like, you know what, my bad, I said that wrong, I apologize. Or you know what, excuse me, you're right, Amber, I did cut you off. Or you know what, Haskell, you're right. They don't even they would not even do that. They won't even apologize.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's like you talking. It's like we all got this block in our head. That's our mind. And then you got people outside of that block who's trying to communicate to it, and you can't receive what's coming in it. You only can transmit what's going out of it, type shit.
Right.
So during his presentation, 1 second, and you go right in. Just hold your point. Like, don't forget it, because my mind's like kind of off topic a little bit. It's on polite, but it's like some stupid shit. So now he's a chemist. Now we never. I watched all of his videos basically, a large majority of them. I never seen a dude ever teach on chemistry. Now all of a sudden the electrons go around here and it knocks off this, and now you have an ionic bond. Like, now this nigga is a chemist on top of everything else he is. I'm like, dude, you're a chemist now? Like, oh fuck.
But he's smart enough to know what he needs to learn to fool the people, though.
No, I ain't gonna lie. He definitely, you know, the word quantize was actually a word. So he's good at, like, when he goes and pick that shit up, like, he's actually good. I don't say everything, but he did, from my knowledge, do a good job on the chemistry.
The trigger words, bro. That's it.
Yeah. He just conjugated, but yeah, he's I think
he learns trigger words, and he memorizes things so that he can spew them out quickly to give the appearance of being extremely knowledgeable, extremely, you know, like, I know this front and back. You know what I'm saying?
Like
he's even bragged on reading books from front to back, and then from back to front. Right. You know, like, so I mean, it's a gimmick, and I mean, people buy into it. I mean, what can you say?
I remember when I first heard of him, he was talking about the FCC and this and that, and then the strength law, and then on the bank shit, and then they put the money in the bank and all that type of shit. And I was just amazed, like, how fast he was talking. And I've seen like 4 or 5 different videos, and he said everything verbatim the same way. And when people would call in, he would spit the same shit. And it was kind of like a little script he would run into. So he'll be talking, and then in order to do his little Brooklyn magic or his little judo mind trick on him, he would just start reciting that real fast and real quick and verbatim every single time.
Did y'all notice? Did y'all notice when the nigga asked Garfield about the vaccines?
Nah.
Yeah. When he asked him about the vaccines, he was like, "What is a?" Nah, he asked Unc and Garfield, "What is a vaccine?"
No, a virus.
Virus.
Damn, a virus.
Yeah, but he gave time to. And he
gave him time, right? But then when Garfield finally said something, he spewed off the definition.
Right.
Like,
and what he said was, he said that was the. Yeah, he said, I already know that you were going to say that, because that's when you, and said that's when you lose all credibility, because that's the first response when you type it in Google, and it is da-da-da-da-da-da.
So,
and I already know that you're going to talk about.
I don't.
He said you're not even smart enough to scroll down. You're just going to choose one. I memorized the first 3 of them just so I know you.
I don't get like people fell for that. Like, what was the problem with Garfield reading off the definition? I didn't get that.
But exactly, but the point is, he just sunned them. It's just like Donald Trump.
Yeah,
he can just talk loud, and he just makes you sun. It's just a part of the game, and people are looking back and like, wow, he looks more strong, he looks more powerful, he looks more authoritative, he looks more smart. So he won off of that. It's just the optics. It's the optics.
Gang bro. It's gang banging. That's how niggas used to do in gang banging, bro. I swear.
Yeah, I agree.
But see, here's where I have to go back to being critical about certain people, because my thing is, when you come for somebody, you got to be prepared for the smoke.
Yeah, you do.
So
that's true.
So you cannot get up there and say like, oh, well, I was ambushed, or oh, well, he said this and he making it look this way. Like, y'all, especially as many videos is done about Polite, y'all should have studied his behavior and be a couple steps ahead. You should be able to set him up and put him.
That's what I was saying earlier, though, Amber. He ain't got nobody that can talk as fast as Polite, yo. Like, even Polite mic louder than everybody else, so it cut niggas off. You feel me? Like, you see how I can't even cut y'all niggas off because y'all mic better than mine.
Yeah. But my thing is, at the end of the day, if you want to make an effective change, the change is not happening on these small platforms where people are, you know, the change is gonna happen on Sinetta platform live when Polite is on the show and it's direct.
Right.
Otherwise, it comes off as hating. Otherwise, when you get on the platform and you allow him to embarrass you, now you lose even more credibility with the people.
Yeah,
and
that's
make
true.
him look stronger. Like, unless you prepared to go out there and really get him together, then there ain't no point in you keep putting yourself on display, because all you're doing is really making him more powerful. You know what I'm saying?
Amber,
like,
you know what? I'm sorry. I hate
Go
the
ahead,
fact
bro.
that I
Go
do
ahead,
that.
go ahead.
But it was just to strengthen your point, because what you're saying is absolutely correct. And I think Polite was doing all that. He wasn't talking to nobody on that panel. He wasn't talking to nobody in the audience. I think he was really, really going at what's that nigga name? Divine. Because Divine just stole his package, stole his game, stole his speech patterns, stole his rhetoric, and just was using it. But the difference is, I can tell Divine was reading that shit off the screen. So all that shit Polite was saying, he was throwing his daggers at Divine. And to keep it a buck, I used to have Divine like on the C class. He was in the Imam Bashir, just above it, maybe below Ali Muhammad. But the daggers that he threw at Unc and him, he jumped right up into the A spot. Just he leapfrogged everybody. And off of the point you said, they underestimated him. They didn't think he was prepared. And he went in there and he just hammered them. And it was like Brother Sanchez. I keep using that analogy. It was someone who you knew he's going to end up losing, but he came across so sharp, so clear, so knowledgeable, and put everybody off guard because they underestimated him. And he just leapfrogged them. Like, if you were to rank all the conscious people, I think they kind of fell a few notches from these last few performances. And Divine is, if not A class, he's like a solid B plus. He's in the top tier now.
Yes, and at the end of the day, like, my thing is, people underestimate it's the art of strategy. We are far more talented, in my perception, and intelligent than white people, but they have strategy on their side. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the thing. People think because they're more knowledgeable, they're more intelligent. Oh, I actually know this. He just pretend to know, and he don't know. It does not matter. It boils down to strategy, planning, preparation. Who does a better job at
Before
that?
strategy,
You know what I'm saying?
we gotta organize. Before strategy, we gotta learn.
I do want to make a point, because y'all know I try to stay out the way with the whole, you know, because I do feel like sometimes it be you know, a whole series about Polite. Like, niggas could probably put it on a playlist of videos that they made about Polite. Like, but at the end of the day, my thing is this: I always look at it as kind of like the girl who got the man that's always cheating on her. Why you don't do right? Why you, like, it's at some point you gotta realize, I can't change the motherfucker and make him stop cheating. Either I'ma get with it or get the fuck lost. So it's the same thing. You're not gonna change Polite, and that's the thing. People like, oh, he hurt me and he did this and he did that. The nigga don't give a fuck about dragging you through the mud, sis. He don't care. You care, and he know you care, so you gonna stay around. He don't give a fuck, so he gonna keep doing him and doing what the fuck he want to do. And at the point that you decide that you're done, he just gonna move on and do the same shit to the next. So at this point, Polite is not gonna change anything. He's not gonna change up. So at what point is niggas just gonna really just start bringing that proper information and just letting that be that?
Hey, y'all.
Making sure they get a spot on Sinetta, making sure that they get the people's attention. Like, at this point, the whole, you can keep talking to Polite about cheating on the people and fucking over them, but what's that gonna do?
Zen?
God damn. As soon as I start talking and shit.
What, you forgot your point?
Nah. Hello? Shit. God damn.
Yeah.
Oh, did I cut you off? I'm sorry if I did.
Nah, my fucking computer bullshit.
All right. So the reason why Polite.
I'm about to get out of here, y'all. Y'all, peace out, man. I'm talking to y'all.
All right, man. Be safe. Stay healthy.
So the reason why Polite and Divine Prospect can get at with what they call quote unquote big words, right, is because Unc keeps saying, like today I heard that he called himself a scientist, or he alluded to that somewhat, and he's on record saying he teaches biological evolution, right? He also says he teaches scientific literacy. That's why they get on him. See, they can't get on Garfield like that or anybody else because they have never made that claim.
I see.
So this is why they keep saying, read this. Do you know that? They trying to like say, see, he don't, like, you know, the same way I'm trying to prove that Divine is not a, that Divine is a
anti-vaxxer.
That's the same way Divine is showing that Unc doesn't know scientific, like he's not scientific literate.
I see what you mean.
So they both
literate
right.
Period.
Yeah, scientific literate period. And then and even Polite came that way today. That's why he said he asked a simple. The first one I don't know what the fuck that was, but the second one's very simple. So I was like, damn, like I didn't know he would ask something that easy, you know. So like he really was calling their bluff when he said, "What's the virus?" Like he really tried to disrespect them on that one.
Yeah, that's a simple question, but it's not necessarily an easy answer because you can always try to use nuances or you can use new technology. I saw because what was Polite's answer to it? He never had to give one. He never did. He just showed that he can repeat. I'm sorry?
Scientists are meticulous though. And that like scientists are careful with their words. So when you are careless with your words, you can't call yourself a scientist because they know exactly what they're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. But the point was, it was a tactic. He asked that, but he never really had to respond to it. He just discredited everybody's response by saying that I know where you got that from. He never really took on Unc's response because Unc kind of answered it, but Unc halfway answered it, but he wanted to use his time because he knew he had other people on the panel and he knew Sarnetta was going to shut him off. So he started to answer it. He talked about the RNA. I heard it because I watched the second time. I caught more of what he said instead of it just being a protein. And I like super paraphrased it, but I took it for how I knew Polite was going to chop it up. But he also used the second half of it to start speaking about the radar and saying that that's not even true because they found da-da-da-da. So he was refuting him in real time instead of just answering his question. He wanted to belittle him. The same thing that he kept doing with Divine. Instead of just playing into Divine's hands and trust in the fact that he can make his way out, he wanted to halfway go in, but he also wanted to half step, and that's a false tactic to use. You know what I mean? It's like I'm gonna halfway do it, but I'm gonna do it my way the rest of the way, and that's not gonna work.
When he asked the question, "What is a virus?" Like I see the reason why it was a disconnection or unanswered. I don't know why he couldn't just say a pathogen or microbe, and just
I think he's that simple. Yeah. Polite would have ate that shit up because Polite. Because what would happen is,
I think he took the advice that we were given the other night. Like he didn't display a knowledge of these things. Remember when a few days ago when we were kind of critiquing them on the whole Divine Prospect thing?
Right.
One of the critiques was that he wasn't displaying an actual understanding or comprehension of these things. So I think he tried to give a more detailed explanation.
Right.
Yeah. That's probably it right there.
Yeah, that's funny
right there. Damn, that's fucked up.
But again, you got to know your opponent though. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
who was that said that he could have wrapped it up with Agent? Who said that?
Melvin, I think.
Which is actually right. See, so this is the mess up. It says a virus. So when you ask what a virus is, you say what it is, right? God is this. 1 + 1 is this, right? A virus is a pathogen. It is a microbe. So a virus is a submicroscopic infectious agent. It stops right there. Now, what they did was they read what it does. That's irrelevant. That replicates only inside. You don't read that. You only read what it is.
But they knew Polite was setting them up, and they know how he gets down.
But
I know my guy. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All I'm trying to say is this, dude. Like you'll see when me and Divine talk Friday. I play chess too. So you got an offense, I got a defense. You got a defense, I got an offense. I don't got to go with your okay. You want to do a defense try? Watch I don't play into it. You want to do an offense?
You're smart though.
That's what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is this. I don't see, like he said, what is a virus? A virus is a submicroscopic infectious agent. Or an agent. It's over.
Okay, now freeze. Now what he would do, because I know him, if you guys were on a debate stage or in a debate forum and you had Sonetta as a moderator and you had like 800 people in the chat, and he would be like, yeah, you could say it's that, but then he would just say what you said and add on 18 more words and use multi-syllable words that are a little more complex, and then it would overshadow what you said. And then, but without letting you respond, then he'll run on to the next point and then ask you a question, and then you'll answer. But what it'll look like to laymen who don't really understand what you said, whether you're right or wrong, it's just like, okay, he got you playing defense because he asked you 2 or 3 questions, and he's answering the questions that you answered, but he's answering them more thoroughly or using more words. And that's a weak tactic. However, it's enough to fool people. Is my point.
So my thing is this. So now, what's the virus? So after I answer and he do a long-winded one, it's my turn again. I said, okay.
It won't be your turn again. He's gonna quickly, after he does that. Well, let me ask you another question, because I don't think you got to watch that. Just like the other dude was doing the other night. When I see somebody ask like 2 or 3 different questions, I recognize, okay, you're trying to control it. But I have recognized, like, when you're on offense and you have the ball, you don't have to play defense. So if you're right in your tactic, you're right in your debate, you can't allow someone to ask you 2 questions in a row, because that's a red flag immediately. So I'm just giving you heads up in advance. So if you get caught in a situation where you got to answer 2 questions, you got to call that shit out immediately.
Yeah,
because to the audience, you look weak, because they're just looking. There's the reason why Trump won. He didn't answer nothing in any of the fucking debates versus Hillary.
I know.
But you can just see him pacing around, walking around her and shit, and just saying questions and just responding and calling names and making up nicknames and shit. He just appeared more authoritative. He looked more dominant, and that's what you want as a leader, or that's who people want to root for the winner. And he looks like a winner. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. I don't know what they're talking about, but he's using more big words.
So I would say this. I would say in science, they say try to make things more simpler, but not simple. So I would say now, so after you say that big spill, I'll say, well, in science, they say try to make things more simpler, not simple. So I say, do me a favor, give me the answer quickly. Like the same way he want a quick answer, give me a concise answer. Don't give me the long shit. Well, all that you just said, give me a small, compact, condensed answer right now. Few words.
That's perfect. That's the Dick Gregory method. Say it simple enough so my grandma can get it.
Right.
It cuts all these niggas shit down.
So now
boil it down.
So now when he does that, I'm gonna say, see, all that shit for nothing. That long ass shit. You could have just said that right there from this card. See, I would go there with him. Like, look at your ass. You said that long bullshit for nothing when you could just say it the way you just said it just now. Real short, fast. And did everybody get it? Did everybody get it? You heard him, right? Did it make sense?
Perfect.
Yeah. That long shit.
But the stronger defense would be for you to paraphrase it and shorten it, instead of, because then it'll come off as if you didn't understand what he said. You understand what I'm saying? So if I can just paraphrase what you just said and show that you just said all of that shit unnecessarily, so essentially it's basically this. You know what I'm saying?
I was assuming that I already said pathogen. So I said pathogen. He gets some long ass spell, and I said, okay, dude, can you give me a short definition? And then his short definition will be close to mine. Like, all right, you say the same shit.
That's true, but if you can say everything he said and add a little bit more and say, see, I can be long-winded and be verbose with my conversation as well, but I recognize I'm speaking to an audience, so my response will be this. You have to recognize people lose debates because there's a person debating and then there's B, the person debating. And a lot of times what I see a lot of people on the panels, they lose because A is trying to convince B or B is trying to convince A, and they're not recognizing that C's there, and your job is to convince C that you're winning. Do you understand what I mean? So like, even when we're having conversations and when other people are on the panel, I make it a habit to explain why we're saying what we're saying to the other people, because I feel like they may not get it, because I was that guy in the peanut gallery. I didn't have a wrench. I was sitting there trying to type shit and I didn't get the point, so I just went with my jokes and I missed a lot of the information. But once I started recognizing there was people actually speaking to the audience, and then it's like, oh shit, they're talking to me. Oh shit, I get it. So now I'm not sitting here just cracking jokes. Now I'm trying to pay attention. Now I want to contribute to it. So in order to beat that, if someone's beating you long-winded, you can be concise, but I think you have to establish that you can play their game first. So you say, and when I'm saying verbose, that's mean like using extra words to get your point across, which is being wordy. And it's something like Kansu does that shit very well. However, if I was having a conversation with him, you need to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to say, I'm not, of course, I'm not a formal debater, but I am a street talking shit debater. So on my channel right now, you'll see me with different Nation of Islam. You see me with Christians, and like when I was a Hebrew, I think I did well. as a and I dealt with all type of different personalities. The people who want to overtalk you, they have authority. The people who don't talk as much, you know, the people, you know, who are calm and do the, you know, maybe like Divine, like I'm innocent. So I dealt with a lot of those different, you know, personality or characteristics of on the other side. So I just know that I'm very assertive too, and I'm funny, and I know when I have a good point. So when he asked me that long ass bullshit that nobody understood, so I'm biased. What is this? I don't know. It's my turn, right? Okay. What is so? Okay, you're a chemist now, right? All right. So now I got a question for you.
Shit like that'll work. That works.
Yeah, because I want to get I want to be on offense. I don't play defense. So I'm biased. What is this long ass word? I don't know, but it's my turn, right? Right? It's my turn. Okay. So you chemistry, right? You talk about electrons. What the fuck is electron capture? Right now, real short, quick, no Googling.
Yeah. And that's what you're going to actually have to do. Because, I mean, like, that's what Polite, you recognize once he disarmed anyone from using any references. Because I don't know if you've seen the beginning part, and you'll probably watch it. He's like, see, and he really overemphasized that. He put his laptop next to him, and he crossed his legs, and he had his hands in his laps. Like, see, my hands are here. You can see my hands. You see my elbows. Everything's off the top of the dome. I'm like, wow, he's setting to somebody. I saw what he was doing. That's why I was able to give you guys a great synopsis of what he did, because I saw everything, how he set it up. He's walking around with his phone or camera, whatever it is, showing his place where it is, asking Sonetta, look at this, what do you think of this, Sonetta? And I don't know if Sonetta was annoyed or jealous or just unfocused. He didn't even want to play into that. Yeah, whatever, nigga. Yeah, whatever, nigga. So he took it over and he looked at my chess set. I know you play this. You run the chess set, but I run these. He was just like going on and on and on. He was really building it up. Just like when he was on that bike for so long without answering those 3 questions before he even set it up like, okay, you guys ask all these questions and you say I got to have credentials. So let me ask you a quick question. And it was a simple question, but it's not necessarily a simple answer. Yeah. Because even though people know what a virus is, people don't know what a virus is. Right. You understand? Enough to really explain it, but not just give a definition, to give and to enlighten someone else on it so they can walk away with some sort of a knowledge of it. None of them did that to a degree. And that's what a true teacher is. It's like, I'm going to give an answer, but I'm also going to educate the people who are listening with an answer so they'll walk away with something they can remember. Because I think after the debate, because I watched the whole thing, and there was somebody who was trying to say that Polite won. And I guess it was the Macon dude. And then somebody asked, I don't know if it was Garfield, or I don't know who it was, but they were like, okay, so what do you remember from the presentation? And the guy was like, or maybe it was Sonetta. They were like, what do you remember from the presentation? He was like, I remember when Polite, they couldn't answer the virus. He just bodied them. And he was like, no, that wasn't even the presentation. That was before the presentation. Well, that was the best part. And it's like, nigga, what did you learn from the presentation? If you're trying to say that that's what really opened my eyes. Like, wow, everybody's watching, but nobody's watching.
But
you understand?
My biggest problem is these questions only come up with people that they don't like. Because if you were to ask certain people what they learned or what they remember from other people's presentation, they wouldn't be able to recall shit that they remembered either. So, and that'd be my thing. Like, talk about a red herring. Everybody does this same shit to some degree. So the one thing that I will agree with Polite on is that, you have non-experts telling me I got to be an expert to speak on a certain subject matter, but then they get on and they speak about shit that they not experts on. And
well said.
When you ask them to speak on certain stuff, or when they say that they know, or they're confronted by this, then they fumbling through the words, right? And and that's my thing. Like, at this point, nobody's qualified to say shit. So what are we mad about? Because everybody steadily got they running their mouth, but really not qualified. And it ain't even like I got a problem with that. But if you're gonna take an issue with it, you got to take an issue with it all the way around. Yeah. So if you watch UFC, Anderson Silva, are you familiar with him? Anybody?
That's my fucking guy, the Spider.
Okay. Yeah. Now remember one fight, Dana White got mad at him because he didn't really do too much offense, right? He said there. It was like a kind of boring fight, and then the White was threatened to suspend him, whatever, because the fight was boring. Yeah, listen, that's what I would do. Okay, so when I got a strategy, I'm gonna stick with it. I got a game plan. I'm gonna stick with it. So for one, Amber is right. If you come for certain people, be prepared for the flip flop. So they weren't prepared to be asked a question, and Polite switched it on them. So with me, I'm not coming to answer a question. Period. And I would do an Anderson Silva. It'd be boring as hell. All right, nigga, I came to ask you a question. That's it. Because you did a presentation on vaccines. Shit was pseudo, and I got a lot of questions to ask you. Okay, are you ready to defend what you put out there? Don't ask me shit. I'm not an expert. I never claim to be an expert. I'm not the king of consciousness. I don't teach scientific literacy. I do none of that. You dig? So, are you ready for the challenge? What I do is I make smart people look stupid.
Yeah, but you got to recognize. I think, like, you ever heard of what do I say? Like, I'm your rapper's favorite rapper. Yeah. You ever heard that phrase before, Amber? You're like, when people say that. What I think, what you guys provide to this platform is like, we may have at the most, when I may look at it, maybe like 16 or 23 or like 35 loyal people who are just gonna come and watch this shit. But when you go look at the videos, you'll see 133, 278, 500, 300, 400. So it's not getting the numbers of these biased fans. I think people who are knowledgeable or even people who have other platforms are watching this shit.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's like YouTubers YouTube channel type shit. They're not going to subscribe. They're competitive, or they may not admit it or whatnot, but the same people that you were talking about, obviously they're all watching, especially when I recognize how they tried to go in on you guys' point after the post analysis of the Vine showdown. And that's what I'm realizing, like, okay, so they're watching this shit as a post fight analysis. They want to see what Stephen A, or they want to see what Amber, and see, they want to see what's being said. So what I'm recognizing, like, okay, so you have a talent. Like, even when Amber was going off, I've seen Amber go off, and I don't mean to be condescending, but I mean, like, I've seen her, and it's more, hers always, like I say, she's a counter puncher. She's not out there starting shit, but if you throw one fucking punch, whether you land or not, you better duck, because she's coming full force. And I've seen her on different platforms. Like, she's quick enough to catch you in your lies. If you try to straw man her, she's gonna stop you in the middle of it and tell you, no, you're not gonna give a false narrative, or you're not gonna say what I'm saying. I'm right here. Let me say it. And that neutralizes a lot of motherfuckers, and they're not really skilled at that. So when they're watching that same fucking video 4 or 5 times, it's like they're training exercise. So you have to recognize, when you get in these conversations with these type of people, they gonna know your shit. And the thing is, nobody's gonna be able to do you better than you. You know what I mean? Like, people can sit there and listen to Amber and try to do her method, but when they run up against her, that shit ain't gonna fly, because she's gonna be able to call it out in real time. And they have to go reference a video to develop that skill. So when you have a conversation, again, I don't mean for you to go out and be contentious and try to pick fights, or when you have people on your platform just be disagreeable or argumentative. However, you just have to recognize that they're going to know your shit. And when you start recognizing your tactics being played against you, you have to be prepared to counterpunch that shit.
Now, look, let me ask both of you this, and whoever else listening, and even in chat. If let's just say Polite, okay? Because he's a topic. So this ain't really him, but let's just say Polite. So Amber has a platform. I have a platform. And we're both going to do a show Sunday, 10 o'clock. Amber's show is going to be about Polite, but she made it clear she's not inviting him on the show. I'm doing a show with Polite on my show, and I'm talking. And so we're both doing the same shit. We both disagree with Polite's position. The difference is Amber going to talk shit about him, but he can't get the link. I'm going to talk shit, but he can have the link. And he's coming on my show. Like, which show would you respect? My show or Amber's show?
You want to go, Amber?
I will respect the show where he's allowed to come in and speak for himself.
Right.
Versus just sitting back and saying everything you want to say, but you don't want to address it head on.
And my response is, with my, I don't say intellect, but with my mentality, my thought process, I'll try not to be arrogant. And I feel like sometimes I can be. So I'm self-reflective. So I'm working on myself every day. So with my mentality or my thought process, I would watch the one that has a person on the panel to defend himself. However, what I see about this community, everybody fanboy worship. So I want to watch if I had that mentality, which is majority of these people who have the more views, they're going to want to watch their favorite entertainers and hear their point of view, that confirmation bias. Like, I want to watch Fox and only Fox because I don't want to hear nobody say shit negative about Donald Trump.
or you know what I'm saying. So I'm gonna watch this person's platform because I want to hear what he got to say, and I don't care if no one's there. And I don't care because I'm rooting for this guy regardless. You understand what I mean? That's why their numbers are where they're at.
All right, well, let me.
The sad thing about it, what they don't realize is I'm watching this guy because he's my favorite person, but he's gonna be watching your shit because he knows your shit is more informative, and that's gonna help him grow.
So I'm gonna add this in. How about both crowds knew each other, like both people knew each other from my watching me and the person I'm interviewing, Polite, and the people who you're going in on, Polite, they're like, so those viewers and my viewers, they know each other, like our community, right?
Right.
Now, when you're talking about him, he's actually on my platform, they're going to communicate and say, yo, Unbiased got Polite over there. And they talking about the same shit, the same argument.
Yeah.
Like
that's gonna draw views from the other person.
Right.
Those who are quote unquote, no pun intended, unbiased. You understand? So if they're unbiased, they're gonna do it. But if they're like fanboys, they may want to see it, but they're not gonna do it at the same time. They may catch your shit on the fly later on, but they're gonna stick and make sure that their person gets their views and they can look and see them, or the fact that they have a wrench, they feel more empowered. So they're gonna be over there because they have the power to mute other people and shit. And so that's what a lot of people are over there for, because of the power and authority or the friendship they have. And they're never going to get taken off. And what happens with you is you're like, fuck that, we all together. So we all in this shit. Everyone gets a wrench, you know what I mean? So it levels the playing field, you know what I mean? So it allows the people in the chat to recognize, hey, I can say my shit without getting booted, you know, in opposed to the other one, you got to toe the line. You got to be a fanboy over there because their chat room is not going to allow it. Hopefully I didn't rant too much.
Are we talking about a real situation or hypothetical?
I know, right?
Both.
Both. Yeah, but again,
I respect people having the opportunity to, you know, address. You know, I'm not about ducking no shit. I would much rather a person be there to defend themselves. I don't like beating up on motherfuckers. I want it to be a real fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just me. So
yeah, that's corny. If I feel like I got a strong argument, I want you on here to defend yourself.
Yeah. If I knock you to the ground, I ain't gonna kick you. Get your bitch ass up. You know what I'm saying?
No, I ain't gonna hold you. It depends. I might kick your ass.
Yeah, you fuck with my daughter, then there's no mercy. I'm stomping you out. I get it. You mess with my kids, it's over. Other than that, I don't know. But I don't like beating somebody to death. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, like, to me, you always gonna win on your platform with no real blowback. You know what I'm saying? That's like picking on the small guy that you know ain't gonna fight back. Like, I'm always gonna win over here. I reign supreme. So what's my objective? And I don't like weak shit. That's weak shit to me. So I'm not fucking with it.
I agree.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's both. It's real and hypothetical. So you know, I got, you know, everybody know when it comes to vaccines, I'm pro, and then you got a lot of anti-vaxxers out there, and I want them all on I can talk to them, and I'm not gonna be afraid to send a link. Get on here, you know, let's talk.
Yeah, I respect that about you. You're quick to give somebody the link and you post it. What I would recommend, especially going in, and again, I'm not trying to, it's not, to me, I don't feel like it's a setup because everybody knows what it is. And I know homie's going to be watching this shit, and like he's been watching multiple, like Divine. But what I would advise, you know, make sure you see his shit, and you make sure you have examples of his conversations and timestamps and videos ready where, yeah, you may be pro-vaxxer right now in front of this audience on this platform. However, in this video right here at 10 minutes and whoop in, listen to what you're saying. Because it's hard to weasel out of direct footage of you saying some shit.
Okay, so here's the thing.
I'm sorry?
Here's the thing. When we start off, because we are both proponents of good health, good eating, right? So we're going to start off with that. We're going to start off sharing our opinions and our diets, you know, and we're going to promote good health, period. So after we get done doing that, then we're going to talk about the vaccinations. And we're going to talk about, because people are confused on this position, not me. So I want people to understand exactly. So I'm going to ask questions like I asked Nepal. I'm going to ask questions like I asked Wujawu about, you know, the whole situation in Georgia. I'm going to ask questions where people get to know exactly what my boy believes in. You dig? So
Yeah.
I ain't gotta tell you what he is or what he's not. I'm gonna ask specific questions where you're gonna answer. Like, you know, I say, I give the evidence, you frame the story. I'm gonna have him tell you things and you decide, is he pro or anti?
Yeah. And make sure you get that on the record, because I really don't like people who play both sides and like that. No, I'm not going to take the vaccine, but I recommend other people take it. And to me, it's just like, it's a way to weasel out to try to save face for both audiences. So it was harder for them to really, like, was dropping that question.
That's a big deal. I don't see why it's a big deal. I don't see why it's a big deal, but he got to tell you his position.
But to me, I agree. However, in that situation, Unc was getting beat so bad, it was looking like he damn near was an anti-vaxxer. Not only anti-vaxxer, just ignorant about vaccines, period. You know what I'm saying? He was just that far through the ropes, not up on the ropes. He was damn near through the ropes. You know what I'm saying? So when he was doing it, that was like his last ditch effort to be like, wait a minute, I can't believe I'm losing like this. And this guy's not even with the vaccine. So I need somebody out there to recognize, anybody, see this dude for what he really is, because he's beating me with my shit. That's what it looked like.
Right.
And so when he asked that question, he was trying to show the audience, like, look, guys, he's saying all this shit and using all these cute words and using all this scientific jargon, and he's doing better than me at it. However, he don't believe none of this shit he's saying. And so when he did that little weasel, it put that doubt in my mind, like, oh yeah, he was at that vaccine debate. And I don't think he was on stage, but I do remember him in the audience or afterwards, like, saw that it was interviewing people, and he would just lit up, smiling like, yeah, he got destroyed, he got beat up, good job, sister. Like, some girl walked by and he was like over amping it and shit. And I used to have homies do that shit in high school. You know what I mean? Like, it was some girl who was talking shit in the classroom, making jokes, snapping, and then I'll snap back and not that many people laugh or whatever. And she had the whole class cracking up. And then homies that I used to snap on or make jokes or bagging, I don't know the terminology over there, but whenever you're talking shit about somebody in the classroom for jokes and shit. So I'd rag or talk shit about some dude and everybody be laughing at him. But then if I'm talking shit about a girl and half of the group laugh just because it's a girl, after class, he gonna make sure he walks by and be like, damn, you were funny. Make sure I never bag against you. I never talk shit against you because you kill. He's not gonna directly come at me, but he's gonna fight proxy wars or like use her to attack me with that comment in front of other people type shit. And I feel like that's what Unc felt like Divine was doing. He's like, he's using all my shit to beat me up with just because he can do it better than type shit. You understand? And that's why I felt like Amber's critique, or I didn't say critique because it wasn't really critique, her analysis was kind of spot on. Whether it was charitable or not, it was just a direct analysis. You know, it wasn't about me being on Team Unc, because in my opinion, I felt like Amber and you know what I'm saying, y'all both would lean towards their point of view or their argument. However, you're not going to dick ride them at the same token, and you got to recognize when someone else is presenting their information better. So that's why I was kind of like, fuck, don't do this. Don't. And then I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and that's the thing. Like, I try to make it clear that I just like good debates. I like well thought out arguments, you know, well presented arguments. So it's nothing personal. You know, I take vaccinations. I'm not against them. So it's not like, oh yeah, he talking that talk and yeah, I fucks with him. It's just in this particular situation, he did a better job of presenting his argument. He did a better job. They were expecting him to fuck himself up instead of having the ability to fuck them up with a strong argument. You know what I'm saying? And then furthermore, my thing is, I just want to know what is the problem with people choosing not to vaccinate? Because at the end of the day, the government gives us the choice to do so or not to do so. He could not be doing it for religious reasons. He could not be doing it for health reasons. You never really know, and it's not really any of your business. Because if these things are as important as you say, then why isn't it mandated? Why can I use my religion as an excuse not to vaccinate?
Yeah, I wish Unc would really listen to what he's actually saying, and the thing is, don't forget, I was watching these two go at it when I was an anti-vaxxer, and I know exactly Divine's position, exactly his position. I told him already on Solar Mind. I told him in person at the debate. He knows I know his position. I know exactly, like, he was so crystal clear on Solar Mind, but somehow Unc was like, so, you know, he got a form where he actually missed what he was saying. So like when he went, like he's very calculative. When he says stuff, he knows what he's saying and why he's saying it. So when he start talking with what they call which just dismisses, I don't dismiss that. I listen. Even when Polite rants, I listen through all that. I want to see what are you saying, so I can counter or agree or disagree. I want to know what the hell are you saying, and if there's nothing, I want to point that out. Like, dude, you said absolutely nothing on so and so and so and so. You know, but I listen to get. I want to know what are you saying, and that's my whole thing. So I got what Divine is saying. So you won't have any confusion with us when we dialogue on his position. You dig?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask some questions so y'all can know his position.
Yeah, it's funny because he used to be my favorite. Like, I can't say favorite. Let me not say that. Divine was one of my favorite personalities or characters or whatnot. He, especially with this Hebrew Divine Prospect, he was one of my favorites because he was like I guess an imam, but and I know it's kind of condescending, but he was like a middle tier presenter with the Hebrews because it was like AOC. I like Hashar a lot, and I like Tazariak, and then it was a Daniela, whatnot, and then it pretty much broke off from there. But I like Divine because he seemed real sincere, he seemed honest, and he seemed genuine, and so I was really rocking with him, and I liked him. The only reason when I found fault in him, and again, this is me being judgmental, it was when that big fallout happened when Pharaoh and them fucked up, or Pharaoh and Seti and them, they didn't show up, and then he had the building by himself, and like Sonetta had the building by himself, and I just saw how Sonetta was just like left on a rope solo, and like everybody like abandoned him, and they were like all reveling in the chaos. And this was during the time that Kemet was beating up on the Hebrews, I believe. So when they did have that they had like a secondhand show, and I think Prince York and some other people came in there, and it was like all arguing, and I think some of the Hebrews, they were like all beating up on some other group. And then I saw the way like he was all in the camera, like laughing and reveling in like how the dysfunction was. Like it was damn near breaking into a fight or brawl. Like, and I felt bad for Sonetta because first off, they fucked up his shit, and then he's over there trying to make something happen, and these motherfuckers just being all rowdy and this shit, like he wasn't gonna get his deposit back. And I just felt like Divine was like a little too happy, especially he's jumping, like egging on the fight. And again, who the fuck am I to really judge somebody? And I'm sure he can explain his way or give his point of view. But that's from that point, it was kind of like, and this is when I was fanboying Sonetta. So it was just like, man, fuck you. How you gonna shit on the OG when he at his weakest point? Because that's when everybody was kicking him. So since then, and again, I'm gonna be up front. See, y'all know about me. I feel like my strong suit is being able to watch what's happening and then pinpoint it and call that shit out exactly what it is, real time, or even a post analysis review. But the same thing with me, and I'm gonna be up front. Like, man, fuck that motherfucker Polite. And if he's debating and talking, I'll pay for that shit. But when it comes to giving advice on financial anything, then fuck all that shit. I'll attribute the worst shit to him. That's why I was saying he killed Jimmy Hoffa. He stole Christmas with the Grinch. Like, you know what I'm saying? Amber was like, I appreciate your honesty because I'm not going to sugarcoat that shit. I can't play favorites if I feel like you fucking over people. Just how like I went at Garfield. You know what I mean? I want him to clean his shit up. But until he clean his shit up, I'm on his neck. You know what I mean? Once he cleaned it up, it's like, all right, I'll let off. But that's just me. So I know that I have a bias towards Divine, and I can admit that. What I recognize with Ankh and them, it's kind of like Ankh, to me, again, I could be wrong, but it seemed like he fucking detests Divine. Like he can't stand, he despises him. Like they grew up across the street and he stole his girlfriend type shit. Like, and again, I could be wrong, but this is just how it comes across on these platforms, you know. And then when he was getting beat up with his shit, it looked like he was just so helpless and so angry, you know what I mean? And I think that's why his post analysis of you guys' conversation went so. It wasn't even petty because I can't even attribute that to him. He did keep it above the belt, you know, but I know he wanted to go low. But he was even saying it, and I know you, Amber, probably gonna try to cuss me out, this and this and that, and I don't hate the sister, and this and this and that, but you just fell for the flim flam type shit. So when he was phrasing it that way, and Ankh never does, he normally goes hard and he wants to go out, but I think he has to respect Amber because the way Amber carried herself that way and the way she portrays herself on these platforms, you know what I mean? So it made me realize, like, okay, there's some deep-seated issues with him and Divine. And I think Divine knows it. And that's why, I don't know if he had a conversation with Sonetta and shit, but it was supposed, like Corey said, it was supposed to be them having a presentation, but when Divine came on, he was over prepared, and he hit them with the question. He's like, it would look like Polite. He looked like Polite to the point where it brought Polite out of retirement, and the Polite's going through heat right now with everyone's on his neck, and that's when he normally surfaces. He's not going to hide from any controversy. Have y'all noticed that?
Yeah.
Whenever like he's heating or he's being accused or they're condemning him and it seems like he's about to get in trouble with the law and he's doing this and this, he pops right up and shows himself in public place like, I ain't fazed by that shit. Now let me get a body. That's why to me it's kind of hard to root against him, because he don't never ride off into the sunset. And when he does come up, like even when he did that shit, he landed some blows on them. I can't say he won because it was like dirty. It was dirty macking and shit. You know what I mean? You lying to a female to get the ass. Okay, nigga, you got the ass, bro. But you lied and told her you loved her and you spent all your check on her and all this type of shit. And then you ghosted her at the end. You know what I'm saying? You didn't even call her back.
I still fuck though, right? I said, but
that's my whole point. But he still fuck, you know. Though, right? But I still fuck. Yeah, you hit my nigga. You did smash, bro. Yeah. You still did some salty shit though, nigga. That was weak, bro.
That nigga, I still smash.
But see, then that's why when Haskell was speaking, it was like, okay, bro, he smashed, bro, but it was dirty macking, and I ain't gonna give him the whole fight, bro. I get it. That's why I was even trying to clarify. Like, see that right there? He did land some blows. And that's why I was saying it for the audience. So, like, again, I'm not saying that Polite didn't do no damage. They left with some bloody noses, especially Garfield. Especially if you see the beginning, he was like, "Yeah, I started recognizing once I saw you beating up on the Hebrews, like, hey, I can do this." And then Sonny was getting pissed, like, "Man, don't start with all this type of shit." And everybody's in the chat, like, "Fucking get his autograph then, you whack motherfucker." They was roasting him for that because he did come across kind of soft, because you supposed to be there for blood. He's supposed to be there going at his neck, especially all the shit you be talking. And then when you get on there, and that's even Polite was so cocky, like, see, this is what I'm talking about. Everybody has something to say until I show up, and now they don't have nothing to say. Everybody will be my friend right in front of him, and he couldn't even say nothing about it. It was just.
But that's facts, though. I mean, that's my thing is keep that same energy that y'all be having when the nigga ain't nowhere around. Like,
I agree.
See, I want you to come with that energy.
Yeah.
Shit.
And that's why I feel like
I don't want to hear that soft talking and
Yeah.
They didn't.
Garfield lost.
Hard at him.
Corey won, and that's what I think. Even before he got on, I gave it to Corey. Like, he won because he asked the proper questions. He distinguished between the two, ion, non-ions, and then called him out on him riding that bike and using the red herring. And even he had some comedy. He was like, "Yeah, using the red herring. You know what a red herring is?" And he explained the colloquial term instead of the fallacious argument. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, and he gave the historical like reference, like when they send a bloodhound after chasing you, and you know what a herring is? It's a smelly fish, so it throws them off the trail so he can't find you. I'm like, God damn, that was, to me, again, because I appreciate that type of intellect and comedy. I felt like that was just like a damn near knockout blow, because I was following that detail. So the fact that he said a red herring and he didn't explain the debate tactic of trying to throw people off by using that, he said, a red herring is a smelly fish, which it is, and I don't know how true it is, but let's say slaves are trying to get away, and they would drag it around them so the police or a criminal get away back in the days, and so the bloodhounds couldn't follow their scent. It would throw them off. I thought that was fucking brilliant. But again, that's just me. So I mean, like, as an audience member, I'm like, fuck, who is this guy again? Because I didn't really know too much about Corey, but that's when I'm like, okay, this guy got it. I could fuck with this guy. And I'm glad he came on the panel too, so I can express that.
That's why I'm like, I'm glad he came on too, because don't be lurking and watching. Don't say nothing. You know, when you know you the topic of discussion, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
shit,
I respect
on
that.
in.
Come on. Come on, Craig. Come on, Craig.
Yeah. Yeah. So when they call out Divine, they should really have. It's really just like should really have his thing. Like the thing that I always argue him about is that he got a slogan: "A well-organized lie defeats truth." Right. So now, in his mind, he believes Polite has a well-organized lie, right? In his mind, he believes Divine got a well-organized lie, right? So look, if you're fragmented by your own slogan, you're gonna lose.
Damn, you ain't lying with that, bro. 2 times.
Well, I mean, truth be told, they never did say what beats a organized lie.
Right.
All they say is that it beats a disorganized truth. So, I mean, what beats a organized lie?
Right.
A disorganized truth is what it alludes to. So you got to organize your truth, and he's been yet to do so.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. And I always tell him, because like we talk and we start talking, and he will allude that he knows as much as me or more than me when it comes to vaccination. I'm like, bruh, you out your goddamn mind. And then I'm like, well, then I will recap a discussion he had. I would say, bro, well, why you say, I would recap and say, bro, this right here, that right there. How about this over here? How about that over there? The whole thing, like where he messed up at, or what he let slide. What he let slide.
That's what I noticed. He let a lot, or he don't catch them in real time, and that's what Polite is fucking brilliant at. He good at slipping punches that you don't really see, and then you go home and your jaw's tight, or you got a lump over your eye, but you didn't recognize when it happened, and then you want to bring it up later on. Like Corey said, they're gonna let him have the dub for a few days, and then they're gonna do a recap or whatever, but that's only going to get half the audience or even a quarter of the audience. You got to be effective in real time.
But the thing is, it's a lot of cockiness, arrogance, narcissism. People give themselves too much credit at the end of the day, point blank and period. They make these strong claims about what they can do. Anybody can get it. You know what I'm saying? And that's my thing. Like that's like I stay ready, so I ain't got to get ready mantra. So when you talking about you wasn't ready, I don't want to hear that, because you say that anybody can get it at any time. You always with the shit. So whole, well, he did this, he did, like, I don't want to hear that. So at this point, I have no choice but to assume that you just overtalked your ass, period. And you do it right. You're gonna go back to your channel and talk about what you can do, but then when it's time to perform, you fucking up.
Yeah, he's like I don't want to say Joe Biden, because I'm not too much of a fan of him. However, like when I used to see when Joe Biden battled, what's her name, Sarah Palin, or when he was vice president the first term for Barack, he was smart as fuck. He was sharp. He was on point. But when I see him now, he's like a shell of himself.
Well, that's why Trump.
You know what I mean?
Trump said "Sleepy Biden."
But didn't he lose a child?
Yeah, he lost his whole family.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, but you mean recently? Yeah, recently, or not recently, but yeah, within the last few years. But I get that, but I was bringing that up to say that but I mean, I think he's just getting older. Like, he's always misspeaking. He was talking about going against them. This is just everyone always talks about him being fucked up, but I never see anybody play this clip because it's so politically incorrect. Like, he was talking about domestic violence, and they asked him about that, and he was on a panel, and he was just like, yeah, I really believe that's why I signed this crime bill, and he had the thing about domestic violence, and it's not over, so we have to keep punching and punching and punching away at it until I'm like, oh nigga, no, you can't do that. But he does shit like that all the time, so it's just like, he's getting older and senile to a degree. Now, I'm not saying, and the reason why I brought all that up, but it was my point with Ankh, you know what I mean? It's like when I saw him back in the day battling Hebrews and stuff, when he was sitting at a table and he was all in his shit, you know what I'm saying? He was all in this shit, reading the Bible, talking to him like multiple people. Same thing with Sarnetta. When they was in their prime, these guys were fucking beasts. But I think Sarnetta got played so many times. He's like, fuck this. Before I go, I spent all these years and I was just getting broke. I got to cash out now. That's why it's hard for me to be too hard on him. But now when it's people's lives at stake and we talk about this Corona shit and he's doing this, it's hard for me to give him a pass. And with Ankh, I just feel like he's like past his prime. You know what I mean? And now people are coming for him. You know what I'm saying? Especially the Hebrews, because he's been the God killer on their ass for at least 8 years that from my knowledge. I'm sure more than that. But I mean, he's been going at him. So like now he's falling past his prime. So everybody's trying to get cheap dubs when you're supposed to bow out and be like Mayweather, like, all right, I'm out this bitch. I ain't giving none of y'all no dubs on me. I'm out. You know what I mean?
he just stayed in the game too long. But I like the fact that he did build up little enclaves of certain groups. I can say he built them, but I mean, he's linked them together or formed them like Voltron. You know, he had the Osiris and they fell out, the Team Osiris, because I remember them, and then the Dagger Squad, and I don't know all about that, and then the Pseudos. You know, it's like I can see it issues, but like Amber said, I see brothers in certain ages, they get egos and you can't really tell them what to do, or you can't really give them too much advice. And that's one thing I noticed when Unc is riled up, he's on 10. I've never seen him really like get dialed down except that one day when you guys were on the panel. You know what I mean? And that was like one of the first times I actually seen him to like, oh, wow. Okay. All right. He was able to concede, but then he has more respect for you as well. So I think y'all have had, like, that wasn't y'all first time speaking with each other. You know what I mean?
No. He thought he was exposing me. You know, like it was to get me riled up so I could say something, and then he could say, see. It's just what I thought. But the whole time I'm like, I don't know where you been. I've been saying this shit. Like, this ain't nothing new. But I mean, at any rate, it don't really matter. Like, I just don't understand. Because from my perspective, I feel like people really don't, even the people that say they know he a scammer, fraud, this, and the third, I really think the issue is that he's not aligning himself with anybody. He's not really affiliated with any of these different squads. If Polite was to join any of these squads, I don't think we would be hearing all this Polite slander on a lot of these platforms. Like, I just don't think so. If he was to say, let's start something, let's do something, motherfuckers would work with Polite, and I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it ain't even that they don't like his information or that he's scamming the people, is that we can't benefit or capitalize off of what you got going on. I want to. And if I can't get you, then I'm gonna try to get my piece by talking about how your piece ain't that great. You know, like, and that's just to me what it boils down to. When I look around, I'm like, shit, he content for a lot of motherfuckers. Period.
I know what you mean. I agree. I'm biased.
I was gonna say that nigga went to sleep.
Yeah, he about to tap out.
Yeah.
There was some people asking for the link, but I think
hold on. Hold on.
I doubt if they hop on.
Okay, let me see the chat. Let me see who's asking.
It was I think saw Craig. I saw it a while ago, but we were in the middle of a conversation or a proper build.
Sam just made a good point. He said it's easy to bang on religion and pretend you're a scholar. It's fool's gold. Absolutely right.
Yeah. But to me, I was hard for me to really be critical because at that point in time, I was engulfed in the religion. So to have somebody poke holes in it when not necessarily, well, I guess you could say poke holes, but they were real critical of it, which caused me to be critical and think. It allowed me to withdraw and pull myself out of it when I was just encased in it. It had a stranglehold on me. So the fact that there's platforms that do that, I feel like they're very necessary. Like when Sonetta, if he stays on that, I know people get pissed off at the debates and why we're tired of this, we're tired of these people beating up on that. It's like, nigga, it ain't for you no more. If you're already beyond it, fine. But there's still every year there's these new generation, new people coming up, and they need to get that knowledge. And so don't hate on the next man getting unplugged. But now I feel like our society's so fucked up. It's like we need to stop unplugging people, these people from the church, because at least the church is giving them structure, and these motherfuckers ain't doing the wild shit that's going on now. So maybe it's me getting up in my older age, but it's just like,
yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I forgot we was even live.
But my thing is, people come out and I don't have no problem with, you highlighting the issues within religion or a religious doctrine or a belief. But first and foremost, I'm just not an advocate of imposing your views on others, forcing people who aren't already in question. You know what I'm saying? Because you see the title, you're intrigued to go watch, and see what's being said, you know, and it's a choice whether or not you take it in or whether you, but when you try to like really hold somebody to the fire about their belief without them asking you, you know, well, what do you think about my beliefs? Like it gets to be a little weird because now you're trying to kind of force them into something. Now, at the end of the day, if people want to come out of it, cool. But then there's the question as to what are they coming out of and what are they coming into? You know what I'm saying? Like come out of that and into what? Because a lot of people that it ain't even that they don't know that there's flaws in their doctrine. They just want to know what's your other alternative, because some people feel like they need an alternative. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not even just this gives me a sense of belonging, a sense of identity. So if I leave this, where I'm going, you know what I'm saying? Like, where am I going?
Yeah, that's the fucked up part.
But
I'm sorry.
Shit, what's that?
What's happening is what I'm noticing. Everyone's getting they're getting unplugged from their religious matrix, and when they're looking around, the only haven is schemers and scammers, and they just get sucked right into that shit. They're like, okay, well, fuck that. I'm gonna get into science or business to start making money. So, or I'm not just throwing all this money away at the church anymore, paying 10% of my tithes every week. So that's, and I always say this and shit. So I'm paying 40% of my wages monthly to this religious entity. Now I got me supplemental income. How can I make this shit work for me? And then you have people standing right there ready to snatch them up. Or they just become, because especially when you come out of that religion, it's pretty much you have somebody thinking for you. So you just seems like you're just food. You're just food for some of these guys. Like I think, was that Unbiased or somebody? I think it was Unbiased. I was watching a live. I was kind of half watching, half not. Or maybe, that's when I was in my chat shit. They were playing some sister who got railroaded. What am I trying to say? She walked herself into a scam or a hustle with Polite, and she was showing her text messages or something. I vaguely remember it. I'm damn near falling asleep with myself. Fuck, I don't want to lose my point. Damn. That's why I know I'm tired. I'm forgetting my fucking
real
point.
estate agent from the other day?
I think so. It was like a sister. She was all right. Everybody kept jocking her, saying she was cute or all this type of shit. But when you don't have an intellect, I can't find you too cute. You know what I'm saying? You can be all right, but if you're getting scammed and you're just giving all your money away from somebody and you can't really get it back type shit, you have to have some sort of intellect before I say you. Well, let me not get into my preferences. But yeah, but I mean, like she was, I think like a lot of those type of people become real susceptible, even if they're successful, they're smart or good looking, all the type of shit. When you're real religious, you're used to trusting people. You're real naive. And so you, and they just say we ain't qualified. So because they're not getting a link, they talking shit.
Oh, I could, if I send a link, y'all gonna be up talking to them.
I'm about to go to bed in a minute, man. I can already tell when I get tired. I have me a drink or two. So
Amber, you gonna be up talking to them?
I was finna lay it down. I mean, if they might just want to add something briefly, but I mean, I don't got no problem with them hopping on.
All right, because you know me, I'm gonna fall asleep.
I don't got no problem with them hopping on right quick, but I'm not gonna be on too long either.
On the late night dark edition with
but yeah, so that's what I was saying. Like, you know, my thing is at some point, I get it that they shouldn't be scamming the people, but I just feel like people just got it. We're not talking about no little kids. We're talking about grown ass motherfuckers, and at some point, you got to start taking responsibility for the actions that you take. Yeah, you could say you struggling. Yeah, you could say you was, you know, hard up. Yeah, you could say you was under pressure. But one thing for certain, two things for sure: Black people know how to get over on the system.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And they know how to see a loophole and this, that, and the third, and they should know how to, you know, use sound judgment. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, I just can't use that excuse, especially her being a real estate agent.
My only problem is that I hate predators. I hate people who prey on the weak, man.
Yeah, that's my weak.
I hate that too, but let's not act like he's sending out mass emails and shit and marketing and cold calling motherfuckers. Like people are reaching out to him. He putting it out there that he can do these things,
but
they're reaching out to him.
That's why I got a problem with his little dress up when he do it. See, now you see why I got a problem when he dresses up to do a damn presentation. My man wears best gear, all the jewelry, and see all that is to lure.
I think Black people got to quit being so simple and easily impressed by the
that's
show.
That's too late. But Black folks are done. That slavery did something to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2009.
Polites mentioned that. He said that he suffers from poverty so bad that, and it's such intrinsic being growing up in poverty and not having shit. He has to get all that out of his system. So now he got money, he has to spend and get this and get that. And
I mean, that sounds good. Even when he talk about manifesting your the whole magic shit, he manifests his thoughts. That sounds good, and that actually sparked me to do what I'm doing. Cause I said, that's a good idea. Let me do that shit, and it worked for me. But it didn't. When I found out he was lying, it didn't work for him. Like, yo, that never worked for you, dude. You lying.
I see.
That never worked for you. Like, you just talking like a pastor. But I actually did it. Like, I took that advice and it worked for me. But for him, like, I'm literally like it's like a dream for me. I'm literally paying bills and everything off a hobby. Some shit I would do for free.
That's dope. That's fucking dope.
Yeah.
That's living your dream.
Yeah. So exactly. So when I look around my apartment, everything I bought, everything is apartment, everything is from his advice.
Damn.
that he didn't take.
And you tearing his ass up every day.
I'm like, you taking the whole time, nigga?
You gotta pay homage, nigga. You gotta pay homage. You out
You
here.
think you need to have a polite mural on your wall.
Yeah, I mean, but the whole time, like, you believe he's doing that too.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad I believe that, because I probably would have never tried.
I hear that.
And look, don't forget, I told family members, I told friends about him. Yeah, when he turns out to be a scammer, yeah, I'm mad as fuck.
I agree, because I feel that's why I think I harbor some bias. Well, I hate saying that word since that's what we call you, but I harbor some resentment towards Garfield, because I sent at least 5 people over there, and I think now I don't know if any of them fucked with him. You know what I'm saying? But I know I fucked up my credibility with that shit, because even if they're smart enough to have a sense of discernment, or I can't find the word, but I mean, when I'm tired, my intellect is fucking gone. Damn.
But to me, that's like sharing an article randomly on Facebook that you ain't read through yourself. You don't really know what to say, but you see the title and you like, yeah, this shit is, it looks like a good article. Let me share it and let other people, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I'm just always a little more responsible. I just do not, I don't recommend services that I've never received. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, you could, they fix credit just because I heard them say that they do credit.
The watcher.
What? They roasting?
No, you did that.
Oh yeah, I know I did. I sent 5 people. I've sent 5 people to that guy.
Yeah, I'm with Amber. I got to try that myself.
Yeah, you did it to divide. I want to take the vaccine.
Yeah,
but but you could take it. You did the divide.
Oh.
What did you say?
Great. Nah. I said you did the divine.
Oh,
I did what?
You did the divide. Hey, I won't take the vaccine, but you could take it. You did the divine, brother. You did the divine, brother.
No, hold on.
You did that.
See, the difference is,
you said you divine prospect 2.0.
My guy.
You did that. You did that. You gotta take it. Take it. It happened. I did a lot of fuck shit.
Okay. You can give me that narrative, but let me explain. You know,
go ahead, brother.
First off, see, thank you, I appreciate that. Now, first off, it wasn't that I knowingly, because I feel like Divine knows exactly the shit. You know what I'm saying? In my point of view, my credit was decent, and so when they're asking me, "Hey, do you know anybody?" It's not like I say, "Hey, I got somebody for you." It was just like, "Well, I think I do," and that's the only person I never really heard of people fixing your credit like that. I'm straight hood. I mean, I'm educated, but I mean, when it came to that part of the shit, I knew nothing about it. But then I'm following Ankh and I'm trying to become more conscious, and I'm waking up from the system in the matrix. So it was like, that's all I knew. You know what I'm saying? So somebody says like, "Hey, do you got a plumber? Or I need some plumbing work done." And all of a sudden you're checking your mail and you see you have an advertisement for some plumbing. And while you're talking to them, like, "Well, I see this right here." So it wasn't like I swear by it, but it's like, hey, these guys, this is the 3rd time these people have sent this shit in the mail. So if you're looking for someone, this is what I know, but I can't swear by it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Watch it. Where you from though? Watch it. Where you from?
I was
What
born
city
in
you
Bronx.
from?
I was born in Bronx, New York.
I never
And
had
then
you stay now when you was giving
right
them
now I'm
the
in Phoenix,
advice.
Arizona. Right now I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
So it wasn't no creditors there?
I'm
Your
sorry?
city? Wasn't no creditors there? Like black creditors?
Bruh,
Your
this is
city?
Arizona. This is
I'm just saying the
Arizona.
black people in Arizona, bro. Cause
Yeah,
they're
but
in Phoenix too.
yeah, but it ain't to
And
the
they getting
level.
it when they work.
Yeah, but I mean to
Hey,
the
can I
numbers.
ask a question real quick?
I don't like Margaret Sanger, bro.
No, I ain't got nothing to do with that.
I'm
No,
fucking with you. I'm fucking
I
with you. Go
want
ahead.
to know why everybody else on the panel's names like you guys got your name up there and shit. You know why is my number still show up on the joke? Why can't I get a name up
Man,
on the
there's a conspiracy. You got a coronavirus, bro.
why can't a brother
You
get
got
a
a
name up on the
coronavirus,
joke?
brother. We already know that.
You gotta put your
Gotta go
name
to
in.
the options in
Yeah,
your
you
phone.
got a
and change it.
No,
coronavirus.
but
We
no,
already
seriously,
What
accepted
name
it.
you want?
seriously though. I
You
mean,
gotta go to your
why
phone
The
don't
options and change
5G,
it.
why don't
5G
these
gave
guys
you the
get together? It
coronavirus,
seems
bro.
like these guys don't get together before the the date that they're supposed to be debating or whatever it was supposed to be. Like y'all said, Divine came in and just took over the whole show and started debating everybody. On
It was
that
a
one.
setup.
But today they knew it was coming. So I mean, you got to get the people up there who can
can we
argue and
rewind?
like Unc gets mad and he starts to go off on little things like the chat
I ain't
stuff
seen that
like
he
that.
got
He
mad
gets,
today, though. I ain't seen that he got mad today, though.
he gets off subject. He gets off subject when he gets
Yeah.
mad.
Not today, though. Not
And then he
today,
doesn't
though.
come back. It's like, and he's wasting time doing that.
Not
Not
today,
it
though.
was.
not today. But
Yeah,
can we
today
can we
was
Yeah.
heavily
can we
moderated by.
rewind though? Because Divine didn't come in with an agenda and he didn't set nobody up. Divine came in talking about the subject matter that was currently being discussed, which was COVID-19. Regardless as to whether or not they was planning on talking about that, that was the subject matter that he came in on, and he came talking about that subject matter.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree.
Real quick,
But I
Amber,
think
real
he
quick.
was overly. I think he
Yeah, my
prepared
nigga
for though.
Craig.
He prepared for him though.
That's
He
what I was gonna
prepared
say, Craig. I can tell that he was prepared, and the
He
way
was
that he was
prepared.
guiding the
Right. And
conversation.
so
Anytime you had slides, anytime you had
finish?
slides, you prepared.
My
But-
guy,
Anytime-
I only can hold these memories for a few moments. I'm faded and I'm tired right now, so let me get this out. Okay, so Divine, I can tell. See, I'm up front and I'm honest. I ain't gonna be slurring everything, and niggas like, niggas, you drunk? I'm telling you up front, nigga, I was sitting there, but I'm pretty cogent or coherent. Now, shit. Okay, but we all keep talking, I lose my point. So what I feel like is like Divine and Unc, they've been at each other for a while, and I've heard a few times that he been calling out Unc, saying he wanted to debate Unc. He wanted to debate Unc. So it to me, and he's sitting in front of his computer, it's nothing but a click of a file, and I'm sure he pulled out all his shit. And I'm not saying that it's still like Amber said, it's Unc's fucking fault. Anybody can get it. Mexican, I've heard him say that numerous times. You know what I mean? So he has to be on his game. He has to be ready. But I'm not gonna act like Divine was just there on some innocent premises. He was in there to do work. Now, Amber, hold up, let me get this out because I feel like I know where you're coming from. I felt like Divine had a mission, and he accomplished that shit, because when you're guiding questions, or when you have guiding questions to steer the conversation to where you want to go, and you start asking multiple questions, putting people on defense when they're supposed to be building, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He got Unc out of his character. He put Unc on the wall to where Unc couldn't really put another analogy. He dragged Unc out to the deep water and then drowned his ass.
Yep.
You know,
That's what I see.
Crocodile style.
And what were you gonna say, Amber?
I was gonna say, like, when the police show up to a domestic or something like that, you could say, well, they was gonna hit me, so I hit them first. But that ain't how it played out. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm sure in Unc's mind, oh, he coming to start some shit, so let me get on his ass. But to the people, Divine came on there ready to build, and you took it off course with some other shit. If you felt like he was gonna take it off course, allow him to do that. So then you could say, hey, brother, this is what we was talking about. I don't know where you coming from, or why you bringing that up, or why does it feel like we're debating? I thought we was just building. You know what I'm saying? Because that's exactly the tactic Divine pulled.
Hold on. Can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
It seems like on Side's platform, Cy has it set up that way. It's like he gives the guys a little bit of time to talk, and then he gives that speaker all day to ramble on, just ramble. And then at the end, it's hard to pick and choose what topic you want to go at to try to debunk it, because he's got off so many topics that it's hard to pick. You know what I'm saying? It's like you allowed him to spread it out when you only get to say a certain amount, and then all of a sudden it's back to him. You see what I'm saying?
It's like a rap battle.
Two debates with Divine,
It's like a rap battle.
With Divine and Polite.
You know what? That's a tactic.
To,
that's a fallacious tactic called Gish Gallop. And what it's designed to do, and you'll see a lot of people in debates, they'll throw out 6 or 7 different topics and points, and you overwhelm your opponent to the point where they only can answer a few at a time. And then if anyone they don't answer, it comes across that they're not knowledgeable or they're not able to answer. They don't have an answer for it. So if you Google
let me stop you. What's the name of that again? I'm sorry. I'm going to write it down. What's it called?
Gish Gallop. G-I-S-H.
He like that shit. He like that shit. He like that shit.
That's brilliant, bro.
Yeah, I like that shit too. I like that one. That was a good one.
But the way to stop that, hold up. G-I-S-H Gallop, like Gallop on a horse. You can right click and Google that shit. Pull it up if you want to share screen it. But a lot of people use it wrong. But most people, like I even heard Consul when he paraphrased it, he says it's just like using a lot of bullshit, which is, you could say it's the same thing, but I'm just giving you the specific terminology of it. But the counter to that, if someone's doing that to you, like, hold on, that's a lot of points. I can't address them all. You're gonna make me look bad. So let's just go point by point. Yeah, you got to go point by point, and then that neutralizes that shit. But if they have a habit of doing that, because some people do it subconsciously, they're not aware. You know what I mean? It's just like someone's like, I can't believe you did this, you did that, and you did like, whoa. We're talking about this. Let's not go into all those, but let's just handle this one point right here. And if they don't allow you to do that, then that lets you know right now they're being dishonest, disingenuous, and they have a hidden motive or an ulterior motive.
But like, would Sonetta allow it? No. It's kind of hard. Yeah.
He allows some people to do it, but I thought like Polite used to do that a lot. But what I was impressed is Polite narrowed it down. I'm just gonna ask 2 questions, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna Gish Gallop the whole panel. I'm gonna ask everybody the same 2 questions.
Yeah. That was his strategy tonight.
He put
that was his strategy.
Yeah, and it was brilliant.
Yeah, that was his strategy. That was good that he had 3 people to go against. That was great.
Because he was not allowed.
Great.
Yeah, everybody said he was at a disadvantage. I think he was at the advantage because the fact that all of them had to share their time, none of them could really go at him targeted, and he could see everybody's point coming a mile away. And once they come up and move on to the next one, you had your chance.
Yeah, he can
and
pick.
Once he said that, Sonetta was the moderator, like, hold up, Unc, you had your chance. We're gonna move on. Or then he'll turn. You know what I'm saying? He played it to his advantage. You know
and I can pick which one of y'all. I can pick which one of y'all did the less informational.
Bingo.
To bring up the topic about, right?
And he chose Garfield, and he was beating up on Garfield.
Yeah, he did Lord Abba on the virus.
Lord Abba too.
On the virus. He ain't go to up. He ain't go to up.
No,
he go to up on the virus.
To me, it shows a breakdown or a weakness within the team that everybody feels like they need to be seen or heard. Like it's far more efficient to select one person.
Right.
If you want to ask a question, just give that person a question to ask. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the counter to the question if you want to go that far. But the fact that everybody has to be present and it's just one of him, same thing with Divine, it already makes it look, even though Divine came in and, it wasn't like planned, it already puts him at an advantage if he can hold off the 3 of y'all, or if he can hold, or Polite can hold off the 3 of y'all. So just in optics already it's 3 against 1. So if he's even bodying 2 of y'all, he's already winning because he's already outnumbered, outmanned.
Yeah. I won 2 of y'all. I might not won all 3 of y'all. So I was.
I said before that, I said in the chat earlier, I said that if Polite loses, then Cy loses. So you got to keep that in mind too, especially to y'all. Now, if it's a scientist or something like that, it's different. But to y'all supposed to be, unqualified and all these other things because you're not as smart as he is. So, but But yeah, you got
When
to
you
keep
say
that in
y'all,
mind.
real
If
quick,
side
bro, my
losers,
guy,
then
let me answer
the
the question.
polite.
Lynn,
I mean, if polite
Lynn,
losers, then side losers. You know what I'm
Lynn,
saying? But how do you
Lynn.
spell that? No,
He
one more
said,
time.
yeah,
Is
he
it
just said
DISS?
that that's a general term.
Okay, that's
Hold
what I
on,
wanted to clarify.
DISSGALLOP.
Gallop, 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 like a horse gallops, and the first word
Yeah,
is
that's what I said. Okay. And is it all together?
GISH.
Huh?
Because he ran away from Roboa. That's one thing Roboa will say. He ran away from him when Roboa was trying to negotiate how they gonna do it.
I'll figure
He
it out.
ran away from that topic.
It's two words. Gish, like dish, but with a G. Gish. G as in goat. I as in igloo.
DISG.
Gish. SH. Gish. Like a
And
dish.
Gish.
GISH.
Just text it in the chat.
Yeah.
GISH.
I'm not at my laptop.
And
I'm
then it's
downstairs.
GALLOP.
I think Ogg should learn from other people like Rob Bowen. Like Rob Bowen is not gonna negotiate no situations that he messed up in. That's why the negotiation between Rob Bowen and Polite never happened on the debate.
Yeah. Rob Bourne is in rare
Yeah.
form, man. I've never seen Rob Bourne the way he's been these last month or two. This
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Damn.
That's what I'm saying.
Damn.
And it started with Polite though. It started with Polite. Polite, the first person that ran, because he negotiate. That's what I'm saying. You negotiate the terms, and he was trying to tell about the vaccine conversation with the white people. Like, don't let Sarnetta get you like that. He doing you. It wasn't based off of Sarnetta platform. It was based off the vaccine people platform.
Well, I'm with Amber. I think that they should keep on off the mic. Period. Pick somebody that is well spoken and it doesn't lose their cool. Y'all get together the information that you want to talk on, and let that person present it.
But what I'm
if you
saying
have
is,
to come in as a group, if he needs you to come in, there might be something a little bit more about than him, so you come in and help there. But pick a designated person to go up in front, because losing as a group, that don't look good. That don't look good at all.
What I'm saying is, Polite them ain't gonna never agree on them type of terms. They wanna prepare for you.
That would be agreeing.
I'm just saying, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think it's time for ARC to disassociate itself from Sarnetta platform. That's what I'm saying.
Now,
They do that back and forth.
I would kind of agree with you there. Now, because if you pay attention, even in the vaccine, I'm not gonna say there's a problem there or there's an issue, but Ankh is never presented in the best light. He never gets to get all his points out. It's always, he's kind of cut off. He gets railroaded, and then he gets frustrated and like, sorry, you go with that bullshit, and then it becomes. No,
he player.
You're right.
Sassy on him.
Yeah, he
getting
getting
sassy.
I got too much loyalty toward that shit. I got too much loyalty toward that shit. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go.
One thing I noticed about it is like Polite is savvy as fuck, and he knows how Sarnetta really feels about him, and he knows that platform he uses as a tool, and he knows that Sarnetta uses him as a tool to generate views and shit. So he only goes on that platform to just get his point out and his message, but I think he really has no intentions ever of getting back in the ring and getting under the stable. But Sarnetta plays nice, hoping that shit can get rekindled and shit. But Polite just uses it just to get on there.
If Polite loses, side loses. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what I meant when I said that.
I see that.
But, and that's another thing I can say. It's a give and take. Polite actually does something for Sarnetta's platform.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
I noticed that the people who don't get the same favorable treatment don't have that same kind of power, and that's the whole thing.
Life.
Like,
hey! If Sarasu said if Young Pharaoh make over here, he would take them all and would cut anybody off regardless of their crazy ass ideology information. He don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, but I think Sarah Student said he's brand and his ego, he'll never do it. And
But
Young Pharaoh's,
I'm just saying, if it do
I hear
happen,
you.
yeah,
I agree.
he'll cut everybody off. This Harasu City, nigga. This
I
Umar
agree.
Johnson.
Yeah, I can't fucks with Umar no more, man.
No, I'm just saying he would do it because he know everybody go tune in.
Yeah.
Sardetta with Umar, and Umar say, "Hey, I don't want to talk to that person. Here, cut them off."
But Umar is never gonna subject
I
himself to
just say,
be under.
yeah, I know that. I already know that.
So to
But
me,
I'm just saying.
I can't even fathom that because I have to kind of put that in my mind to see what that'll be like. And before I can even get there, what you're talking about, I have to realize that Umar being sunned by Sonetta, that shit's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
I'm just saying, like he have that type of. These are bigger people than him, right? Bigger people than him.
Man,
So
Jesus
if he
could
could
come
get them back,
Umar
and
would
he
be
feel like
run my
he started all these people.
Who? Sonetta?
Sarasu, Sadie, Young Pharaoh, and Umar. He feel like if he could get back in their good graces, he would son anybody over them.
Yeah, that if that was ever to happen, that's a no-brainer. I think everybody on the panel agrees with that.
Yeah. I'm just saying he would. You can't ask them certain type of questions. If it get too ugly that they can't answer, he will protect them. He would do whatever. That's all I'm saying.
I agree, but I think Sonetta does have a tact because he's smart enough to do that with various different people who don't have that clout because he tries to protect the brand. Like when Garfield, just like you can't talk too much shit about Garfield in the chat, especially during that debate with him and Jabari was going on. But now that Garfield's name got a little dirt on it, I feel like that shit is gonna die down. I don't even know Jabari, being a man of character, would even want to finish and go through the debate. I think once he bounced back from this sickness, I think somebody already on the panel said he's gonna do a lot of re-evaluating himself on this shit.
Yeah, he probably go full spirits.
Full spirits.
Well, I think after this, a lot of people are going to reevaluate themselves because that's what we got to do.
I dare die. You know what I'm saying? You know how.
Yeah, but also the conversation that was going on around him while he's in this situation is what I mean. I'm not trying to get too specific again, but it's just I think because I don't know, I feel like Jabari is a real man of character, and so what was happening while it's happening, I'm sure he's watching it and he's listening and he's seeing what's going on, especially if he survives it. He's gonna see.
He a real man of character, like how I think he a real man of character. He'll get your ass just like any other nigga. That's what I'm saying. He'll get your ass like any other nigga. Yeah, I'm just saying he'll get you like any other nigga. I don't think like he got this fucking spiritual priest mode. Like he like every other dude I know in the street. That no matter how much I think how great he is, I know he got his side that he'll get your ass.
No, what I'm
and that's why he a debater, bro. He a debater. So he gonna play his tactics.
You could be right. I don't
he gonna play his tactics. Yeah, he gonna play his tactics.
Okay, what my point is, it's like I'm sick and I'm damn near gonna die, or I'm going through all this type of shit and I gotta fight back. And at the same token, you promoting all this BS and using me as a pawn to just get your shit across. Like, nigga, fuck you and your shit. I'm out. I don't need this.
Yeah, I think Divine tried to do that too, though. I think Divine tried to do that with his he tried to say, hey, he's toughing it out. He went to the hospital. See, I told you that you can do it by yourself. And I think Sonetta go play that same role. I think all them motherfuckers got an agenda.
Has Divine done that? I don't want to attribute that to him. Has he done that?
No, I'm just saying he was trying to get his number so bad when he first found out, and Sonetta refused to give it to him.
Hey, but don't forget he could come back with a whole new level of belief too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? He could come in even more, committed than what he was and more serious about what he was doing. And, you know, start shutting.
I could have died. I could have died. I'm wasting my time
Jabari,
with you,
I'm talking
motherfucker.
about.
Yeah, I'm wasting my time with you, motherfucker.
Yeah. Or come in and just start going off on everybody.
Yeah, that too. If they didn't get the right response,
Because they need that, because this community is sleep on the majority of the things that are going on right in front of them, and the weapons that they use against us on a daily basis. And I mean, it's not just me saying this. You can look at the chat when Garfield or Uncle are around, and they are negative toward both of them nowadays. A lot of the chat the comments are against them, and they need to reevaluate, get back into the lab and figure it out, because staying out here, the only thing you're doing is getting joked.
Yeah, I don't think, but you gotta understand when they found out though. I was live on the panel when they found out, right? I wasn't on the panel, I mean in the chat room, and they were fucked up about that shit. Both Garfield and what's her name. So, and they got mad because Divine was in the room, and they were like, "Man, you still talking about this alternate medicine type of shit? Nigga, this shit real. Nigga, my brother there." Now, no matter how people can say they fake it.
They was you. Now, my whole thing is that didn't even need to be brought up. You're trying to push an agenda. No different than a politician.
Oh no, Rob Boa brought it up. If you should be mad at anybody, you should be mad at Rob Boa, because he stressed it like three. He was in the chat. He was in the the comment section. Then he got on the panel, and they was talking their shit to Divine. Then he brought it up. Then all of a sudden, and Divine was still on his shit trying to defend his critique at that time, right? And
so wait a minute, Amber, what was your point?
My point is that, and to bring it up, once they talk about Jabari, and to say and see y'all talking about not getting, or this health shit, and this is real. Like, what does one thing have to do with the other? There is no vaccine for it. So, like, how is he at fault for talking about health and wellness and his choice not to vaccinate? What that got to do with how would that have changed Jabari's situation?
No, that wasn't the topic though.
So
the topic was they was going back and forth, and once they found out, it kept going and going and going, right? Because Divine got into his part, he got into his diva. I guess he got into his diva, and he wasn't recognizing, and he was still going his thing, right? Because it started off about, of course, he probably did like, fuck that shit, y'all trying to down me at the time. I'm still in with a Mitt. And so he was still going at it, and Rob Bowen brought it up, and he was still going at it. And because he was battling with the chat room, I guess, you know what I'm saying? And that what they ended up mentioning, like they would just mention, they didn't come to him, of course. They was like, damn, this how really shit is, right? Of course, they got their talking points like, hey, this shit a real epidemic. We don't need to have nobody talking about no goddamn I got an alternate vaccination. You gotta understand, he talking about vaccination too. Both of them talk about vaccination, right? When they become their topic.
Yeah, but real quick, not to cut you, but to me, the vaccination comment or recommendation is really irrelevant. I think that's more, I don't want to say prevalent, but that's more necessary for like 2-3 years from now, because right now everybody's gonna have to get it or be infected by it in order to build up an immunity to it.
Yeah.
Once it's
and that's my whole point. Like, it's irrelevant right now.
I'm speaking.
No, they have it. They have it in the lab, but they got to go through their rituals, right? And when I say their rituals,
bro, it takes 18 months to get it approved.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have it. They got to test it on animals and see how it react afterwards.
Like there's a vaccine available to prevent it, and people and Divine is choosing not to take it and putting other people at risk. That's not
no, but he said
that they keep trying to kind of make.
But
Okay,
he
I'm
is
trying to get
saying
clarity.
that.
So let me cause see, cause what I didn't see that. However, what I had to concede today, what a couple of people brought up on a panel is that look at it this way, like what Sonetta is doing is kind of dangerous with some of the advice and recommendations he's making and promoting a lot of the, what was that drink, some type of oil he had. What is that shit? Oh fuck, I can't think right now. I'm so stupid.
Yeah, that's what
But
I'm
the point
saying.
is he had some
Black seed oil.
alternative.
Black
Thank
seed.
Yeah,
you.
black
Yeah, some
seed
black
oil.
seed
Yeah,
oil. So he was,
yeah.
promoting that. And again,
And Divine on this side shit.
my guy, you gotta let me get it out. You can go right after me. I just got to get this out because it's hard for me to hold it. He's promoting like alternative medicines, and again, there's really nothing wrong with alternative medicine. However, when you're making suggestions on what to do or stay away from hospitals and that point of view type of shit, that can be toxic to the community because some people actually believe that type of shit. And then like one thing I caught today when I don't know if you noticed when I'm on a panel, it's like I'm not necessarily for going to the hospital and risk getting exposure. However, if you can't breathe or your lungs is filling up with fluid, and I'm consistent with that point right there, you're dealing with bad pneumonia and you can't breathe and you feel the lungs, you're coughing up mucus, and you can just recognize like my lungs are constricted. I'm breathing at less than 100%, less than 70%, then you need to take yourself to the hospital and get a machine that's going to help you breathe. And now when you're having breathing issues, you need to go to the hospital. And then when someone was somewhat saying that, Sonetta jumped out the window, was just like, well, Jabari's having problems with issues, as if to say that just because you have issues with breathing, that doesn't mean you have to go to the hospital. But once somebody brought up the point I did, this Sonetta walked that shit back real quick. Like, I'm not telling people I'm not saying don't go to the hospital if you're having breathing issues. But to me, it was like, if they didn't push back on it, then he would have left that out there. So again, I don't know what Divine was saying, and I don't want to attribute that to him. However, we really have to be careful when we're offering solutions or cures, and I'm saying those two specific words to the community. Now, if you're just telling people to drink water, have vitamin C, stay healthy, wash your hands, or here's some supplements that may help you, then that's one thing. But if you're saying that as if a countermeasure to the corona, then I think that we need to.
And that's why he said the clear log shit that what's the name said, right? That Bayou said. He brought up the clear log thing. And also the black seed oil, they is very protected into alternative medicine.
Hello?
See, now again, I want to be fair to what's his name?
Divine.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm over here trying to eat. I'm trying to be fair to Divine, and I didn't see the video, and I don't think he would suggest a cure or say that it's not real or it's a hoax. Now, if he said it, then he's on the other side, and I'm gonna have to light his ass up with the rest of them. However, to my knowledge or my experience, I haven't seen him do any of that or say any of that. So those people who are, if they on that panel who had beef with him, I don't know the context of the frustration, but honestly, I believe that because with Rob Bourne, he has lost people. True story, and he's lost people. They're out there in New York and they're losing people that they grew up with to this. So I mean, like, they're gonna take it more serious, and nobody, just like how Garfield spazzed on somebody for saying some shit about Jabari. I think he really, and again, I hope he's not lying. I pray he's not lying on his daughter, but I think it wasn't necessarily caping for Jabari. It was more so that his daughter has it and he feels it. So that kind of, sparked it. If you guys kind of follow what I'm saying, or if that's making some sense.
And I get
so,
that. Now,
go ahead.
go
I'm
ahead.
done. I'm actually done.
Now, I was gonna say, for me, I have no problem with all of that because I'm the same way. If you're just making suggestions on things that may potentially help you boost your immune system or strengthen it rather, okay, cool. But once you start talking about cures or this will prevent you from, now you're doing too much, But what I will say is, why I feel like it's propaganda a lot of times is because you can bang on Divine or whoever for saying certain shit, but if there's no blowback from the comments Sonetta made or that video that he made, then I know it's a trick to it. because Divine is talking about his choice not to take vaccine. You know, he's talking about a personal choice. Not that he would tell people that it's poisonous, don't do it, they're trying to kill us all. That's not his narrative. So to try to force that narrative on him is disingenuous. And then, especially if you have someone else that you actually fuck with come on their platform all the time, you don't get into it with them when they say that they're not going to get vaccinated and they don't trust it. You don't get into it with them when they say that it's a hoax or not even necessarily that it's a hoax, but that if you go to the hospital behind COVID, that they're gonna try to kill you and don't go to, like, if you're not gonna be just keep that same energy with them, I don't want to hear shit about you having a problem with him not wanting to get a vaccination.
Yeah.
Your argument is inconsistent.
Well, it's bias. It's bias. I mean, like I said, there's levels to this, and you have different people on different levels, and you know, like I said, I like his platform, and every time I've came in, you know, he's always let me talk, and but it's just it's levels to this, and you got different, you know, Polite's up on level one. Everybody knows that, you know what I'm saying, and then you go down the list, you know. And the ones who are supposedly at the top of the list, it's like you're not really having debate, you know, inside another room. It's like you come in and then a bunch of stuff gets talked, and then all of a sudden he lets who he wants to talk forever for a good 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden the other people come in, they get a couple minutes apiece, and it's all unorganized, and it's like it's set up that way, you know. And I mean, in order to combat that, you would have to come in with, like, just like I said, say that you and Amber and the Watcher and Amber and Unbiased, y'all three got together and y'all wanted to, you know, pick the person who is, you know, the most calm, who presents the information the best, and let them present it. Y'all could be behind them, y'all could be there too, but at the same time, it takes away from the argument when you get to arguing and fighting, and Garfield does it too. I mean, if somebody says something about Unc, he acts like somebody said something about his mama, you know, and it just takes away from the show, you know. And you got a lot of people out here just passing out crazy info. Like one time I was talking about crypto, and I'm glad I got both of y'all on here, because this is what I wanted to say to both of y'all. The day that I was saying something about CK, when she was saying something about Amber and over there at Unks, she did the same to me a couple months ago when I was talking about cryptocurrency, and told me that I was giving out false information and didn't know what I was talking about, you know. And I just, you know, that I don't even know her or none of that, but I just heard what she was saying on that chat that day about Amber, and I just thought that I would let you know. And when I came in on that argument, you know what I'm saying, I wasn't trying to, I didn't even hear what y'all talking about before. I just came in with that because I wanted to get it off, you know, just in case you got off or something. I just wanted to let you know that. So, but you know, there's too many people out here just passing around a whole bunch of craziness. You know, that's just like, you know, with some of the stuff that we talk about. I mean, we need to get together on that because, you know, like I said, they're using these weapons and they've been using them. It's history repeating, and we need to, you know, stop this. We need to get regulations put on these SOBs because they're taking things too far and it's way out of hand. And these people don't get regulated, but they make sure that their money is. Around every corner, their money is regulated.
Are you talking about the community, or are you talking about the government?
Well, the government, the scientists, you know, all of that.
You gonna be hard to do that.
Big pharma and all that. I'm talking about all of them. They need regulations.
That's a great idea. Now, what would you recommend being the first steps to do something like that? Just considering
like
our
I said,
population.
Start working toward regulations on these places so they don't have the control that they have, and it's just like with the Federal Reserve, it doesn't have anybody regulating over top of it. It regulates itself.
All right, let's go step by step.
It regulates itself.
You're dish galloping right now. I want to go step by step. So, would you recommend? Again, I don't think you're doing it intentionally. Some people do it disingenuously to try to hide their methods. I want to really walk down this rabbit hole with you for at least for a little bit. So
you're saying we got to put regulations on these people from doing this, and you're saying we. So is this like trying to get into politics and put ourselves in position so we can actually like lobbying for this type of stuff? Or you're just saying it needs to be done generally?
Well, yeah, do it in the vote. Do it, like I said, in state, we start in state. We start in state, and we, elect our mayors, we elect our governors, we elect the principals, elect the fire chiefs, all that, and then hold them accountable within our state, and start it there, and make sure that they're pushing for regulations and all that stuff.
So what is?
Can I say something? Can I say
Who's
something?
this? Oh, Fitz. Right on, my guy. Go ahead.
Conspiracy. I'm not coming at you. I just want to know what are they trying to do and who are they doing it to? Just blacks or everyone?
They're doing it to everybody, to the whole world. And I've already said the reason why I think they're doing it. And
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Oh, okay. Well, their population is declining at a rapid rate. Their birth rate is very low. I told them about the chart where Bill Gates showed where there's only this 30% of the people there in England, over in England, is 25 and over. The rest of the community is older people. So, and then in Africa, it's 60% of the people are 25 and under, and it's 30% that's the elderly. And their birth rate is already low, and with this, all this going on, they're trying to keep us from mating, just like they said. Bill Gates said it the other day on the show. He said we're trying to keep the ones, the lower educated, the lower classes, whatever they want to call it, the weeds, the poor people. We're mating, and the people of color are mating way faster, and they're doing all this, and populating the world. They're afraid that they're going to get.
But the best way
they're going to get effed off the planet.
The best way
to off the planet. I mean,
but the best way.
They're trying to keep control of the narrative so that.
Yeah, the best way to get rid of y'all ass, though, the people of color, or whatever you want to say, Melanie, is not to vaccinate your ass. I think that is very goddamn retarded to vaccinate. They're the dumbest motherfucking depopulation people ever to vaccinate your ass. I think they dumb as hell. If I was a motherfucking white man devil, I would not vaccinate y'all ass. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I would not vaccinate y'all motherfuckers. If I want to depopulate you motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I'm just saying they did like some stupidest shit ever. They the dumbest. Yeah.
You got it, Craig. That's a great point.
Yeah, that's like the dumbest shit ever. They the dumbest motherfucker depopulation people I ever heard of. That's all
Now,
I'm saying.
let me say this though. You got to recognize that when you're making your arguments conspiracy, I know you feel like you're strengthening it when you go into Bill Gates and when you go into Europe's numbers and then you go into Africa numbers, but none of that really matters if we're talking about the U.S. and we're trying to find solutions. So you have to keep it narrowed in. The United.
I didn't get to tell you about. I didn't get to tell you about the U.S.'s problem.
That's the whole point. You wasted time gish galloping, bringing in all these other points. So if someone was to really debate you, they would have to start talking shit about numbers and how false that you're talking about in England, and they'll bring up stats in England, and they would never get to the U.S. So if you're really trying to strengthen your argument and really find a solution or step on topic, then that's what you do. Now, if you're trying to pull them all the way down the rabbit hole, I'm sorry.
I said stay in the U.S. with it.
Yeah, because we're supposed to be the exception to Negroes. We're supposed to be the greatest Negro on the planet Earth. And here we're the chosen Negroes.
They did those tests here also. They did those tests here also.
Conspiracy. So are you saying to me, I'm just getting it clear, are you saying that this is about population control, yeah?
Yes, I am. That's my opinion.
So the whole goal of this corona is for population control,
not just blacks, just everyone.
I mean, I don't know you that well, brother. But I've been talking about this for the last couple of months, man. It's just nothing
No, I
new.
hear you. I hear
It's
you.
not
I
like
hear
I
you.
just started talking about this.
I know.
I've been talking
I'm
about it for
I'm
the
just trying
last.
to make sense of it, because when I've heard of population control before and how it's been done, and it's never been done this messy, never this way. You're talking the way you're talking about population control is like they just let mustard gas out on everyone and everyone's dying. That's not how it's done. So that's why I'm asking, I'm questioning. I want to know the motives of why they want to depopularize the earth. Why?
I just told you what my opinion was.
Because of what?
Their numbers are falling rapidly. They
What's
are
their numbers?
not the majority on this planet. The people of color, the so-called minorities, all the other races of color, outnumber these people dramatically.
So the white Puerto Ricans, they are
And
considered
also,
people of color.
The Planned
The white Puerto
Parenthood
Ricans.
is Margaret Singer's project, and it is still in effect, and it is still killing babies.
He
It's
brought
killed
up the
60 million
Margaret
since
stuff,
1973. And it has
You
killed
know where you
60
fell off, man.
million
You
since
fell off right there.
1973.
Conspiracy. There's a brilliant
60 million,
point.
but that's not genocide, though. You call
okay,
that
my
little
guy.
Holocaust over in Europe.
But you
call that
never
little
provide
bullshit
no
over there.
document of
You
that.
call that a
Conspiracy. Let me
Holocaust.
help you real
provide
quick.
no
The Holocaust
document.
right here
Steamroll,
with
bro,
aborted
you're
babies since
steamrolling.
1973,
You're
60 million.
You're steamrolling and you're gish galloping.
She
Ain't
died
no
before
steamrolling. I'm
1973,
staying on
brother.
point.
No,
She
but what I'm
died
saying
before
is you're
1973, though.
no, my guy. You're staying on 4 or 5 points and you hurt your own argument. Let me explain to you why, so you can clean it up a little bit. Now, when you're saying that the problem is with the population and white people are having less babies and they're trying to take us out, that's one argument. But when you're trying to tie that to the COVID-19, it all falls apart because all those people that are dying in Italy, all those people that are dying in China, it's like all the white people that they need the numbers to survive are all dying off. So you're shooting yourself in the foot by trying to tie them all together. You can't do that.
I'm not. I told you on the show before that I think that they created this
to kill our white people. I think they created to kill our white people.
The plagues are on them. Their plagues are on them. It turned around right in their face.
I think white people hate white people.
The pressure. That's the way I feel.
I think white people hate white people.
That's how Lynn feels.
I think they're guilty of how they treated us.
And you know, I can listen, but that's how I feel.
But they about to do promotion, y'all. White people are guilty of killing other white people. That's why we got 10,000, 12,000.
They've been doing it to their own.
Yeah, they doing it, and they're not killing none of us black people like that. I think they trying to kill off their own because I think they trying to commit suicide because they want us to rule the planet. They might do conspiracy
they're
theory.
considered to be lesser
They might
races
do
and not as
conspiracy
smart
theory.
and
And
sick
y'all
and all
niggas
this other
gonna
stuff.
fuck up the planet. I think y'all niggas gonna fuck up the planet.
But here's the thing, though. So if you say that they're trying to control the population, it's a depopulation effort, yet, and it's supposed to be beneficial to white people, right? That's the race that they're trying to protect.
No,
Yet somehow
no, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So who's the
I
they
said
that
the
you're
world's
talking
population. They're showing everybody now that those titles that you wore, Democrat, Republican,
about? I know, but you said their
white,
numbers
black,
are low.
Jew, Christian, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you
That's why
said
the
their
world needs
numbers
to come
are low.
together after this because
Said
they
the
need to know
numbers
we have a
low. I
common
agree
enemy
on that. He
we're
said
going
that.
against.
So
Yeah.
why would they kill themselves if the
Said
number
their
low?
birth rates are low as part of your defense of why they want to depopulate.
Right.
So you implied it in your argument, even if you didn't explicitly state it. It was implied. So my thing is, if you're gonna say that white people ultimately want to protect their race, they want to protect their numbers, yet they're killing everybody currently with COVID-19, then can you really say it's depopulation, or was it an attempt at depopulation, a failed attempt?
It could have been. I don't think it's failed because you got a lot of people out here dying all over the world.
It mostly did, though. It mostly did, though.
But there's white
go
people
ahead.
dying. There's white people dying too. So how do you explain?
It's mostly them.
That's what I just said.
Like
I said the whole world. They're showing you the titles that you have: white, black.
But you
Christian,
said they
Democrat.
had a
Hold up.
low birth rate, though.
Christian, Democrat, Republican, all that. ain't saving you now. Even
More
the stars, the movie
simple
stars ain't
science.
catching it. It's showing you you are
Nation
not
of
favored.
Islam.
Just because you Will Smith or you President Bush, it don't matter. It's out here on you. Let's
Okay,
believe
that's
that
fine.
ain't
You
none
got your
of
point,
us
my guy.
a part of this.
Can I speak
Wait a
real
minute.
quick?
Ain't none of us a part of this elite group. And that
Okay.
includes the president, that includes Jay-Z,
I don't like
includes
that
all
he
of them.
said.
Ain't none of them part of this.
Hey, you gotta
I
hold up,
don't like
Craig.
that
They're not
mostly white
Craig,
people
with
die.
these people
I
neither.
don't like that mostly white people die though. I hate that part of the guy. That they are
Okay, let me
mostly
explain
dying,
something.
but they probably be protected that they have a low number. I
We've
don't like
addressed it.
that.
We gotta slow walk this, my guy. If we want to be effective, we gotta slow walk this. We can't over yell each other. We can't steamroll. And I'm gonna just say my 5 sentences, and I don't care if you're listening to me or not. That's not how we can't get our point across. Now, what I want to I'm just really trying to clarify. I want to boil this down, make it easy so my grandma can understand it. Now, you started with your point saying that the white, Anglo-Saxon, European, whatever, their numbers are low. Their birth rates are down. Is that correct? Yes or no? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So they need some sort of implementation of a process so they can commit a Black Holocaust. Is that what we're going at so far? Everybody, yes?
Well, it's not,
No,
it's
what?
not just
Don't
black.
walk with-
I'm not
just-
just
it's a yes
saying
or
black.
no.
I said it's a world Holocaust. It's all people.
Okay, so
All
white,
people.
Asian. Okay, so then when you're
Anybody
bringing up
can
the
get it.
my guy, but see, you're being sloppy with our argument. I'm trying to help you clean it up. So then you can't use the fact when you're saying they as if there's a particular group out there, birth rates are low, and then they need to kill other people to help their birth rates. But then you're saying
Hold on, let me help you
anybody
real
can get
quick. Real quick, let me help
Exactly.
you. I've already said it's not white. White people are some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. They have been duped. They came over here on ferries and boats and however they got over here.
What?
But no, they've been used. They've been used. They've been used. They've been used as a tool. Now let me tell you who really is doing this. It's a half of 1% of these Zionist Jew converted Zionist Jew bankers
That's
who
a
run the
healing
world.
shit.
Okay,
You're healing
real
shit.
quick. Everybody,
You're healing
everybody,
shit.
please. This is important. Everybody, right now, I
And it's
Googled
not
Gish
white
Gallop.
people.
Hey, see,
White
now you're
people
trying to
have been
steamroll me
duped
because
into
you're gonna get me
believing that they
annoyed.
are
I'm gonna just have to
something.
get off the phone with you because you're not trying to listen to logic. You're not trying to listen to logic, and everything I've been trying to do is help you with your argument, my guy. Okay, now let me explain, and I'm gonna just read this. The Gish Gallop is a technique used during debating that focuses on overwhelming an opponent with as many arguments as possible without regard for accuracy or strength of the argument. I'll read it again. The Gish Gallop is a technique used during debating that focuses on overwhelming an opponent with as many arguments as possible without regard for accuracy or strength of the argument. I'm trying to help you understand that this is what you're actually doing, whether you mean to or not. When you're getting a lot of information, you're compiling it all together, and then you're just steamrolling everyone or anyone with it without going step by step. And what I'm trying to tell you is like, if you're trying to be effective and you really want to wake people up and you want to communicate, you got to either choose that it's population control, everyone's dying, or their number, or there's a particular group out there of like 6 or 7 families or 20 families who have all the power and the money, and they're out to just wipe out population for whatever reason, or if there's a Black Holocaust and they're trying to kill Black people so that there's more white people on the planet. I mean, you really got to pick one. And I want you to understand you can't use all 3 of them. It doesn't work. It just makes you come across as wacky and crazy, and then people just laugh at you, and then you get frustrated is what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to minimize the disrespect that's going to come towards you when you try to steamroll all these arguments together, because they're 3 different arguments.
I feel you.
Damn, bro. Damn, bro.
And I'm only saying this because I fuck with you.
Damn, bro. Let me reconsider my type of arguments. God damn.
But that's what I got to do when I get on, because when I start talking, everybody seems to think that what I'm saying ain't worth even hearing, so they just start talking over top of me. So I gotta try to get out as many topics as I can.
Many topics? No, he said that it's wrong. Yeah, he said that it's wrong. That's a wrong methodology.
Yeah, no, I heard what he said.
I can't say that they're
understand where
wrong.
he's
I'm
coming
not
from.
saying they're wrong. It's just they conflict with each other. Is my
Right.
point.
they conflict with each other, and so that's what makes you look disorganized or
I think it's the
wacky or
wrong
whatever.
methodology, though.
So, but
I think you should
honestly,
have
all those can be true. But when you try to use all of them in one argument, then that's what fucks. That's what fucks
Yeah,
it
that's
up.
what I'm
'Cause there
saying.
could
I
be a
think that's
group-
the wrong methodology.
What I'm trying to say is there
Okay.
could be a group out there who are trying to implement a Holocaust on Black people, and there could be a group out there who's actually trying to kill everyone, and there could be a group out there that are rich billionaire, trillionaire families that just want to run everything and they want to minimize any opposition in their way. All three of those can be true, but when you try to tie a whole bunch of facts together and make one straight argument, that's the fallacy.
That's what I'm saying. This is like the wrong argument. That's the wrong methodology.
Okay.
That is the wrong methodology. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just gonna go ahead and lay it down because I done killed my buzz. So I'm just going
Yeah, nigga, get off that buzz, nigga. Get off that buzz, nigga. You on fire, nigga. You on fire. Fuck that.
I don't. Man, I gotta lay it down. I'm getting tired, and everybody else in the house is asleep.
Good night.
Good night,
All
my
right,
family.
y'all. I'll talk to
Yeah,
y'all
good
later.
night, bro. You was on fire. I can't lie.
Right on. Appreciate that.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace out.
So Amber, how you doing today? My brother Melvin on here. I like to hear Melvin talk. Melvin been quiet tonight. His phone been messing up early.
I'm doing good, finishing up eating. I'm eating in the middle of the night. I ain't ate all day.
Oh, you illegal? You gonna catch the coronavirus? He's late night. You know, there's the rule against coronavirus right now. I'm just saying, you gotta put this. But brother Melvin, man, brother Melvin got some information. I just hate the information coming out. We finna get it. His phone messed up every time night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We finna get it.
Very
That
knowledgeable
was
on a lot of things.
yeah, bro. Yeah, Melvin's a dude. He don't say much, but when he said it'd be powerful and it'd be very short and powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be like, oh, I like to hear him talk. A lot of people be hiding behind his information, though. That's what I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Because
But
he's
yeah,
a great researcher. He's a great researcher. They be hiding behind his information. Like, damn.
yeah, but I was we kind of got off track from earlier with the whole Divine and all of them. Like I say, I understand their perspective. I just think sometimes they muddy the waters by trying to impose different things for their agenda that take away from the present moment. It makes absolutely no sense to debate the effectiveness of a vaccine for this disease because there is no vaccine. So it's just
Yeah. But you gotta understand when the person say, "Hey, what is the solution you have to offer?" I have a solution, and the solution is basically the cure too. You kind of move the goalpost, right?
well. Firstly, he was in the chat pretty much saying that Ankh-Nam wasn't offering any solution. He's like, they're not offering no solution. Which I mean, truth be told, was the truth. They weren't offering any solutions because nobody has a solution, right? So when he came on and they said, well, you saying we don't have solutions, what's your solution? So then again, he kind of reiterated some of what they said, but then he added a little extra flair to it.
Yeah, I got the clear line product.
That came at the end of the video.
We know where he was going with it. We knew where he was going with it.
But see, here's my issue, because again, that lets me know that people couldn't. They're not strong enough to attack anything else that he said, because people just hone in on those things that they think they can attack. Oh, the clear lungs, that shit pseudo, or he said that a virus was living. It ain't living, you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, these are the things that people hone in on. They don't hone in on the other things that he said that was actually
What
accurate. Or
was accurate though? I just want to know from you,
the accurate was eating right,
I mean, they said
exercise.
that earlier though. They did say that
They
earlier
did.
though.
Yes, they did. But they like,
Before
oh,
he got on the panel.
he just said the same thing. Another thing that was that he was talking about was, you know, the numbers. Now, whether or not there's any relevance to the bat gene or him, you know, him decoding that or whatever he's trying to do. And then they brought up the patent thing. But for the bulk of it, the argument that they were talking about was not even in response to COVID-19. They moved the goalpost from that. So they got on vaccination. So what he said was, one of the things he did say that I never hear Anknem say is, even when you get vaccinated, that you're contagious for a period. You know, so again, when they asked him like kind of like an aha, like, oh, so what if you got it and you talking about you're not gonna get the vaccine? You know, you could be contagious and then go around your grandmother. And
But he did the same thing though. He did the same thing. It's just that we don't recognize. We know who we like and don't like, right? And he did the same thing. Like his whole point was like, they don't have no solution. I have a solution. I have citizen science. So if citizen science, we do this right here, and you look up citizen science, you just really passing out fucking senator soap and shit. And propaganda, you know what I'm saying? You're not really not doing nothing. He tried to make it seem like he had a solution.
He did not offer it as a solution though. He said
He didn't offer it as a solution. But you know
what he was saying is, I am participating in the scientific community like I'm doing, Brown. Yes, he did.
What he did is he made the implications that the vaccination or what other people are doing might not be right. And that's wrong. We're not saying anyone's right at this precise moment.
Yeah.
What we're saying is basically do everything, eat right, clean right.
Yeah. And they were saying already in the program. And then when he got over there and he tried to implement it, like he had a solution. He brought up citizen science. Then he brought up.
He made it seem like he was making an argument against. He never made that argument, but he made it seem like he was making an argument against what Unc and them guys were presenting. But that's wrong. You can't dismiss
But here's
nothing.
the thing though. If we're being honest, because let me go back and watch it again, but I did not hear Anknem really explicitly state that diet and exercise could assist you in potentially warding off the virus.
But that's
the wrong thing.
Rob Bourne called in and brought that up. So
Amber, that's the wrong thing to say, because that's what you do every day. You eat healthy. That will fight off a lot of things, but it will not fight off disease by itself solely. So that's why
it ain't fighting off no virus.
But here's my thing.
It's just it's not gonna keep you forget the virus. It might help you fight against the virus.
But here's my thing. I can pull up some articles where they're saying, you know, kind of, you know, eat healthy, get exercise, get rest. These are things that they're actually saying will help you. You know,
obviously.
It won't keep you forgetting the virus. It help you fight the virus. So.
But pause. There's a lot of people that are eating healthy. Same reason why did everybody shower every day? Did everybody wash their hands every day? Like, they're still making a note to remind people that wash your hands more frequently. You know, so here's my thing. When they were talking about the things that you could do, they left out diet and exercise. They didn't bring up those things.
They said at the beginning though. I promise you they said
you know
that.
why?
Rob Bourne called in.
You know
Rob
why?
Bourne called in and brought it up, but I didn't hear none of them bring it up.
No, they said at the beginning of the program when they first came out.
The reason why I don't think they brought it up, which they should have, the only reason why is because we was seeing what is the solution for a cure or some kind of vaccination for the COVID, not actually what can help you with it. That should be standard. You should be doing that anyway. You should be exercising. You should be eating right. That is just standard. But
But my question is, why would
what
any of them be
divine?
talking about a cure for COVID? Why would any of them be talking about that when they are not virologists? Why
Be-
would anybody be on the platform
No,
at all addressing a
no,
cure?
because you got to let people know that what stages they are going through, right, in vaccination, right? If I'm saying that they got a vaccination for it, that they got a test on animals, I should let the public know.
I think what them guys are trying to do is just kind of educate people on how vaccinations work. Because I think people think they're going to take a vaccination and it's a cure. It's not actually a cure like that. It's a prevention. It prevents it from spreading. So it works in a different way. And as you just said, if you take a vaccination, you are susceptible to passing it on, or even getting it even worse. So that's not what it's about. I think they were just trying to educate people on how it works and what the goal is.
Yeah, you can't get a vaccination though. This one thing I do know. You cannot get if a vaccination get into you right now, it gonna enter to a dead cell. I mean, if you get a disease and you got a vaccination, you go into your dead cell. It is dead right there. It's not going no further. You can't pass it on to nobody.
Vaccination just helps the body know how to deal with.
Yeah, it's not going no farther. You can't pass it to nobody else.
But here's the thing, though. They've been talking about, like, there is no difference. A vaccination is a vaccination, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But if you have the disease novel, you can pass it on to somebody else. If you have a vaccination, you can't pass it on to nobody else.
I think a lot of people think you're going to take a vaccination and it's just going to stop the disease from you can get in the disease, or it's some kind of protection in that way where it just kills the disease. It's a cure. It's not a cure.
Yeah, unless it's chickenpox. Unless it's something like chickenpox or something.
Y'all missed the point.
It could help that,
we've been having different variations of this discussion since December, at least. So if at this point they still have to go back and reiterate the different phases of vaccination, or that the fact that it's not a cure, then that just shows me that you've done an inefficient job to date explaining the subject matter.
Do you know why?
You know why? Because ain't nobody listen to that shit. We all listen to the pseudo shit. I don't give a fuck about that motherfucker. It helped 70% of the population. The white man is killing us.
There's a trend. There's been a trend. It started off, Unc and them tried to tell everyone about vaccinations. They even warned them about something, an epidemic like this happening. And they've got record of this on tape. Yeah, and they told them how vaccinations work, and everyone was saying, no, vaccination is the white man thing. It doesn't work. And now it's come. Now the whole argument has come back up again, and everyone wants to know how they work, and everyone's presuming they know how it works.
Yeah, Polite coming out the blue, Divine coming out the blue, like they fucking motherfucking experts at this shit now.
But my whole thing is, them ain't experts either. That's my whole
point.
No,
I'm not saying they was aware people, and just like our bias ain't really no damn expert. Exactly. But I'm gonna roll on him because he studied this and shit.
But that's shit. I'm not though. So here's my thing. Like, if people are going to be about scientific literacy, then bring in the scientists. Bring in the people to actually speak on these things. If this is what, if
it's hard to do it now. Do it
the problem. Then there's the problem there again, Amber. When we point them to people, because I will point you to a lot of people who can tell you about this, but they're all white. And then what's the first thing anyone's gonna say?
It's the white man's side.
So you can't win in that way.
We're not winning black knowledge.
It's seen as white knowledge when it's just human knowledge, and that's the problem.
But the whole thing is, either way, they're getting their information from white people. So whether or not you direct me to a white source, or whether or not I ask you for a white source and you bring it up, the real problem is you can't get people to understand or comprehend if it is as critical as you say it is.
The school teachers can't get nobody to comprehend their information. So I'm pretty sure it's hard. For grown people especially, when they already stuck and starving.
What I'm saying is, it all comes back to, if vaccinations are this important and this crucial to our survival, why are we given the option to vaccinate or not to vaccinate. Why?
You're not getting no option because if you get the school system, you're not giving no option.
The
You get
reason
the
why,
school system, it's that flu that you get the option for, like flu and certain shit like that.
You have the option not to vaccinate on some vaccinations. Yes, you do.
Very few people. That's
No,
very rare.
you see what, Amber, that is when you're in your later age. When you're younger, they vaccinate you because they know how critical it is for you. Also, the reason why we have not seen none of this and why we're so privileged is because we're in the Western world. I guarantee you, Amber, go to Africa and see what Ebola and malaria
I'm not
has done.
against vaccinations. That's not my.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying why we have an option. We've never had them kind of diseases or viruses over here. So we don't really need to. We haven't. It's not pressed on us to have these vaccinations. In Africa, in these places,
majority of people get vaccinated. Majority of people get vaccinated.
The only time you're pressed to have a vaccination as a Westerner is if you're going to them countries, if you're going to Africa, if you're going to places where these viruses are. But while you're over here, we've eradicated them over here. So we don't see them because of vaccinations. They were over here, Amber. We've had many cases of outbreaks of these things. But because the Western world gets onto it and vaccinates and keep everyone safe, that's the difference. In Africa, they don't have that.
I understand everything you're saying. But even our government, our government recognizes religion as trumping science.
Not no more. They gave up there with the outbreak of the measles and what it was, chickenpox or measles, one of them, in a Jewish school based on religion.
So then, if that's the case, everybody should be forced to have a
But then
vaccination. Then there's no debate. Then there's no.
I'm talking about on the measles and the MRI shot, the MR shots.
And I'm talking about vaccinations. Period. People
No,
can
the MR with the kids, they're mandatory.
In a way, it comes down to in that sense, Amber, it's down to the ratios. And over here, the ratio to people that have been vaccinated to unvaccinated is much higher. So, and they, over here, they're more liberal. And in America as well, they're more liberal, and they take into account people's religious views. And so you can't force upon someone that. But in this case here, they might have to force upon people because this is dangerous and it will spread. And we've got to realize that.
And that's what I'm saying. So for me, it's like it's not even a point to discuss or debate it, because at the end of the day, if it is as critical as people are proclaiming, then people are not going to have an option one way or the other. You're going to have to get vaccinated. They're not going to leave you the choice because it's that critical. You understand what I'm saying? So to make the argument of how critical it is, but if it's that critical, it's either going to be mandatory or I'm going to have an option not to.
And I think it became critical because you got to understand it became a two-host animal, right? And it jumped into the humans. And then it's more contagious. And people try to educate them like this ain't the flu virus. This is something more contagious.
Craig, do you know what it is? Craig, do you know what it is? There's many different factors with this one. And with the Western world, I keep saying, they've had all of these other diseases under control or eradicated.
Yeah.
So when there is an outbreak, the welfare, the health unit can deal with it. They can actually deal with it. They've got equipment and everything. With this one, they didn't know it was coming. They can't deal with it. It's moving really quick.
It was a foreign disease. It was a foreign disease that entered America.
We've never, it's a new disease. We've never had a vaccination for it. We've never had nothing like that. So it's took everyone by surprise. The healthcare is out of the roof right now. They don't know what to do because every 2 seconds there's a new patient. So there's many different factors with this one. Whereas with the other ones, they don't have to force because they can catch it before it turns into a major outbreak. Because a lot of people have been vaccinated already, and because they have the equipment and the staff to deal with it.
Yeah, and it was off a country that hid it, like China hid it for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't let the world population know. they were very secretive toward this shit because they were trying to get vacations and people come over there get money and shit, visit their exotic markets.
I guess what I'm saying is what it boils down to me, is that this is content. It's something for people to talk about so that they have something to talk about on their channel, so that they are visible on other platforms, so that they're bringing some type of quote unquote knowledge. Because if it is as serious as people say, people won't have an option whether or not they can vaccinate or not. And if they do have an option, then it can't be as critical as you say, because they're still allowing me to impose my religious belief as an excuse for me to choose not to vaccinate. So it's really a moot point, because a lot of people.
But I think this should be a topic still amongst our community, though. I don't think we should just.
Do you know what, Amber? They know that when you see the amount of death toll and you see people close to you dying, there won't be no option. You will not turn around and say you don't want that vaccination if it's that vital, and that's all they have to wait for. They have to sit there and make you see, because a lot of people around us, especially us, we're not seeing people die. We're not seeing bodies pile up. We're not seeing the real effects. You know, we're just sitting here watching the news. And we're saying, is it real? We're hearing other conflicting, arguments. And we're saying, is it real? Is it not? I know it's real. And I've seen these things in other countries for me to know that you don't mess around. And that's the problem.
Right.
They'll just wait.
And that's my thing with, like, even Sonetta. Sonetta can say that he's not going to go to the hospital and this, that, and the third. But when you start having difficulty breathing, your instinct to survive is going to kick in, and you're going to do whatever you have to survive. So at the end of the day, my thing is, all of this is a big to do about nothing. First off, we don't even have a vaccination for it yet. So, and they talking 18.
But just think, if you didn't have nobody to repair, go against what Sonetta say. You had no Rob Owens, you ain't had no Tiva Cyrus, you ain't had none of these folks. If Sonetta was just free to do what he want to do, it'd be 20 times worse.
And I understand everything you're saying, but here's where the issue comes in for me, because I don't see people going in on Sonetta about a lot of the shit that he says that mimics the other people that they're banging on. They say a lot of the same shit, but you choose to bang on this person, but you don't choose to bang on this person. Why? Because you still need to be able to go to their platform and share your.
I think Rob Owen brought it out today. That's why I was like, if it rumored it, but I think Sonetta brought it out today. I mean, Rob Owen brought it out today.
Rob Owen is not around here talking about vaccinations every 2 seconds. He's not the one that's bringing it up. So the people that are always talking about it and talking about scientific literacy on platforms where a person is scientifically illiterate and are saying these things, but yet you don't go back to your platform and you don't drag them and you don't talk about how they this, and you don't hold them under the fire. It goes back to me saying, is this really about scientific literacy, or is this really about you want
platform? It's a little bit of both. You gotta have the politics in this, and then what people say, you gotta have the politics in this. It's a little bit of both, and I think Sonetta don't get it though, and I think he got to the point that he don't get it.
Your argument becomes diluted. If you can afford to still bring politics into it, but this is so crucial to our survival in Black, then I have to call bullshit. I have to say that you full of shit.
But what I'm saying is, you think that you will have somebody, right, that gave you this platform to go against other people. I thought it was a sit up still, but you think that they are your team, right? We're gonna take the homeboy. I took a lot of homeboy rap. I think that it got to the point that Sonetta getting broke. So now since he getting broke, he got to go with his New York by his side, and he got to go on and do what everybody in that's going against. He got to do the Brother Rich, Red Pill. He got to bring out his best Polite and Divine and all them folks to go against somebody. So he go to do his pseudo shit. And I think it's just a truth line. was the truth
Craig,
line.
you know what it is, Craig? I'm gonna say this straight. Sarnetta's gonna cause a lot of people harm with what he's doing. It's totally wrong.
And
Yeah,
that's what
it's
I'm
totally
saying.
wrong.
You know what he does? He makes out like he's playing, he's neutral, but he's not, because he's setting it up as one argument against the other. He's
Yeah.
not actually, he's not being neutral. And
Nah, he's not bringing no real scientists on there. Sarnetta got a lot of pull rank.
It's
He
about
got
money.
a lot of pull rank. He
It's
can
about
bring
money for
real
Sarnetta.
scientists on his platform.
Craig, you're gonna have to turn your phone down just a little bit, bro.
Okay. I'm
It's
just
about
saying.
money. It's about money
Yeah.
for Sarnetta. He doesn't
Yeah.
care about nobody but that. Because what I saw today and what he put on and he let
Yeah,
people
today
talk
was
about,
the straw.
disgusting.
Yeah, it
I
was
don't even.
disgusting.
I don't even.
saying. So if these same people get mad at other people, but they don't have that type of vitriol towards him, I don't give a damn. At this point, we're talking about our survival, not just black people, but everybody's survival. Like if you don't get upset and you don't get pissed off and you don't really hold him to the fire for that shit, then you lose credibility with me.
I think today was the final straw, though. I think today was the final straw.
Did you hear what that woman said on there, that this is a hoax?
Yeah, I couldn't even. I literally probably watched maybe 2 to 3.
Man, you got to watch that. That was a good ass show. It ain't that long. It ain't that long. You got to watch that shit.
That's
it ain't that long.
dangerous. That's dangerous.
That was dangerous as hell.
There was 1,200 people in there, and nearly 900 of them was on her side. That's 900 people saying yes to what she's saying.
But that's what I'm saying. It's very dangerous. So if you don't have no problem with coming on this platform where you're sharing a platform with these types of videos, where you saying you're trying to help the community, but then turn around, an hour later, here comes some shit that's really gonna really hurt the community on the same shit that you claim. Like you should have been calling in, you should have been hitting them up. What is you doing? What is really going on here?
Yeah, Rob-On did that to him. That's why he shut it down.
Yeah,
Rob-On did that.
Rob-On went in and he shut Rob-On in down.
Yeah, he went in. Rob-On did him in.
But
that's why he tried to do that shout out on Rob-On at the
even
end.
worse, Amber, because then he started to say the government and white people and this and all of that. And he made it sound, it was so conspiracy theory. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. I ain't never do Sarnetta to go that way. Rob-On brought him out of here like no other person did today. And I was like proud of him.
Yeah, but my thing is, at some point, same way, like people say, Sarnetta is all about the money and he's jeopardizing the integrity of his programming in order to get money. I feel the same way about the people that go on his program and knowing the type of messages that he has out there. You're jeopardizing the integrity of your argument and your cause when you share the same platform, or when you go on here and you allow him to say certain stuff, and then because y'all cool, you're not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna go to nobody's house and tell them how to raise their kid if I'm not gonna raise my own goddamn kid. I'm just not gonna do that. Whether we're friends or not, I'm not gonna go outside of I'm against drug dealers, but I'm cool with all the drug dealers in my family. But let somebody else do it, I'm on their ass. I'm not with that shit. If you can't talk to your friends, you can't be cool, you can't be straightforward within your own circle, you don't have a right to speak on nobody else and what they do.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's not that. We already know what the platform's set up for, right? You can't say that can't nobody say nothing. They get on the platform too and spit their information. The Holy Spirit guy, Jabari, know what that nigga about too. You know what I'm saying? All these Holy Spirit guys know who Sarnetta is too. So we just can't blame.
But absolutely. But here's my thing. See, last night on the show, I was actually defending Sarnetta because I was like, I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to keep an open mind. He's trying to give people a voice. What bothers me in particularly is that it's one thing for Ankh to get up there and talk about science, and everybody know he's not a scientist. He's not a doctor. None
of them niggas are. Zero of them niggas are.
Exactly. So let me finish what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, that don't bother me, because if people are indeed misled, to some extent, I feel like they have to take some responsibility for that, some accountability. They need to learn how to look for credible sources or verifiable sources, right?
But
For their
white people don't do that shit. White people don't put their people like that
Most
out there
people
like
don't, but
that.
that's not an excuse. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
white
Most people
people
don't.
educate their people no matter how the tool is on
But what I'm
education.
saying is, what particularly disgusted me about Sonetta today was a title with a young lady who claiming to be a medical professional. Now we're in a whole nother lane. Now you're bringing on somebody who claims to have some type of credential, even though she didn't show it, but she claims to be in the field of medicine, have some type of credential. So therefore, she's given the appearance of being an authority on the subject matter. There's a complete difference between her and an aunt that is, letting it be known, I'm not a medical professional, I'm not a scientist. When you portray yourself as a professional, and you kind of give yourself some credibility by default in the common person's mind, who's not going to go back and verify and who's not going to ask for credentials. So now the message becomes dangerous.
Exactly.
Because now people are thinking that this is a medical professional telling me that this is fake, that this is a hoax, that bleach kills everything, and it's not real, because as soon as it hits the surface, it's this, that, and the third. So if I don't know shit, if I don't know nothing about nothing, and I just stumble across this video, I don't even have to be a Sonetta subscriber. If I just stumble across this video, I'm inclined to believe that they're speaking from a position of authority and that they know what they're talking about. That is a problem.
Yeah, and I think everybody recognized it today. Like we think he'll never scoot that low in a time of crisis like that, right? That shocked me. I always thought that something with the shit. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not really surprised. Like Sonetta does that all the time.
No, what I'm saying is, I always know he would the shit. Don't never get me wrong, man. I just never thought in this crisis that he would do that. Like, that fucking shocked me. I had to see that. To like, damn, nigga, you could do that all the time. So I'm putting you in the same category of light now. That's all I was saying. Like, I'm putting you in that same category. Like, I would have never put you in that same category.
I give up on Sonnet a long time ago. The only reason why I go over there now is when I hear someone like Unc or someone who I might.
I got to see my boy Ingos.
Is in the title. Other than that, I don't watch him. I've surpassed that a long time ago. That's for people who really just want to follow.
Yeah, I don't even look at Palo Divine, get Ngozi, and the Armor Rock Squad. That's it.
Oh, normally I just
had Chief X with him, and I was banging for him. That's it. But I can't go.
They argue about it. To be honest, it's irrelevant stuff they're arguing about. It's all religious stuff, and it's really irrelevant. When you look outside in the bigger picture of the world, they're stuck, and that's the problem. They really are stuck.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah. When they get to this shit, they make it still religious.
Yeah, when they get to, can you debate the same shit?
Exactly. Yeah, when they get to diseases and viruses, they still make it a religion argument. At the end of the day, he used the same religious crazy motherfucker for viruses.
This is it. They want something to argue over, and religion is the main thing. Even the Egyptian stuff is religious, and they just don't see it.
Yep.
It's left us stuck where we are now. A crisis is coming. We ain't got no black unit to say, all right, we can distribute this, we can do this, we can do that. No, we've got talk about Christ and Egyptians, and we were great.
And even if we do have black people in the medical field, we don't recognize them. We hate them. They work for the white man.
This community.
Yeah, we hate for the white man. They work for the white man.
The Christian community, they stick together and they've got plans. I'm talking about this community. We're talking about Sarnetta, who he's the little head of. We're stuck here sitting doing nothing, no contribution to what's going on. We don't even know about the virus. We have no clue about the virus because we argue about.
And that's why I told him. And man, check this out. That's why I was in the back chat that's fucked up with us Southern Bible Belt people are smarter than you New York niggas. Y'all the slow motherfuckers now. We didn't overchurch y'all. Y'all the slow motherfucker. Yes, motherfucker. It got to that part. We the fast motherfucker. Y'all the slow motherfuckers. It got to that point.
People are stuck by design. And I'm talking about their own design. They don't want. There's no plan to move past this. Like, there's no real desire to move past this.
The Christian motherfucker got more plans than them, though. Up in New York.
When I hear how long they've been at this. There's no way that I mean, and that's the thing. You think you could tell me anything about anything? Like, yeah, they're fun to watch, get in the chat, talk a little shit. But at the end of the day, if you've been at it this long and and I can go back and see that you're making some of these same arguments, or this is the same shit you was talking about. Oh, I beat such and such up. They don't want to see me. I debated them. How many times you going to debate somebody about the same shit? Like, you're not making any progress. You're at a standstill.
Right. And that's what I'm saying too. Like you have Fear Valentine, they'll bring the Fear Valentine there. That nigga should be dead on any information right now. Curtis Cost, dead. Bobby Hemmings should be dead. But you got motherfuckers trying to hold on to their New York shit. And I'm like, that shit over with. You might well bring in Pastor Bennett. He make more sense than them motherfuckers. But you gonna hate on him?
What I keep asking them is, okay, you tied yourself back to the Egyptians, or you tied yourself back to West Africa, or you tie yourself back to wherever. What is that doing for you right now then? When you do that, what is it going to do for you in your situation now?
Nothing.
But that's my whole point. Is one, it's not going to do anything to you. But then two, it shows how much we lack innovation. Like, y'all so lazy. The time y'all taking to do all of this shit, we could have created our own new culture. First of all, we already kind of have one, but
right.
But the time you're spending trying to reach back into yesteryear and tap into the greatness, like you really.
Orange Blossom.
Our ancestors wasn't spending their life trying to figure out.
Orange Blossom might be the next,
Right.
Craig, mute.
Yeah, it's just weird to me because I never understand the purpose. And like I said, it's great. For the most part, I think a lot of people learn this shit so they can debate, so they can be a part of the conversation and seem to come from a place of knowing. But you don't get any substantive value from this. Like, there's nothing that you have to show for this other than some empty ass titles online of being a champion. Of a debate, like it's just weird shit to me.
No, don't get me wrong. You could benefit off of it.
Like what?
Why I say you can benefit off of it?
I'm not talking about what you can. What are they benefiting from it?
What is the community benefiting?
Potential and reality are two different things.
And I'm just saying because you have Europeans, you have all these people. They battle and argue over bullshit, and they become like fucking scientific journals and shit like that. They do that. They make it out of something, and it become like residential to the community, right?
Let's be very clear. The arguments that I made over here are nowhere near scientific, methodological, none of that shit.
Nothing.
Niggas are rambling.
That's because you got. But what I'm saying is, you calling people out for debate, and I like it when it be written, right? This is always my thing. You write it out, we can know what to debate about. But if y'all just get on here online, sometimes it become muddy.
But no. Niggas want to have debates, but there's kind of a science to arguments and how to present them. There's an actual science to this, and that's the thing. For niggas to be so into this, they haven't even studied the art of debate. They study every fucking thing else, but they haven't studied and understood that. So
you know what I'm saying? If you write it down,
you don't have
it's gonna be very. No, what I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is write it down, whether I can hold you to your
You don't
shit. Hold you to what you say.
you don't necessarily need to write down your argument if you can properly form it. Like
Yeah, but how many people can properly form it though,
And
man?
Craig,
But
you know what the problem is?
that sounds like a problem they need to work on. I mean,
Do you
the
know
main
what the
reason
no, what
why
I'm saying, if you able to write it down, say argument, I can hold you to your points.
No,
If
Craig, do you know
you
what
go
the
always
problem
the
is?
goalpost, if you go always move the goalpost, I can't never argue to your point.
you're making it sound like because you have not written down your argument, I am not able to comprehend the argument. When you
No, I'm not saying that, man. I am saying I can hold you. I can hold you to your argument, and you can't move your goalpost, even if you try to add some extra shit to it later on, and then try to make it seem like I
a
comprehend.
poor argument is going to be a poor argument, whether it's written, verbalized.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And
It's
see, now
not.
you're trying
It's
to
not
argue, and you don't
what I'm
understand.
saying is, a poor argument gonna be a poor argument, of course.
Craig, can I say this? Do you know the difference is, yes, when these guys over presenting an argument, when you're in a scientific realm, when you're presenting an argument, you don't have a bias. You're presenting the information. And these guys are looking for a ha-ha moment where they've won. So they're biased towards their side. And that's the
that's
problem.
what I'm
Their
saying. You can't do that. You
That's
can't
why
do
when they
that
present it, when they
in
present
a
it's
really
not
in a
substance. And
platform.
there's always going to be an argument. In science, you're meant to go into it unbiased. You go into it and go to where the information leads
This is
you.
what I'm
And
saying.
that's it.
In an argument, right, with a written argument, right, you probably don't write no more than a page, right, on your argument. And then I write a page. Then you write a page after that, right? We go back and forth. But if I have a 2-hour argument with your ass, and I'm constantly moving the goalpost, and you say you just look back at the tape, and you do that polite shit, that shit can work in it. You can't work if polite
Craig,
brother.
Never gonna work.
Craig,
Their
in the
arguments-
academic field, when it comes to academic debates, they don't write down the debate for people in the audience to catch up with, and they don't write it down for their opponent. They know that their arguments, and they know their opponent's arguments, and so if they write anything down, it's to help them remember the points.
But what they do though, in academic debate, they show you the sources. They sources over, right?
Right, but I'm saying it's not necessary.
Yeah,
that
they
write it
don't
down.
send their sources in this thing, in this platform. They don't send these over. They don't send these sources over. This is aha moment every time.
Craig.
Who can flow the better?
Craig.
This.
Craig.
Oh, I'm listening to you, bro. I'm listening to you, bro.
I just want you to kind of quit cutting people off because you keep like kind of over talking everybody when they're trying to make their point. Now, I do want to say this. Sourcing is wonderful. That's great, right? Like, we want that. However, people think that because they have a source that they've made their point. First off, you have an argument should be organized. When you have a conclusion, the points in your arguments that you make to arrive at that conclusion, the conclusion should necessarily follow. You shouldn't have to shape shift and try to force the conclusion. Because of the way you align your arguments should automatically point to your conclusion. It should not be a struggle. Right. So what people like to do is they like to throw out arguments and they pull in all this different information that does not prove their point. They don't even know how to prove their point. They don't know what they need to prove their point. And this is the problem. So it does not matter how much they write it down, how many sources they pull out. If your sources do not support your argument, if your argument is not supported, if it does not support the conclusion that you're trying to draw, it's for nothing. And it happens a lot here. Like,
this is what I'm saying.
I'm for the body bag.
This is what I'm saying. That is problematic. That's what I'm saying. That's problematic. Because in real debates, I will submit my sources to you. You got to submit your sources to you. So it won't be no aha moment. I body bagged you with this foreign ass source. that you don't know nothing about.
In
You
real
know what I'm
debates,
saying? That's what real debates do. But in this platform, it's all about
you know,
They
in
got
real debates,
the you though.
they're not trying to. Both sides are trying to advance that field. They're not
Yeah.
trying to win. They're not trying to win an argument. That's the
Yeah.
difference. In a real
Yeah.
scientific debates, they're trying to move it forward, and they're trying to say their theory is maybe the right theory because both of them don't know at the moment. They're seeing where
Yeah.
the evidence goes, and
But
that's the
do
problem over
they-
here. Over here, we're trying to. One's trying to prove that they're Egyptian, and one's trying to prove that, and they're not. They're using all kinds of different things to prove that, and that's totally wrong. That's not
Okay.
part. That's not scientific.
And another issue is
I'm on the phone though. I'm talking to somebody though.
when you say
Talking to
people are
somebody.
pulling out these
I'm
gotcha
in deep
kind
conversation.
of sources, one of the issues is
I thought it was right there.
people
somewhere
focus too
around.
much. People focus too much on
It
their
should be
argument.
this street or that street.
Can you
Which
mute?
one of- I'm not for
Hey,
sure.
Craig, you gotta mute your mic, man.
People focus too
Nah.
much on their argument and not the opposition. A good debater always pokes holes in their own argument to make their argument stronger. They anticipate what the other side is going to argue.
Nah,
They
what I'm
anticipate.
saying is,
No.
this is all I'm saying is, right? If you gonna have and it be a real debate, y'all go both present y'all sources to each other, right? Y'all ain't gonna come up with no foreign sources, but you could do it like a polite, like I bring up this source. I know these big words. You don't. You know what I mean? You go present your source to it so they can rebel against that shit, and you can orchestrate your argument for them so you can be very specific.
But
And it won't be all over the place. That's all I'm saying. That was good
You're
debate.
right about that. But what you're still missing is the fact that it does not matter if they have the sources in advance. For the most part, people in this community just don't know how to. They don't know how to make a strong argument. They don't know how to critique their own argument to make
And
it
they don't
strong.
know
It's
both
hard to-
It does not matter if they have the source in advance or not.
It's hard-
They
How
just
to
do a
make
poor
an
job.
argument if you guys see that is intentionally sabotaging, then you got a person over here who bringing out these foreign sources. You don't know what it is though. If you don't know what it is, okay, you get up and they gotta say, hey, you Google it. I know how to freestyle it. That is not fair. Ain't nothing about that fair. They're not scientific.
Craig, sources are irrelevant in the case if you know both the arguments. You should already know both of the arguments before you even sit down to debate. So the
No,
sources are
it
not
ain't nothing
irrelevant.
but one
at this point.
argument. It's not number one argument though, bro.
No, you should always know what the opposition's
What I'm
arguments are.
saying is, it's not nothing but one argument. If I say 5G is not right, and you start going out to the wall, and the moderator lets you go against the wall and don't stick to the subject, of course you go weave because you very good.
See,
You
Craig,
very good at talking.
I think you watch too many quote unquote conscious community debates.
I know. What I'm telling you is I know how real debates go.
But that's not a proper debate. That is a bootleg.
I
version
just
of a
told
debate.
you that. I said both sides. I just told you both sides give you their sources, so it won't be that conscious community
But
debate.
even if it's not about the sources, it's about whether or not you can comprehend the information. The source will back up whether you know the information.
And what I'm saying, moderator would not allow you in real debates. That's what I'm saying. In real debate, we are talking about conscious community debates. They put that up there, right? I said in real debates, they would not let you just talk about what the fuck you want to talk about.
Yes, they will.
No, the fuck they won't. And then no, what I'm saying is they're not gonna let you talk about those shit that had nothing to do with 5G.
Yes, they will. Because guess what? The audience knows that you're
I
not
ain't
making
never
your point.
heard that. I ain't never heard
A
that.
good debater is not going to be deterred by that. You
Y'all
understand
show
what I'm
me
saying?
if y'all can show me any debater that had any fucking any debate had anything about a topic in a white academia or black colleges. They got
But
out
you're not going to see that
the
because
sub-
they would not take their
they
own
got out the subject.
argument like that. It has
They got
nothing to
out
do
the
with what.
subject
No,
because they saw that it was a
Fred,
real body. He wouldn't allow that. Like, nigga, this is
Fred,
what we talking about. Not because you polite and I want to get views. I'm just
Fred,
saying, y'all got to be real about this shit.
Fred. No, we are being real. You're not being real. A good debater would not be put off by the fact that a nigga bringing up some shit that ain't got nothing to do with the topic because they know their audience knows that this
Show me that though. You can say that shit. Show me a debate that outside of this community that you have that.
Craig,
I'm
the
just saying
difference
you
is-
can't.
The difference is,
show me.
do you know why you need sources, Craig? Let me tell you why you need sources in this community. Because the audience don't know the argument. When you go into an academic arena or a debate, the audience knows the arguments both sides. So if you come up with a topic,
You're right. They do.
The difference is
right.
we don't know. None of these
Yeah,
guys know what they're doing. And
Now I
that's
have
what I'm trying to say.
powerful because they don't know the debate, but do real scientific communities, right?
The audience and the debaters.
But you
don't
have
know
a
the
you have a
argument.
pseudo community.
Exactly.
And keep in mind the moderator also understands the topic of conversation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, if this is a pseudo community, which I think the country community is a pseudo community, and you bring some scientific shit, you the white man knowledge, even though they use the white man knowledge.
But I mean, if
And
we're
they
gonna
become
be brutal,
retarded.
if we're gonna be brutally honest, ain't nobody bringing no scientific shit. Like if we're gonna be,
I mean, you can bring the scientific shit and you still gonna get booed. You can bring the sources and everything. And I think Sarnetta did a good job on the sources because I think people don't know, but he don't, like, you get a my platform, you gotta have sources. And
You
I
know
think
what, Craig, can I say this? You see, even though a lot of people, but over here, I don't know over there, what the sources they're bringing and the scientific, let's say, arguments they're making, they're preschool arguments. You should actually know the basis of these things before you even try and get into these kind of debates with people. Half of them don't know it. It's like they're going through school again. So this is why they need to bring these sources.
Right. Right. And how many countless times have you heard in these conscious community arguments where people bring a source and yet then they don't clearly understand the source, or their opponent will break down their own source because of their lack of knowledge in that source. This is a bootleg community when it comes to debates.
Exactly. Yeah, it's bootleg. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, though. No. Let me do to the brothers right quick. I got you, right? I'm just saying, I am saying exactly what you say. This is a very bootleg community, and we don't focus on the sources. We try to make it rapid fire, who can freestyle battle the most. We still like that at the end of the day, because they sound fly. I'm just saying, go ahead, Amber. You go ahead.
So my thing is like, and here's why I don't take I ain't gonna say too many, really nobody seriously, but it's a few people that I actually do respect. Wujawu, Asar, and you can tell that they actually have a background. And see, a lot of people shit on college and say you ain't gotta go, and no, you don't. But one thing it teaches you is it teaches you how to think. I know I had to take a course on principles of elementary logic, so I understand when people when they just have flawed arguments, period. They think they're getting off. They think they're making their point, but no, your arguments are flawed. So for me, like leading up to the debate, they talked about pseudos and anti-vaxxers and all of that. Instead of teaching and creating content, 30-minute videos on vaccines, how they're the research and development phase of a vaccine. Nobody went through this and broke it down, right? For even their viewers, let alone anybody else. So then they get to the debate. They have this debate, quote unquote. They claim that they didn't know the structure of the debate, which again shows incompetence. That they didn't know what they were walking into, but they've been advocating for a debate all this time, saying, endorsing it. So then they walk in blindsided. And I don't know if you noticed, but every time they create a poor argument, is they were blindsided. The other side blindsided them. They were caught off guard. I mean, at this point, if you're going to tell me you're teaching scientific literacy or you're teaching science, yet you keep getting caught off guard by people that are less scientifically literate, I have to question your competency. So then you move on to after the debate.
But
you blame it. Hold on. After the debate, you blame it on people not having any scientific literacy and not even understanding what a vaccine is. So if that is the case, you didn't do your due diligence on making your audience aware of the subject matter that was going to be discussed. They didn't have a foundational understanding. So therefore, they wouldn't know whether you win or lost. So then what's the point of debating then?
Keep in mind,
but that's the argument that everybody had with. But
keep in mind also when the debate was going down, they did a lot of researching on the spot. Like it wasn't like they confidently knew the information. Like when you confidently know the information and you know the ins and outs of your argument or the argument that your opponent may make about your argument, you don't necessarily need to take the time to look it up. You can respond right away. And if there's a case where you don't know something, you make that clear from the beginning, and then that way, they can move on to the next topic. They don't do that here.
Hey, but when you talk about the coronavirus, you got to make your case on the spot, right? But what I'm saying is, in this community, right, everybody accused doing
the fact that they're trying to debate the coronavirus while things are still being discovered about it,
like sabotaging them. Nobody like to debate it. I just hate that certain people don't know that shit right now. And I think he just outplayed. He out of here.
Scientists are certain people that still don't know that shit.
I'm saying. You holding on to them at the end of.
But scientists are certain people that still don't know that shit. Scientists will tell you they don't understand everything about the virus. So again, I'm trying to understand why people are trying to debate something that scientists hasn't even figured out, especially for a community that has to wait on the experts to determine some shit before they can have an opinion on it.
I'm just saying, you have one side that telling you that, hey, you can take this alternative measure. They already know what they're talking about. Then you have a side that say, hey, this is what the experts are saying. And this guy is so covered in his fucking essential oils and clear lungs. It's hard to beat that. It's hard to beat that. And I think it's not fair because they have a product to see.
Correct. But the thing is, what they fail to mention in these things when they say the experts aren't saying this, scientists aren't saying this, they fail to mention that scientists aren't saying that it doesn't do these things either. Like, and that'd be my thing. They're quick to say, oh, they telling you to do this, but the experts aren't saying that. The experts aren't saying it, but the experts aren't saying that it can't do those things either. So again, what are we debating?
I'm just saying, but what I'm saying is they get a lot of. He brought up a lot of sites, and he only read partial of the information, and you know what I'm saying. You know how motherfuckers get down. They write partial information. They bring a pseudo site, and it be very tricky. They be genuine in this shit.
Fish trying to get in, Craig.
What's up, what, Amber? You know when you said before, you're right about them going into debates and don't really know the argument fully. But the only thing, I've got to be fair with them. You see, before all of this debates on vaccines and stuff, they did try to walk people through at their pace, on how vaccinations work. And then as soon as they did that, people like Polite and Divine and all the others jumped up and said, that's white man's whatever. And that's where this went. It spiraled out of control after that. It's like they had to get more information because Divine and them went back and cherry picked things that were wrong with vaccines. So Unc and them had to speed up their process and push it out there as quick as possible. And then this debate came along.
No, there's
Now,
no excuse to that. You
I
gotta
know there's
know.
no excuse. I'm
But I'm
just
saying you
giving.
gotta
I'm
know.
not.
You gotta know your environment. If you feel
I'm
like
not saying that's an excuse. I'm saying how it got to this. Why was so far gone without actually doing it at the right methodology?
But you gotta
Hey,
pick your
hey,
battles. You gotta
hey,
pick your battles.
man, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Put Ngozi against for like, you will see how ugly this shit get.
But that's the whole thing.
That's
Everybody's trying
what
to
I
pick
am
something
saying. And I
against,
ain't know
like,
it goes here wash him up. But watch how this gonna be. And
but
it's gonna be
that's my
ugly.
whole
And y'all
thing.
gonna have this propaganda in team virus. I'm
But
just
that's my whole
saying, it's
thing.
gonna go the same way.
That's my whole thing, though. And this is why the community will never get anywhere. Everything is a fucking competition. Who got the best argument? Who got the most knowledge? And that's why the integrity of our cause is constantly in jeopardy, because people are willing to do stupid nigger shit just to show that they know more than somebody else. Which at the end
Exactly.
of the day, when nobody really don't know a whole lot of nothing.
But you
Because
have a
all
bunch
they're
of
doing
scam
for the
artists.
most part, all they're doing for the most part is regurgitating information that they got from somebody. Somebody else did the work and they're regurgitating it. That's all it is.
I
Nobody's
guarantee you,
adding
but
anything new.
man, I guarantee you that I'm calling you out on this because I know you as the spokesperson of this shit. Put Ngozi against fucking Divine, a motherfucker polite, and watch how ugly that shit get. And y'all gonna have a problem with this. I guarantee you.
That's the problem, Craig. We're looking for someone to win. Go and do the research yourself. Just go back and look, and then you can understand what they say is
I
right or
already
wrong.
know the research for myself.
Not you. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying the community.
What I'm saying is,
looking
that's why
to
I
be a
know it's
fan.
bullshit, right? I know it's bullshit. And I know it's hard to get Ngozi to debate because he debated in the past and he would get sloppy motherfuckers and he washed them up. I am saying these niggas who are dangerous, like Polite and Divine, I think that him knowing the knowledge he has, he should wash them niggas up. That's all I'm saying. Because we don't need that. We don't need that.
At the same time, Craig, you got to learn to pick your battles when you feel like you're in a situation where your opponent is not adept or is not able to comprehend the basic supported stance on a particular topic. You got to learn to bow out of that particular debate.
Yeah. He got the fanboy over you. He got the fanboy over you. You more knowledge than him. I understand. That's why I was just saying. That's why if you put him in that predicament, it would seem like it goes and don't know shit. And we know damn well it goes. It's the fucking truth. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said this shit become a
But
fire.
Craig, the only way you're gonna know is if you do the research yourself. So you don't really need to be a fan of anybody. That's why I said it's irrelevant what they're doing. The debate is irrelevant if we're not going forward. If they're both sides are not trying to bring the community forward with knowledge, they're irrelevant. That means they're just battle rap. That's what.
That's what I'm saying. That was my first point. Like it's battle rap. It don't matter. I'm just saying that it's not a fair. We could say who won, who lost, who did prepare or nothing. We would say the same shit about Ngozi, and Ngozi is ready on the fly. He's ready on the fly. He will break down the cells and the cell structures and all that great shit. He will break down the vaccine to the fucking T. And he still got the white man knowledge at the end of the day.
It's not white knowledge. I hate to hear that. It's not white knowledge. It's human knowledge.
Anything that Polite is going to bring up is going to be rooted in some science founded by, like, he cannot escape having to use a white source. He just can't. So at the end of the day, like, if you fall into the whole trap of chasing chasing your tail, you know, he said, and that's the whole thing. The fact that Ankh now were deterred by them saying that it's the white man's science and them feeling like they have to come out. And again, it's not about the information at this point. It's ego and pride on the line. You know, like, and anytime that's at the forefront, you're bound to lose. Period.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there.
They're fighting a losing battle in this
Yeah.
This
Well,
community,
Sardana platform is a losing battle.
this community want to have a rich history so they can look at white people and say, well, I came from kings and queens. That's what they want. They, you know, uncondemned information is irrelevant and is always going to be seen as white.
Yeah. It don't matter how great they present it. I guarantee you. If it's religion, if I would have been beating up on religion, it would have been carrying something else. So since they talk about vaccine, white man shit to the 100 degree.
See, and my issue is not even the science. My issue is, even if people want to come from royalty, be black kings and queens, they get offended and they start attacking that. You know, like, oh, y'all niggas is pseudo and y'all did this, that, and the third. So now you're disrespecting a heritage, whether you feel like you're directly a descendant or not. You're disrespecting a part of your heritage in an attempt to try to, at the end of the day, it's manipulation. You're trying to manipulate people into coming on over to your side and listening to your knowledge. And for what? Not for the information, for your ego.
But did we
Okay, I get that, Amber, and you're right. You know, we cannot. I will never say to no one they shouldn't practice what they want to practice or believe what they want to believe. But when you come out and you turn around and say to people, "That's what you are," that's when their information gets challenged, and that's the problem. You know, when you start saying that we were kings and queens, that's not
like,
true.
I don't know for
true,
kings and queens.
you know?
Some
And
of them work.
I get what you're trying to say. It builds confidence with us and it makes us not think that we all were just slaves. I get that. But then if you want to get into reality, you can't.
I might well say I came from Egypt. I might well say I came from Egypt.
My question is, what is the threat of people? Like, even if you say, okay, so let's say everybody said that they're direct descendants of West Africans. Now what?
We said we the direct citizens of Egypt. That's what they said. That make it more fun.
I don't have a problem with that. I know I'm descendant from West Africa. But then
they say we for Egypt or
but my question is, but what's the problem with that? No matter what people claim, because I say I'm from the entire continent. I claim the whole continent. Yeah.
But then, all right, then they say they claim that, and I have no problem with that. And then they claim on and say that voodoo is the right way. Then they'll claim they get deeper into the tradition, and there's no problem with that. But then they try and force it upon you, and that's when we have to go in and say, well, there's the problems here, and this is the problem here. If you're forcing it, that's when I start to go into it. But if you're just presenting it to someone and say, well, there you go.
Hey, I had no problem that black people claim the whole continent of Africa. I had no problem with that. But when you say you directly from Egypt, that's what I become.
Hold on, but then it's hypocritical because now people are forcing scientific literacy on other people. They're forcing the West Africa doctrine onto other people. Like, at the end of the day,
that's scientific literacy.
Only reason why I agree with scientific literacy being pushed upon us is because we're 60%, 60-40 down to every other race. Every other race is scientific literacy, and they have big companies within science. They're doing things. They're going to space, where African countries are still stuck in dogma of religion and voodoo and stuff like that. And that's why I say we've got to. It's paramount we push this.
Christianity, Islam.
But listen to what you just said. You said Africa in its entirety, not West Africa, not East Africa, not
But
Africa in its entirety is at a disadvantage, right? So that means by any means where we can unify. They're not
gonna unify though. They're not unifying.
And you know why? Because people, instead of trying to unify, people find different reasons to be into it. They find different reasons.
They don't unify based off their Christianity.
Amber,
And they're Islamic roots, right? They
If
different
somebody,
from us.
if somebody is telling me that my cultural belief, my religious belief, or my identity, because a lot of people, their identity is rooted in their religious belief. Like at the end of the day, if you're telling me that I am nobody, I am nothing, why would I unite with you? Why would I want to be bothered with you when I'm
Who
constantly
said you were nobody though? Who said that?
if you're calling it pseudo, you're saying that
That you ain't nobody. This just mean your information is false. Like you making up something.
if I'm tying my identity to my religion, which a lot of people do, it's their foundation of who they are, then you're essentially calling me nobody.
Do you know? No, the difference is what I'm trying to say, Amber. The reason why I say we need to push science on us, yeah, because if you look at every other race is steeped in religion just as much as us, yes, and they have their beliefs and their traditions. But one thing they know as a nation is that you have to be scientific in this time, so they can put aside their religious beliefs in some sense. Yeah, the government in that way, to move their places forward. Israel, little Israel, not even half the size of some of the countries in Africa, are pushing to go to space. And they're one of the most religious countries in the world. Same with Iran.
But you're making my point, Sid. So it's not the religion that is hindering them from doing these things. However, in this community, we act as if
No, because we have a community that would try to say God versus religion. We had that. I mean, God versus science. We had that community. Like science. The religious people, they hate science. They hate math too.
So you're saying
They
the religious
math
black
too.
people. You're saying the religious black people hate science and math, because he just said
Yeah,
that
they do. And you can look that up. This is like a normal statistic.
Is it? So
Yeah, they don't believe.
Pause.
They don't.
Pause.
You can
So
look up.
if I look into people who are in the scientific field, who are medical doctors, who are researchers, who are biologists, if I look into these things, you're telling me that these people will not have a religious affiliation.
I'm not saying that. I am saying. I'm not saying that. I am saying if you look at the black African American community, I'm gonna say the African American community, because I don't give a fuck about nobody else right now.
But I'm talking about African American community. So I'm talking about African American doctors, African
And you
American
would ask them,
African American biologists.
you would ask them about science and math.
You're right.
You would ask them about science and math. They would say
can't
religion matters to them more than science and math. That is what I'm saying.
We can't force our ideas onto anybody. I get that. And honestly, the only reason why I say in this community, we need to force that and it needs to be implied now is because we're going backwards. We're stuck. And it's not helping us. And that's the only reason why I say we need to push that. Otherwise, I'll say let everyone practice what they got to practice if we was in the same mindset as other cultures. But we're not. The dynamics of slavery and all kinds of things has made us where we are. But now it's time to move on. We had that point where we were stagnant through the 50s upwards. Now we should be way past that.
But what I'm saying, I believe that argument is flawed, because if we look at the people who are black, African American, however you want to term it, and we look at people who are in scientific fields, they will have a religion that they correspond to more often than not.
Well, that's not the argument, though.
I'm talking.
That's not the argument. The argument is the overall community. The overall community.
This community, because blacks.
The overall community.
So when you say this community, you mean the
it's way
right?
more religion. They don't give a damn about science.
No, don't get me wrong. Outside of this community. Outside of this community, no, the Christians and even maybe some Muslims, they're into it. I get that. No, the black, not generalizing black.
I'm talking about even the black community as a whole. We're not into science and math like that. I'm talking about it as a whole too.
But
It's
see,
worse in this community.
but
It's
here's
worse
the
in this
issue.
community.
It has nothing to do
I'm
with religion, though. That's not.
not.
And
I'm just saying. I am saying we are more worried about our religion more than we worry about science and what's not. And it might could be linked
and
to
actually,
poverty.
I
It
think
might be linked to poverty. You might link
I
it to
think we use
poverty.
religion as the scapegoat, but that is not the root of the problem here. Like
I
it's
know.
just
I'm just
simply
saying
not.
you might could link it to poverty in
You can link
America.
it to
You can link it to
poverty.
that.
You can link it to people not
In religion,
advocating
but you can't
education.
link it to religion because all the religious states are the most poverty states that have majority black people too. You can do both. I'm just saying
But
it go
again,
hand in hand.
you can't just look at something. Again, it goes back to statistical analysis. You can't just look at something and say, oh well, it's an impoverished state and it's high in religion. It's religion.
But you can
Correlation
look
is
at that. You can look at the educational background too, though. I'm just saying all that run
okay.
hand in hand in hand. I'm just
You're
saying it's
absolutely
not no
right.
different.
So now we have to wonder why education is not being valued. Why is that? Why is education not at the forefront? Why is education not important? But again, people don't look at that. They try to make it a religious thing, and they're not even touching on education. The
Well,
education
it
of
so
this.
happened that the state says less religion black, they have higher education. I'm just saying it just go hand in hand for some fucking reason.
It's a different dynamics over here. Black people over here do actually study very well. They do go and they go into science. They go all genres. It's I don't like to say it, but it's the lower classes that kind of gravitate to this kind of community and conspiracy theories and all kinds of different things.
Absolutely.
But over here, it's we're more liberal over here. We understand what white people are as as a race and certain things, but we've seen what other cultures have done for us over here. Indians, Chinese, whites, blacks. So it's a bit different for us.
Right. And so for me, my and this is just my observation. This community is a safe haven for people who don't really want to do anything. But they want to complain about the white man, and they want to have all these different scapegoats for why they're not in the position. And so then instead of saying I'm not doing shit with my life, they turn around and say it's you and your religion. That's why black people need to do this and black people need to do that.
I roll with them. I roll with all that, right?
So at the end of the day, that is the real issue.
But they came out the see what I'm saying? They came out the poverty Christian religion and they found this community.
And maybe so. And they found this community and then they read books about religion so they can beat up on other people about their religion. And do you understand what I'm saying? The time it takes for them to actually obtain some education to pull themselves out of poverty, they spend that time learning about a religious doctrine that they don't even fucking believe, so that they can beat up on somebody and say, hey, you need to come out of this. You need to come out. It's wasted time and effort.
And that's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. And I agree with you.
You know what, Amber? The reason why I actually got into this community is because my friends, a couple of my friends came back with some of what this community likes to spew out. And as you know, there were sensible guys who went to college and did everything, went to uni, and then they came back and started to spew all of this black stuff. And it's like they wanted to be lazy. They didn't want to do what they studied for. And that's what brought me to this community. I realized that it's a lot of lazy people. And a lot of lazy people that making excuses.
And it is really anti-Christian. It's really anti-Christian. Like the Nation of Islam is in this community. The Hebrew Israelites in the community. I don't know, fringe groups. It's really anti-Christian.
It's anti-everything. It's and that's the whole thing. It's
no, what I'm saying. It becomes anti-everything once you leave it, right? So once you become a Hebrew Israelite, You call anti-white man, anti-this, anti-that. It just be a whole list of shit. And then if you
I'm glad
pivot, it's anti-everything. You know what I'm saying?
it's a
Yeah, like
scapegoat.
end of the day, this community is some people's greatest accomplishment. Outside of this community, they haven't achieved shit else. They haven't achieved much else. Their debate,
Never beat up on
their
Christians.
conversations. I mean, regardless as to Christian, Muslim, atheist, whatever you want to call yourself, a lot of people in this community, they have not done much of anything outside of this community.
Now the Christians have done something. I'm really good. That's why Christians don't
No, she's talking about
visit
people
this
in the
community.
community now.
I'm talking about the people in the community, not the actual groups, because I just look at it as the rejects, the fringe of the fringe. You know, like
Yeah, I'm just saying that the whole Hebrew Israelite community is in here. The whole nation of Islam in here. I am saying that Christianity as a whole is a whole other thing.
and I ain't gonna say the whole nation of Islam, or I'm not gonna go to those extremes.
No,
What I will
what I'm saying is the new
No,
generation,
this
right?
community here, Amber's totally right. This community here is people who are fringe, people who don't want to do certain things, and it's a scapegoat for them. This is all it is, nothing more. She's totally right.
Yeah, I'm rolling with her on that. I'm just saying it's not what Nation Islam was on top, right? It's these new people that like with what's Farrakhan be out of here, they gonna be here full fledged. You know what I'm saying? Right now they holding on cause Farrakhan still here. Hebrew Israelite all the way here. The Moors all the way here.
And that may be so, but I just can't get over the fact that people will say, well, what have Christians done? How has that helped Black people? But then when they get to talking, they talk about 10, 20 years they've been in this community and how long they've been here and how people don't know the work that they put in. And then I have to question, okay, well then what have you done for the Black community? If you saying you've been here this long, Christianity been here so long, they ain't did shit for Black people, but y'all been here talking this same talk and y'all ain't did shit for Black people either.
Yeah, y'all ain't did nothing. That's
And
why I say everybody should leave
default,
Christianity
and
alone.
then they default to we waking the people up. We got to wake the people up first. It's always an
Yeah.
excuse. Always an excuse. They're gonna be.
I think they should leave white Jesus alone. It got to the point. I think this community should leave white Jesus alone. I had thrown it out there, and Christian alone, cause they the truth.
I don't have a problem with Christianity or any of these guys. And as you said, Black Christians out there do quite a lot. I know that for sure. So the problem is I see with religion over there anyway, is that it does keep a lot of them from, being scientific. And that's the only problem I have with it. Nothing else. And even the ones outside of this community will say, well, that's the devils, and that's because of evolution and stuff like that. And that's the problem. We need that. We need more people, especially in every form of.
But they don't want.
It does not keep them from being scientific. That's the whole point. See, the biggest issue is, and it's with that's like you see certain people, they study certain things and they're quiet on other subject areas, right? They don't say much of anything, even when they're part of the discussion, because they're not well versed on it. They don't know shit about it, so they don't speak too much on it. So what religion does is, if all I have to do is open my Bible, read a few verses, memorize them, quote them, defend this adamantly, I appear to be knowledgeable about something when I'm not knowledgeable on anything else. And and that applies to any, like the Hebrew doctrine, Islam. These people, they don't know much of anything else. And it goes back to education. It has nothing to do with religion. Religion was the escape from them not knowing shit else. So they buried themselves into the religion, and that became their claim to fame. It has nothing.
I get that. I'm talking outside of the community as well, in Blacks in general. I'm just saying, basically, it's seen, not all of them, Amber, but a lot of them. The reason, what I'm trying to say is, any of them Christians, you won't catch many of them being biologists, which we need because of evolution, and it goes against their doctrine. That's the main reason why, because it goes against their doctrine.
Yeah, they hate to say that you share a common ancestor with bacteria.
You can't, and we need a lot of these. We need people in all them fields, like biology. I'm not saying they're not scientific. Of course, a lot of them do go to uni and they do certain things and they study, but they
You'll
won't
never
push.
find
They won't push the boundaries
you'll never
because of
find
their
an
religion.
NOI. You'll never find an NOI biologist, bro. That's one thing you'll never find.
Now that I can go with. Now, what I will say is, and I guess I'll say you're not gonna find them thirsty to go into the field of biology, maybe because of their religious beliefs, but it does not hinder them.
Or physics.
Yeah,
Not no
but
motherfucking
it
hard
does not
science.
hinder them from going into other fields and being exposed to the concept of evolution. Now, whether or not they openly buy into it, but you can see that in white people too. There's a lot of white people that won't necessarily claim evolution because of their religious belief.
But they
That
overall
that's
they
a
do.
minority. That is a
Yeah.
minority in their community.
Right.
And-
But even still, well, overall, we're the minority anyway. So
But in our community,
Nah, when
it's
he
the
said there's a
majority.
minority, like 80% of them could believe in it,
I
and
understand that.
20% cannot. But 80% of us don't believe in evolution. 20%, and we the minority. That's problematic.
I
That's what I
understand that,
mean.
but what I'm saying is for the amount of people that they have in the field, even their minority, 9 out of 10 is gonna outclass our majority of people that don't.
True,
You understand
true.
what I'm saying? So going back to what I was saying before, as far as
We
religion
better
not being
preachers
the root,
to them, though. We better preachers to them.
with our religions not being the root of it, because again, you still have people that aren't even religious at all. Now they may say they believe in God, but they're not going to church. It's not stopping them from going to the club. It's not stopping them from having sex outside of marriage. It's not stopping them from doing this. So they're still not in the field of science, and they're not into religion. So then what is the excuse?
Yeah, the excuse is that I don't think all of us can do that. We need people with brilliant minds, just like the white people did. They had brilliant minds, and then they
I don't
collaborate
talk
their
about
minds.
niggas in the street.
And
I
the
really
problem
don't.
is we're not even getting them to
Brilliant
even
minds are
think.
developed though. Do you think they're
Exactly,
nurtured and
we're
developed?
not developing them through what we say is wrong, because of our religious, not just religious. Sorry, Amber, I can't just say it's all religious. You got to say there's other factors in there.
Yeah. Culture,
Slavery.
it's like
There's
culture is a value too. It's like culture and values.
there's
Like,
And that's
in
what
there.
that's what it boils down to, a piss poor cultural value. Beyond the religious value, piss poor cultural value. Period.
It's not culture and
No
value.
matter what religion people subscribe to, for some odd reason, there's not like black Muslims, perform better, even though now we could say that, oh, it's a Muslim thing or it's a Christian thing, but somehow white Christians still manage to go on and do phenomenal shit. Somehow,
Exactly.
Muslims still go on to do phenomenal shit. Somehow Asians still go on to do phenomenal shit. So religion is not hindering anybody but us.
But
If that's the
check
case.
this out. But check this out though, Alma. This is the problem that most black people have in their family. You have all these family dynamics that all these niggas switch to different religions. I got cousins that Nation of Islam. I got some that's Moors, and I got, what I'm saying, some that's Christians, this type of Christians. You would not have them different type of dynamics. You might have two in a white family.
I ain't
It's
gonna
like
hold you. For the
it's
most
like
part, my
6
entire
in
family
mine.
is Christian. I'm probably one of the few people in my family, like my sister. She's recently converted to Hebrew Israelite, and I don't subscribe to any religious belief. But
Yeah.
we're outliers, and this is fairly recent shit within. But my entire family is Christian. Auntie has had a church and all of
Yeah.
that.
I'm saying that with my family too. I am saying our family are going through identity crisis on their religion right now. And this is the South. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of ugly for us. And we have the religious battle. I don't have no religious battle. I don't give a fuck. But I be watching them and laughing. Because I don't have no, I'm an atheist, so I laugh. I kind of instigate it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I do.
Amber, if you look at all of these guys, it's kind of is a religion for me. It's not the religious like the Hebrews, but it's a religious mindset. If you look at all of them, every single one of them, if it's Hebrew Israelite or whatever, even Christians, they will say the white man is the devil. And now that's a problem. If you want to move your race forward, if you want to call it that, you cannot say that one race is the devil, or even say you're better than anyone else, like they did. It makes it no better than what they did. And that's our problem there. We have a religious mindset where we say this is the devil. We're not judging people on themselves or their character. Do you get what I mean?
And we become paranoid and segregated.
This is what stopped us. This has stopped us from going into certain fields because we see that as white. Now, I'm not saying that's everyone. Don't get me. I'm not generalizing all cultures outside. I'm saying within this community here, this conscious community, that's the problem. All of them say the white man is the devil. So how can you move forward when white man is integral to everything on earth? Just like Indians, just like Chinese, just like everybody.
Right. I mean, but with them, especially within this culture, again, it's just a scapegoat. Like, it's just an excuse for why. And again, instead of them going out and working to provide something that they can sustain themselves and their lineage on, they're standing on the corner talking about the white man is the devil. They're, all day. You know what I'm saying? So again, I don't understand the logic behind a lot of this shit. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm not caping for nobody's belief, but my thing is we're wasting time on religion as if religion is the problem when really religion is not the problem. Religion is the excuse that people use, i.e. on both sides. They use the excuse for why they ain't got shit, and then people use, they follow that trail and say, see, this is why black people can't get ahead because y'all so wrapped up in that religion. When everybody is giving religion too much fucking credit. Because I guarantee you, if people had something else to hang on to, they will say, fuck that religion. This is actually
why they got to hang on to something? Because when I left religion, I didn't need nothing from my family.
And that's the whole thing. Family. I don't need it. I don't need it. Personally,
I'm just saying that's the problem. That we become so dependent on a religion. We got to get another religion.
And I'm not even just talking about another religion to hang on to.
When
I said something to hang on to, I meant something of substance. See, if their argument is the white man is the devil and that's why we don't have nothing, if they had something, they wouldn't be outside talking about the white man.
But what I gotta give you, $1 million though, Amber? What I gotta give you?
But again, I'm not saying give them anything, because at the end of the day, I'm of the belief that people are, if people want to find an excuse, they will, if that's what they're looking for. So if they're looking for an excuse to not do shit with themselves, to not do shit with their life, to not make no change, I look at this religious thing as a reason for people not to make no personal change.
I think smart people should leave religion. That's how I look at it.
I get what Amber's saying. It's an excuse, like on both sides. It's an excuse to argue and say, well, this is that's the reason why. Instead of doing something. You're in America, you've got your own culture, you can start whatever, you've got your own culture, you are your own culture. That's the funny thing, you're looking for something when you are your own culture.
Exactly.
You guys are, you don't realize how Americans dominate you have a big influence on all African Americans Africans around the world. And that's the difference. I don't see how you guys don't see how much of an influence you have on us all over.
But that's the whole thing. We do have an influence, and most people don't know that we have an influence. And if they do know that we have an influence, they don't know what to do with it. And it goes back to people preaching about you're not qualified. You don't even understand, because you're stuck on this when this is just a problem here. This is not going to solve problems across the pond because they don't even have these fucking problems. So you're talking about a worldwide solution for some shit that ain't even a problem for them. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, check this out. I know black people want to leave religion for anything in the world.
You
I
know the
just beat
funny
up on
thing is,
religion.
Amber,
I just beat up on
it's,
religion because I just be
it,
having a bad day sometimes. And I need to take it
Exactly.
out on somebody.
Exactly.
you know the funny thing
Exactly.
is, you got the guys over there.
I know they ain't leaving religion. They defeat that shit to death.
But that I mean you're right. That's what it boils down to though. You're pretty much see people we don't have control in this society. It's just like when the black man was getting beat down by the white man, emasculated. So then what he do? He come home beat his wife because I can't control nothing in the outside world, but then here I'm king. You understand what I'm saying? So niggas come in this community and bang on each other because outside their voice ain't heard, their voice don't matter. This is their insecurity. So and then I'm powerless and I'm belittled. So let me demean my brother. And people talk about
And they do be like that too.
yeah,
They do be
and
like that, and vice
but
versa.
people talk
It's
about the
the
white
same energy.
psychology and the white man and how we've been indoctrinated, but then they come in the community with that indoctrination and don't even fucking know it. Like you don't even fucking notice that you're doing the same shit that you claim.
I come in this one.
Oh, it's this white man mentality, but whole time I'm banging on my brother for the simple sake of I want to take out my frustration on somebody.
I only go into the debate groups like that though, Amber. I don't go into no Christian group, Christian-based group, peaceful ass group, and just regulate them. I'm going into these motherfuckers who try to tell me how great their religion is.
But did they though? Like most people don't get into religion like. Now there are some people that convert, but normally you don't convert from not having a belief into a belief system. You had a foundational belief before. Are you banging on your mom talking about, oh, you got me in this white man's doctrine and this, that? Like people are just not doing that shit. Like they're just not. They're like, oh, but they didn't know what they was, indoctrinating us in, and they don't know any better. Most people, they talk this shit online, but they don't even talk this shit to their family about how they following the white man's religion and all that. They don't do all of that. No. They mind their motherfucking business. They come in the community and air out all their grievances here. But in the real world, they ain't saying shit.
I just got it recently with my grandmas. My grandma I ain't gonna do this. My mama, I kind of let her know. I'm an atheist. I let her know. With my grandma, I'm like, okay, grandma, just pray together. You know what I'm saying? My grandma, she almost at their age. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going. But my sister and my brothers, they can get it like all day, every day. And anybody else.
My daughter. Me personally, I wouldn't tell my mom. She's Jamaican, and that's the
Yeah. Are you extra religious? Africans and Jamaicans and all that, they be extra religious. We be talking about us over here in America. They be extra with us.
Like that's the thing. My mother knows how I feel, but only because she endeavored to ask. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like it's really anybody's business what your personal belief is. I don't get on my mom about her religious beliefs because at the end of the day, you've been in it this long, you've survived. So who am I to tell you, oh, you need to get away from this, that, and the third? Now, the only time we will have an issue is when she tries to challenge me on what I believe. So then I'll challenge you on what you believe.
Me and mama got that relationship too.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like my grandfather, he recently passed away. I can tell that I think my grandfather knew, but I would not ever bring it up unless he asked. And I would still try to avoid the conversation because he was an old age and he prided himself on having a Christian family. You know what I'm saying? And guiding his children and his grandchildren in the right way.
So my granddaddy passed last year.
Yeah, so I would try to avoid that. But at the end of the day, as far as my kids, they've known for a long time, and a lot of my family know because I don't celebrate that. I'm not with that. I don't, I at work they're like, oh, you ready for Christmas? I don't celebrate Christmas. Oh,
I'm gonna celebrate Christmas this year. I done gave up.
I'm not doing none of that
because I'm a Christian.
Even before I walked away from the religion, I never celebrated Christmas because I just didn't understand the concept. of how I'm teaching my children any value by buying them a bunch of bullshit that they
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
post
celebrating this
page.
shit. Fuck that.
Like
I done
I'm just
gave
done
up.
with that. Like
Uh,
I try to teach my kids, like I can't say that I want to get out of this state of poverty, and then I proceed to continue to live a life of poverty, buying shit I can't afford, buying stuff
Nah, I'm not gonna do
unnecessarily.
the whole. I'm not going out of the way like everybody else, but I'm gonna participate. I'm gonna go buy them a gift. I ain't putting on no Christmas tree. That's it.
Yeah, if I'm gonna buy them anything, it'll be some fucking stock or some shit. Like that's my thing. Like if we want to get away from the white man and being impoverished, then we have to quit trying to do what they do. We got to quit trying to live like the Joneses. We not the fucking Joneses.
And we can't get away from them. It's over with. It's over with. I'm just saying, it's over with. I done got
But
to
we
the
can
point.
though. We can, and if we can't get away from them, then what is this whole? What are we talking about then? What are we even
I'm
discussing
just,
if that's the case?
I just said we need to get into the scientific community, and we need to control more scientific things, and then we can work for them. If we be into this religion and not participate in their government, but participate in their government, I don't understand it because
But my thing
I
is,
think
what does science really control? Politics control everything. If we're
yeah, that's
gonna
what
have
I'm
any
saying,
effective
and I'm
change,
saying
we
it
got to
too.
be in politics.
Yeah, I'm saying them too. Let me give it right. Say them too. We don't like politics at all in the black community. Cause they say like we snitching, or they say like we with the white man. If
It's
you're the
not we
cop,
don't like it. Most people don't understand it, so they think they don't like
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You know what? They
And we
don't
don't
understand it,
understand it's
Amber.
fine.
That's the
Huh?
problem. They don't understand it. If they understood it, then they would realize without government, they have no infrastructure. They wouldn't have the roads. They wouldn't have these corner shops. They wouldn't have shops. They wouldn't have all of these things. Go to these third world countries where there is no infrastructure and the government is not the same.
Nigga don't even want to
Complain.
participate in consensus. Like where you can get your grants and your all that for programs in your hood. We don't even want to.
Everyone wants to
Be a
complain
part of
about.
it.
Everyone wants to complain about the government, but don't look at what the government and what your taxes and all of these things pay for. I'm not a fan of the government, but I've been to third world countries. You even just go to little Caribbean countries, you can see the infrastructure is not there. The government is not there. So
You
you
know
should
what I'm
stop
saying?
complaining.
Like,
We should stop complaining. And as Amber says, get into government. I mean, you can
yeah, get into
force things
government,
into
and then
with
get the
your
government, and then our government kind of, and our science is kind of be our this a little bit, right? We could, and we have people in higher position. It'll make us at the lower level think smart too. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I like the Christian community over there, because they don't have no fears of putting, getting their people in through religious tactics as well. And that's
Hey,
what you
bro, the
kind of got to
gangs
do.
don't even care. The
But
gangs don't even care
I brought
because I
I
know
brought that
gang
point up the
members.
other day, the other night. Well, it was the other week maybe. But I brought that point up because I'm like, people have so much to say about Christianity, but nobody has studied the system and how they use their religion to as a tool, as a mechanism to infiltrate all these different areas. You know, when people talk about it, but nobody's coming to the conscious community when they're trying to get when they're trying to get the candidate's endorsement, but they are going to these big
Exactly.
white pastors. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? So like my thing is, y'all talking about strategy, but obviously you don't have any, and some of the blueprints that have been laid out for you, you're not even paying attention to it. Now there are some people in the community that are aware of it, but they're so dead set on discounting religion, they discount everything about it, and they don't tell you how it can be a successful tool.
Hey,
They don't
maybe
tell you how, like people talking about the conscious community, but if the conscious community had any real understanding of the government and how you can use different religious organizations to, like, Sinetta would be, we would be considering consciousness as a fucking religion, where you know, we could run it as a nonprofit organization. Like, but again, people have such a grievance with religion that they don't even see the usefulness of it.
They don't, and then they'll call them a coon as well. As soon as you nominate a black guy into some form of office, he's a coon, and he's the man who's meant to be helping you.
Yeah. Check this out. Even in the gangs in Memphis, right? We 70% black in Memphis, right? We had a gang member that was a mayor. Like it was like about 8 years ago. He was a mayor. We had a police officer that was a gang member. Even the gangs get it. You know what I'm saying? They get it. And it's crazy. I used to look down on gangs after I got in the community and see how dumb they was. I was like, oh, hell no. I might well should be the Christian the gang community.
I think it's Pure Well. If religion is a part of the problem, what are the other parts? Because let's just say for fuck's sake it is. What are the other parts? Because if there's multiple parts, then shouldn't we be talking about those other parts as well? Because what's the only thing that's talked about in this community for the most part is religion. So aren't we doing ourselves a disservice by only talking about one part of the problem and not?
But I don't think that people are talking about religion. I think religious people are talking about religion.
I think in the conscious community, they've got it all backwards. You're right, Amber. They argue about religion, and religion is a problem, and it's all religious. But that's not the problem. Look at the crime rate. Look at the amount of black on black crime out there. People dying. That's the problem.
Ain't nobody knocking the religion like that. It's mostly religion people talking about religion, though.
Craig, is Garfield religious?
I'm just saying he's not the community like that. You focus on him.
He's not the community like that, but the people that I've been exposed to, Garfield, because I'm not gonna hold you. It's not like I'm not one of those people that is subscribed to every person that claims to be a member. I'm only speaking from my limited perspective. Huh?
Yeah, this is platform though.
It absolutely is his platform.
Yeah, what I say when you get on the global platform like Sparnetta, is 90% religious people talk about religious people.
And Garfield does as well. Garfield does his fair share. When every morning,
but he is a special guest on. I'm just saying that's his platform. Of course, if that's my platform
too. So what are you talking about?
I'm an atheist. Look, is you my Facebook friend? I would guarantee you, I put your Jeremiah Judah platform. Every debate is religion. All these folks, Solomaya, all them folks are. We just.
I would not even subscribe to Jeremiah Judah or any of that because he is a solely. Now, see, when I started watching Garfield and when I started engaging in his channel, it was under the pretense I thought that he did not really have any religious affiliation, or that he was not like really into it like that. The more I engage with his platform, the more I seen more of the same of what I seen on Sinetta's channel. So I was already kind of a little put off, like, damn, is this all that we talk about? And I talk my little shit in the comments, but for the most part, it is his platform and he's free to do whatever the fuck he wants to with it. Now I stay subscribed because they do have the economic empowerment shows, and that's more of the things that I'm interested in. I'm interested in shit that can actually, really cause some change. Like the religious stuff is cool, it's cute, it's entertaining to a degree, but it's also highly oversaturated. It's talked about at length, and it's just like, at what point do we decide that we've done enough of this? There is enough content on this shit to last for decades. If nobody ever makes another video banging on Hebrews or banging on Islam or banging on a different religion, I don't think anybody would miss it or be fucked up about it. There's so much content about this shit but it
never get old though. It never get old.
You said it never get old, but that's the whole thing. I disagree. I think it has gotten old. I think it's been old. I think
I
it's been a
think I
washed
think
up
I think
concept.
you would rule another community of people
Craig,
who
it's irrelevant.
capitalize religion and
I
bring up a
can't see
whole
why
new
was
breed of religious people.
Craig. I
So
can't see
you
why
if you leave it alone, they see another fucking crop of fucking religious people come up.
no,
Like
Craig, it's irrelevant. It's a relevant argument. It's been dead 5 years now. I
hey,
don't
check
see
this
why
out.
you're still
Check
bringing it
this
up.
out. That's good, brother. Because I had a certain time, I had a Facebook group, right? I've been retired down there 6 months now. I had a Facebook group, and we were debating, and every 3 months you will have another fleet of people talking about the John Hanson guy was the first president of the United States. You would have think that shit would have been dead forever. And I'm talking about a fleet of these motherfuckers.
No, I don't mean in
Always a
that
fleet.
sense. I don't mean in that sense, Craig. I mean in the sense of that, okay, let the religious people do what they're doing. It's not an argument
Okay,
that's in us.
okay, I understand.
It's not helping nothing. It's going nowhere. It's circular.
I
And
get
all
you. I get
it's
y'all.
for
I get
people,
y'all. I get
it's for
y'all.
people who don't want
That's
to
why
do
I
nothing.
left. That's why I left my group alone. Right. I'm all with these brothers is, and they become more mad than ever. The generation before them were more dogmatic. The generation came out of them worse. It become worse. It's like you gotta let black people go. You gotta let them go. You gotta let them die.
Do you know there's a conscious white community as well in it. And they are the leader of them is like David Icke. Yeah. And when you go into that community and you see what they're doing, it's the same as the black conscious community. It's about money. It's about putting people in seats. It's not about white consciousness or getting white out of anything, because they have nothing to get out of. It's a hustle. And the same thing as what this has led into, a hustle. Not everyone, but the main ones in it. They're hustling us.
I came in this motherfucker, right? And I teach people, right? But if it get too hostile, the person become too dogmatic, and I can get rich, and I be like, nigga, you deserve a bullet in your head. And I'm moving on. That's all I'm gonna look at it like. I ain't gonna really lie. So that's how I look at it.
It for me, it is like some of these debates, and I don't want to knock a man's hustle. I don't want to knock no one's hustle, but they're irrelevant. These debates coming up, debates before, irrelevant. All of this giving out information, the information you're giving is not new. It's not new. Just go and research.
I kind of wish all the New York niggas would get moved on an island together, and they do their Dr. Sabi thing and their Phil Valentine thing, so they can go on and die off. Because I know, and Sonetta get on there too. You know what I'm saying? Phil Valentine and all the rest of them crazy motherfuckers that get on the island together, so they can go on and die off and be paranoid together. I kind of wish that. I ain't gonna even lie.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go to that extreme. I'm not bothered
I'm
by
just saying,
I'm not bothered by what other people believe, because it does not hinder me or affect me. And that's the thing that I guess maybe I'm different on. I would love to see black people come together, and I would
not
love
go
to see us in a better position as a community, as a race. However, I am never going to hinder my personal growth, my personal advancement in life, and I'm not going to sit back and complain about some shit. If I know that
No,
the system is stacked against me, I'm going to spend my time strategizing ways.
I take the white man approach on this.
It's
I take
I
the
don't
white
think
man approach.
my salvation in this lifetime is going to come from the black community. It's going to come from me putting in the work. Now, if I can pull some people up on my way, then so be it. But I don't think I haven't seen anyone competent enough for me to entrust my salvation in this life. So at the end of the day, I'm not waiting on no conscious community.
Yeah. I take the white man approach on this, and the white approach is censor the pseudos and misinformation people. I think I'm going their approach because they're not gonna do nothing but put fear in people and people do strange things. And that's the approach I take. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm rolling with. And China do that. That's just something people do. If you want our own nation, you got to get rid of people with the misinformation and the fear mongers like Farnetta. You got to get rid of they this to your. If you love black people, I'm gonna let black go though. I ain't gonna lie. I love black people. I'm letting them go.
Me personally, I don't listen to half of them anymore. There's only a few people in this community who I've actually learned off, and that's Wajaru and Asar and them. The rest, I don't even bother with them. As you said, it's more entertainment now. I just sit and listen.
Yeah, it's. I mean, for the most part, like you said, purely entertainment. Wujawu, Asar, I respect them. I respect how they. First off, their content is not based off of other people's content. You know, they come with their own information. They don't have to piggyback off of someone else's show or what someone else did and provide commentary. And although we do that over here, I don't consider Unbiased as like a real content creator. It's more of a hobby. But for these people that have these shows and their shows are, you know, pretty much riding off the backs of others, you know, it's cool or whatever. But at what point are you just gonna, especially when you preach about teaching the people, at some point you got to teach the people. It shouldn't, you shouldn't need to incite a debate in order to teach. Like that should not be your motivation for you to teach the people. Especially, and for me, most of the times I don't learn anything because it's too hectic. People hollering over each other, screaming. So if there was something of educational value in the message, it's missed in the noise.
If I had a platform, I would never get on those Sardella platform. I just critique the niggas who be on Sardella platform and just exploit their misinformation. Like I would have did, I would do polite information. I go through it with a fine comb and
That's my thing. Like, I'm never gonna allow someone's misinformation to be my inspiration for bringing information. That's just.
I'm gonna do both because I like I told you, I'm like the white man. I gotta counter your misinformation if I love black people.
That's the whole thing. You don't have to counter it. A lot of people be out here just clout chasing. They replay the video. They want to stop every point, address it. When all you have to do is just bring the information. But people know
I
that.
know about this, your bored ass.
But again, so then it's entertainment. You want to be entertaining. It's not about the information. You want to be entertaining.
It's about, you can do both though. You can do both.
It shouldn't be about entertainment at all. It should be about the information, and that's all it should be about. But you know, in this community, there's a lot of male ego pride going along, and people you can't say something against someone else. They take it personally. You know, it's not about the information. It's about who can win and who's they feel is right.
I'm suit. That's just me. I got that type of mind frame. Like if I think you pseudo, especially if you do a science, right? I can't do nothing to your religion. I'm good for your religion.
My question is, it's one thing when it's on Sinetta's platform, but people literally go visit other people's platform just to critique their content. Like, who does that? Who does that? Like, if I don't like what people are doing, like Young Pharaoh, I'm not gonna go to Young Pharaoh's channel for anything. I've seen enough. I've seen an old video. The fact that he was so dead set on being strong and wrong, I couldn't take it. So there's no need for me to endeavor to his page for any fucking.
White folks ass up. He got into their boxing shit. They killing his ass.
But Amber, you know, I don't even see Sarnetta as the major problem. He's maybe brought a few through. Even though I don't rate him at all, and I think he is a major part of the problem. There's bigger than Sarnetta, like the Umars and these guys. they're really scamming people. I mean, big time.
I
And
never
that's why
went to
I
another
say
level though.
this community is ignorant because of the consciousness and because of the rhetoric he says about white people and this and that. They're donating money to this guy, and it's amazing. I look back over here and I look at the black people over there and I say, you can't see what these guys are doing. Tariq, all of them, Hassan
I
Khan,
think Sarnetta sold this soul tonight though. You ain't
Well,
talking about now. He
like
sold this soul.
prior to it, although I did not like some of the content on his channel, I was not judging him because I'm like, well, journalism, you know, when you're trying to kind of be in that field or that realm for the black community, then you can't really choose, you know, who to show, who not to show, because then you are biased. However, you can the whole medical profession, you know, that threw me off. That I have to
That was a
critique
killer
the person
too.
guy.
Did you watch it though, Ever? Did you watch it?
I watched a few minutes of it and I couldn't take it.
Man, you got to watch that whole thing.
I'm
It
not
was
watching the whole thing, and that's the whole thing.
please, Amber, please, just for me, Amber.
I'm not gonna do
Just
it.
for me,
I'm
please
not
for me,
gonna do it.
Amber.
At this point, I may not watch anything else that he has on his channel.
No, please watch it for me,
No, I'm not gonna do it.
You gonna be like, wow, your mouth gonna
But that's the whole
drop.
thing. I don't find that entertaining. I think it's careless. I think it's reckless. I think it's dangerous. I think it's irresponsible. So that's not entertainment to me.
No, you got to see like, wow.
I've seen enough. I've seen enough.
No, you can't take it all in though, Amber. You'll be upset. I know you. You is a very strict
for
woman.
what I did see, I seen enough. I'm good. I don't need to see anymore.
You got to see.
Probably won't be back. But
I want you to see because I want your reaction on that.
But on
great.
the other end, as far as the Umar thing, now here's my thing with this. I don't too much care particularly about Umar, Polite, you know, Young Pharaoh, or anybody else that may or may not have scammed the people. Especially since these are adults that we're talking about that listened to somebody online, believed in something without doing the research, and this is what I feel like we got to get away from. And then people will make the excuse like, oh, well, they being predators and they preying on people because they know they don't know no better. But we got to quit making excuses as black people for why we don't fucking know better. Like, at the end of the day, people just got to learn to do better and know better. So
yeah, nigga be warning people about Polite forever, like Sharia evidence.
And no matter how much you want, people are still gonna purchase their services or whatever they could purport to do without any real research, without any real verification, without any real anything. So for me, especially with you know, issues of Umar and Polite, I don't jump on bandwagons and start calling people scammers that I have not patronized, and I don't know that to be fact. So like with the whole Umar and the school thing, people are saying, "Oh, he a scammer. He stole them people money." But it's a matter of.
I gave Umar some money though. That one person I did get some money.
But here's the thing: it's a matter of law. If you did not donate, you really should not be talking because it's not your money that he scammed. If you did donate money, there is legal action that you can take. Now, if you don't want to take that, if you don't want to take the legal action and you say you just gonna chalk it up, then to me you don't really have a right to blast them anymore.
Yeah, I only even
the only reason why I say this, Amber, the only reason why I say that,
I didn't talk shit about us.
You know, I look at it as, okay, you are gullible in a sense, yeah. He even had me on board at one point over here because you don't know his ins and outs. You just hear the program and you think that's a good program. He's very articulate, so you can kind of you can see why people can be fooled. But then when he keeps promoting it and people like Sarnetta are promoting these guys and letting people still give to the cause, then I say then it's not so much people's gullibility, it's other people's saying, yeah, look, it's a good cause. And if you look on it on the surface, it is a good cause.
It absolutely, and that's the thing, it absolutely is a good cause. But I see the thing that I tried to go to school for business administration and finance because I felt like black businesses fail more often than not. you know, we don't have any real financial literacy. I want to be a blessing to the community and help people out. I have 17 credits to complete my degree, but even after that, I would not just come out just because I have a degree and start trying to give people advice. I have to really be in the field and really get some experience under my belt before I can present myself as an expert. This is my standard for myself. I don't feel like because I have a surface knowledge of something that I can go out and try to teach the
I
people.
do have the surface knowledge though. Umar had surface knowledge.
But
I mean, he had a like a
here's the
full
thing.
fledged resume,
Right. Here's the
according to
thing.
him.
It sounds like a great program, right? It does. But with my surface understanding and knowledge, and this is prior to me, because I heard about Umar some years ago, probably maybe my first semester in college, like maybe around 2011. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like a wonderful thing. I really hope he gets it off the ground. But I always was iffy on how he was raising his capital for this project, because it just does not make sense that you're going to do a crowdfunding campaign for this. Like, especially since it's such a great idea and you have this type of visibility where people like you should be able to present a plan and acquire a certain amount of investors on your own. The fact that you have your building picked out before you, like, it would make more sense for you to see what you can raise and then see what you can get with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me put a time limit on here. I'm gonna try to raise a certain amount of money. If not after that, like when you try to say a specific building or a specific this, a specific that,
Yep,
you know,
yep.
like yeah, it's great, but the whole thing is you're emotionally attached to that.
Then
So
it was too big. It was too big too. It was too annoying. It was like
too big, too much, too
Coliseum.
soon. And then we're just talking about the building. We're not talking about the renovations. We're not talking about the salaries of the teachers. Like, how are you expecting to do? Because this is just the startup cost. So once you get the building, it's gonna be another round of GoFundMe.
Yeah, if it was
And
like
that's the
high
thing.
school big, it would have been all right. That motherfucker was like a big.
Yeah, it was like a
young
college
school.
campus or some shit
Yeah,
like that.
college campus, like mother big as hell. Like, goddamn,
And
nigga, I ain't know you
if
gonna go that
even
big.
if that was his vision, you still got to pay the utilities. You still
You
got to,
know-
do the renos. Like you still got to do this, get the staff. You have a administrative cost that you have to cover. So
Yeah, I put it.
the structure
what?
is flawed out the gate.
When you watch
put the
when you watch
application for.
when you watch his behavior, then you know the reason why he bought the schools, because he's been doing this for over 10 years, and then it's really getting on top of him now. Everyone's getting on him and saying, "Look, where is it?" And he just bought them. He rushed to buy them. The problem is not Umar; it's the gullibility of people. You can see what his problem is. What he's doing is wrong, and everyone's still believing him. Even Polite, there's so much evidence on him, but even people can see that and still want to support him. And that's the problem with Americans.
Hey, both of them coming to the end though, bro. Polite and him is coming to the end. Like
you do know
Umar
what, you do know what the problem is, though,
like
right?
to the flow down there.
People are looking for a savior, and we could say it's religion, but I don't think religion particularly has anything to do with it. When we look
They're
at
looking
how
for a
people
Marcus
venerate
Garvey.
Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, we have a savior complex. We're looking for one person to fix the problems of everybody. You know, and people, so I don't got to do shit. I'll just contribute to the cause. Here's my $20 donation. I've done something good, because they gon' pull the Black community up, and I ain't really got to
pay for the preacher. They looking for a preacher. Don't want to be a Christian. They looking for a preacher. Don't want to be a Christian.
And honestly, that's what it boils down to. People rather spend money than spend time trying to make change. They rather spend money for somebody else to do the change. Oh, you gonna make a change? I'll throw you $20, $4, $50. Oh, you need $100 more? Okay, I'll give you another $100. But whole time, all I had to do was just throw some money
Go
at
to
it.
work. Yeah, go to work. Go to work and give them the money.
Well, I think you're forgetting too that, I mean, I can't go as far as Brother Craig went earlier about putting them all on an island, but there's a lot of these people who are followers of men, and I mean, they'll believe anything that you put on CBS and NBC because they're so programmed over here in America, and they're followers of men, and like you said, they are looking for a savior. They do have that savior
I'm not
complex.
saying ABC. I'm not saying ABC. I'm talking
And,
about
and
all the other
people,
fools.
and,
I'm
and
talking about
people
social
also. I
media.
mean, I heard y'all talking about
Social media
religion,
niggas should be put on down.
and with from what I've seen, the Catholic Church runs all religions on the earth, and when the Roman Catholics were going down, they had to turn their power into the church to keep that world domination, agenda that they had going. And that does play a big part in what's going on today. So, I mean, you can't leave religion out of it. And I agree with Amber to a certain extent, because I am a religious person, but at the same time, by coming here into the conscious community, it made me question why has our Bible been changed so many times? And I ask Christians that, I ask preachers that, why do they continue to allow the Bible to be changed? I mean, Constantine, and you got King James, and then now it's the NIV. How many more versions are you going to allow before you say, hey, that's enough? Because if it was the Torah or something like that, they would shut that down quick.
Brother,
but
can I ask you a
religion
question?
is used as a weapon against us. And
brother,
I'm a religious person, and I'm not afraid to admit that, and I'm not afraid to question my religion either, or the people that's preaching it.
have you studied evolution?
I did a little research on it, but I like I said, something that's created in the 14th century, 15th century by man. I just can't go along with that. That's just, it's and especially a racist person, who started this eugenics and all these things. So,
Can I say something?
why would I follow him down
All
his
right,
rabbit hole?
I'll let you continue. I was just trying to prove a point to Amber. You see what I mean, Amber? That religious thought, not everyone, but that thought there stops them because of eugenics and because of all of that. They don't want to know two sides of the argument.
But
No, I've
see,
looked
for
at the
me,
argument from a 360-degree perspective, and I've formed my own conclusion. That's how I came up with how I feel.
But then you just brought up eugenics, and that's got nothing to do with evolution.
I'll tell you this. At the end of the day, I understand why science.
It's an offshoot of evolution, brother.
Look
up the Nazis. Look up the Nazis. Hold on. Look up the Nazis. And also Margaret Sanger, who was a firmly on the side of eugenicists and loved.
Science is difficult, religion is easy. Black people take the easy route.
And his eugenics thoughts.
Here's my thing, and then I'm gonna go ahead and slide out. I understand why scientists want to kind of understand where it all began, and I actually think that is a concept that they actually got from the religious doctrine and people from the beginning of the time trying to understand how they got here. However, just as in what happens after death, I don't see a purpose in it because we weren't here at creation. So while it will be great to know whether you subscribe to the Bible or to the scientific explanation of how we got here and how we've evolved, at the end of the day, right now, we're in the present. We're in the present right now. So I don't really put too much into that because it doesn't make a difference either way. What happens to me after I die is not really going to be of any consequence until I actually die. So for me to know that is not even a point right now. Like I'm not even concerned about that. What I'm more concerned about is what's going to happen while I'm living. Like what am I doing right now? So that's another argument that I feel like people just kind of go off into. Nobody was here at creation, and yes, we can go back, try to put the pieces back together. Yes, we can bury into our books.
I don't think nobody should be arguing who was the first man. It's like the most retarded argument ever. It's like flat Earth.
Evolution doesn't know about the first or abiogenesis. Abiogenesis might tell you about the beginnings of life, but what we're talking about in evolution, the reason why it's so critical to know evolution right now is because of what's going on, like coronaviruses. That's a part of evolution. If we didn't understand evolution, we wouldn't understand all this kind of stuff. I say religion doesn't give us none of that, and that's all I say.
Because a virus is like it's the oldest thing ever, right? So it could mutate quicker than a herb could ever mutate. So it's really an enemy, and it's really its original territory of virus. This is their territory. We invaded on it on their territory.
So we don't know if they're using it, you know, in a, you know, a healing manner, or because they control the narrative, and they have used science, they have used the government.
But you can't make no.
They have used big pharma. They have used all those things as weapons
you can't make no
against us,
virus.
and we sit up here and big them up.
You can't
We
make no
big up
virus
these
because you be the
corporations.
host.
I
You be the
have
host
a
of the
good
animal.
question for anybody that really understands science on the panel. So we're part of the animal kingdom, correct?
Yes.
Mammals, right? So I guess and it might be a matter of semantics and maybe just for our own understanding, but I wonder why they make a distinction between viruses that have their inception in animals and then humans, and why we have such a harsh reaction to viruses that have their inception in animals versus, and animals have more strong reactions to viruses that have their inception in humans, since we're still technically animals and part of the
Can I
animal
answer that?
kingdom. What? Yes, go ahead.
What it is, humans use less energy than the other animals, right? That's why bats are so critical. They use the most because they fly, and they are really like a cess bag of viruses, and they because they fly. And the other animals they have too because they run faster than us. They do more, so they have more virus than us. And then, of course, we are hermits. We do less as hermits, and we become a host that these viruses build up these strong parasites that eventually become viruses. It react different to us. It become deadly to us. But the good thing about us is we are scientific and we make vaccines. You know what I'm saying?
The reason being as well, Amber, is because many of it, and they do. If you look at the animal kingdom, there's a lot of viruses that wipe it out. We just don't know it. We don't research that. They wipe out whole entire colonies, especially in the insect world. There's a lot of that. But
we got plant viruses too.
The reason why we're so susceptible to this is because we've built up a tolerance, not a tolerance. We've built up a security around us. We're not actually out in nature like that. We're semi in nature. We have houses, we have clothing, we have, protection in that way. So that makes us less resistance to these kind of things. We're not out, we're not out in the open anymore. We're not actually animals in that sense. We're not out there and having to fight this regularly.
We in a what?
So pretty much we have like weakened immune systems due to our
because of our advancement. It's
civilization.
It has weakened our and we don't realize if we was to strip ourselves naked right now and live out in society, we wouldn't survive very long. This world is trying to kill you.
Viruses would kill us. It wouldn't even be virus. It wouldn't even be virus. Bacteria killer.
Those type of uses for science and things of that nature. I agree with those things, and even with vaccines, I agree that we need vaccines, but it's when they turn those things into weapons against their own people, is when I have a problem.
You can use old vaccine. You can use old viruses against us that's
I'm gonna
already
slide
here.
out. It's
But
been nice talking to y'all. Peace.
Same
All
here,
right,
same
Amber.
here. I'm going. See you later, Amber. See you, Craig.
Bye bye.
Okay, brother. Hey, well, I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna